The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Welcome to the July 28th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We'll do our Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everybody. A roll call, please. Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor
Here.
Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you so much. We have a ceremonial item to kick off our meeting. Ms. Clerk, would you read that into the record? Thanks. The title.
Yeah. Yes, item 1, 30th Anniversary of Americans with Disabilities Act.
Thank you. And we're honored to have representatives from the community of people with disabilities to receive this proclamation today. The 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act. Whereas on July 26, 1990, the Americans with Disability Act, ADA, was signed into law to ensure the civil rights of people with disabilities. And whereas this legislation established a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against individuals with disabilities, and whereas this landmark law affirms that Americans with disabilities are Americans first, and whereas the ADA has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers and changing perceptions and increasing full participation in community life, and whereas we recognize the contributions and progress Americans with disabilities have made in our community, and whereas the city continues to make improvements to accessibility in its programs and services, facilities, and public rights of way with the advice and participation of its Access Advisory Committee. And whereas on the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act, we rededicate ourselves to empowering every individual with those most American principles of equal access and equal opportunity. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Murillo, Mayor of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim July 26, 2020 as the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act. Ms. Gorman, do we have Bob Burnham with us or someone to receive the proclamation?
Madam Mayor, yes, we do. Mr. Burnham, I have unmuted you. We'll give you some time to get going. Madam Mayor, I'm just going to check in with Mr. Burnham. Hold on, please.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we're still connecting with Mr. Burnham. Maybe we move on and come back to this item, or take another moment and I'll continue working with him.
Sure, we're happy to hear from Mr. Burnham whenever he's ready, or maybe it's our, is it something on our end? We'll find out. I'll move on then to ask Mr. Casey if there are any changes to the agenda today.
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So we'll move on to public comment. And for people who are waiting, we are returning to our traditional format where we hear public comment on items that are not on our formal agenda. We had been making some allowances, and I've got some feedback from the public that when they watch the video or the rerun of an item, that it's confusing to have the testimony, some of it in one part of the meeting and some of it when the actual item is being heard. So it's better for our keeping order and for the public to access this information. And it's fair to everyone who's waiting. So we have a pretty long agenda and people are standing by. So Ms. Gorman, if you could ask people or let them know through your chat function or your system that we're taking items right now that are not on the formal agenda. So Mr. Jordan, thank you for being there. We're asking all the council members to be on the screen during public comment, this public comment and all the public comment related to the items. So let's see. Ms. Gorman, is someone ready to come up?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have a few speakers for general public comment.
Okay.
Our first one is Anna Marie Gott, then Mary Turley, and Roseanne Crawford.
Okay.
Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead. Anna Marie Gott, I am going to send you your PIN. So look for that in the app. Let's see, let's go to Roseanne Crawford. Roseanne Crawford. Roseanne Crawford, please go ahead. Roseanne Crawford, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. I'm really happy with the success of the promenade. We love bikes, but not riding through the walkways and sidewalks of the promenade area. I have been down there when they've come up quickly from behind. You can't hear them when you're talking to others or others talking around you. Dodging them and trying to second guess which way they will go is not fun. I have seen on sidewalks this happen also. It makes it difficult for the wait service people when they do this. And they come too close to us diners, most of them not wearing masks. It would be really nice if you consider a sign, possibly like you've done with your mask signs that have been very effective. Maybe something like pedestrian use only, walk your bike through this area. Thank you so much for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Thank you. Next speaker. And this is items not on the agenda, please. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. I just wanted to bring to your attention again, excuse me, the item that I had spoken about last week during general public comment, which is the issuance of alcohol licenses. We have a number of areas in the city where we have an over concentration of hard liquor licenses for off sale. And so to give you an example of the types of things that you might see with off sale licenses and problems from some of the patrons, I'll just tell you what happened to me on Sunday. I'm sorry, what's happening? I apologize, someone started talking.
Please continue, thanks.
Okay, I'll just tell you what happened to me on Sunday. As I was driving down Milpas, I looked up to my left-hand side, and at the corner of Milpas, and I think it's called Quinientos. There is Crown Liquors. And there were 3 individuals who all had open cans, drinking and sitting down next to one of the walls facing Milpas. There was also someone who was passed out up the street. And that is because we have an overconcentration of alcohol licenses in some areas, and we don't have an alcohol ordinance that would prohibit the sale of individual cans of alcohol. And if you haven't heard me say this before, I'll say it again. We spend over $1 million a year just on police services for calls for service related to off-sale liquor licenses. Now, this money could be better spent at your library, at your parks, actually filling up potholes or other things. Instead of having the money come out of our general fund to pay for the problems associated with someone's business who they are running improperly, and we are failing to regulate. Right now, if someone asks for a hard liquor license, the police officers' role in terms of being able to protest is rarely used, and all we do is basically guarantee an approval license after license, which brings in these problems into our neighborhoods. So I would really ask you again to bring this item back to council and make it the decision that the general fund is no longer going to be supporting all of the police services to these businesses. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks. Next speaker, please. Okay.
Madam Mayor and Council, there are no further persons who have raised their hand to speak in general public comment.
Did we get a hold of Mr. Burnham?
Yes, we did. I think we are good to go.
Okay, let's go to that, his response to our proclamation. Thanks.
Oh, and he just dropped off. Let's see if we can get him back on. Oh, I think we may have him. Hold on 1 moment, please. Mr. Burnham and Mr. Wong, if you can assist with this, we are ready to go for Mr. Burnham, and he's unmuted on my end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
This is Bob Burnham. Thank you for your patience. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, Mayor Murillo, members of the City Council, city staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bob Burnham, and I am truly honored to speak with you today. Thank you for marking the 30th anniversary of this landmark civil rights legislation. The Americans with Disabilities Act is one of the evolving laws directing participation in a process enabling and guaranteeing implementation for the independence of persons with disabilities. It goes beyond simply removing visible barriers to access, which itself requires enormous continuing effort. Its interpretation and implementation remain a work in progress, supporting the ongoing right to equality. There are persons joining us here today, alongside many more throughout the country, who are challenged with a characteristic labeled as a disability. excuse me, we are engaged in the good fight that began way earlier than 30 years ago. At times, this good fight has been viewed by many as reckless and uncivil, or just plain annoying, and sometimes even by some of us as an exercise in futility. Yet those of us who have spent these years engaged in working for greater access in areas where it is sorely lacking realize that the real battle, the most far-reaching challenge, is raising awareness of disability, striving both with vigilance and civility to soften the hearts of those who remain resistant to the changes that are still needed to take place. In the 5 years since my response to the city's 25th ADA anniversary proclamation, some new realizations and challenges have risen to the forefront. First, the ongoing battle for civil rights does include those of us with disabilities alongside our brothers and sisters in the Black Lives Matter movement. We must address the systemic discrimination which continues to persist among developers, business owners, and those officials making decisions in the corporate and municipal infrastructure. An example is the resistance to establish the Access Advisory Committee as a legitimate stakeholder when the designs, plans, and projects presented to the city for approval, but where accessibility is minimized or ignored completely. Second, City Council, city staff, and those commissions and committees engaged in the supervision and management of city programs and services must remain in dynamic conversation toward forging policies and practices which will render such discrimination a thing of the past. I trust that this conversation will lead inevitably to the goal of universal design, which meshes full accessibility into a framework that encompasses all people. I am honored to have served on the Access Advisory Committee for the past 9 years. I thank my fellow committee members for working with me to advise city staff and city council in our joint attempts to carry out the mandates set forth by the Americans with Disabilities Act. I thank city staff for updating us regularly on current and future projects. Furthermore, I appreciate you, our local citizens, who show up at our meetings and give us quality input on which you rightfully expect us to follow through. In one sense, these 30 years have gone by in a blur. However, we are sobered by the realization that the mandates laid out by the ADA are only a springboard that propels us to much hard work ahead. The road has not always been easy, but I believe the ADA shows us that what legislators do, from you as members of this city council all the way to the United States Senate, matters. Legislation matters. Legislation can change lives for the better, can make the future for our children and our country better. Understanding the limitations of our city's budget and person power, I challenge each one of us here and myself to take this proclamation to heart, to keep our minds open and raise our own awareness. And finally, as I mentor young and old alike in all areas of life, always to remain teachable. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate the time.
Mr. Burnham, what a thoughtful and meaningful speech. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service to our city as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll close our ceremonial item and we'll go to our consent calendar. I put my mask on. Someone came into the chambers for the public who might be wondering. So Ms. Gorman, would you read your items from the consent calendar, please? Thank you.
Yes. Item 2, records destruction for Administrative Services Department. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the Administrative Services Department in the city clerk's office. And item 3, agreement for Southern California Edison to provide community resource service centers during power shutoffs. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing execution of a license agreement with Southern California Edison to establish community resource centers during public safety power shutoffs. And that's all the ordinances or resolutions.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Friedman, do you have a motion? Oh, you want to pull something?
No, not exactly, Madam Mayor. It's regarding item 2. We received an email late this morning from a constituent asking for some specific records, and I just wanted to be responsive to that email to ensure that those records would be provided prior to, if there are any records, I don't know if there are related to that item, that they would not be distracted. So can we speak to that email that we received asking for those documents?
We can ask, for, sure, staff to respond. Mr. Casey, is that you, or would that be Ms. Gorman? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll let Ms. Gorman answer.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman and Mayor and Council, we did receive that correspondence. This is a standard practice following the provisions in the Elections Code to clean up our records 6 months after the election. And this is something we do as standard practice in all of our, after all of our elections. We do not have any outstanding Public Records Act request for these items, and the Elections Code does specifically call out if there are any formal election contests or criminal actions regarding election records, and none of those are pending.
So you can just double check with this constituent if there's any records that she's requesting before we would move ahead with it. I just want to be sure that before anything is destroyed, that we have worked with her to get the information she's requesting before any action is taken. And
Certainly.
okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to just clarify. Thank you very much.
Very good.
And if you need a motion for the rest of the agenda, Madam Mayor, or consent, I would make that motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Jordan, a second. Ms. Sneddon, a comment, or do you want to pull something?
I do have a question about item 6. It's about the, oh no, I'm sorry, item 7 about the volleyball camp.
Ms. Gorman, did you read that one into the record? That would be the place to start.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 6.
As 7.
7.
Oh, I'm sorry, item 7.
I'm sorry.
Contract amendment in the amount of $50,000 for a total contract amount of $75,000 with 805 Beach Volleyball Club, a limited liability company, for provision of 2020 youth beach volleyball camps.
Your question, Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Just a quick question, Madam Mayor, about we've had a few emails asking about the safety of volleyball during COVID and if that affects these camps at all, and just what precautions are being taken. Just a question. I'll still approve the item, but just if we could address that.
Mr. Hanna, thank you.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon and Madam Mayor Murillo. Both childcare and summer camps were approved as part of the health officer order and by the governor's act before we entered into summer. We take all of our summer camp safety for staff and participants at the highest possible level. Each of the activities that are occurring at East Beach are broken into pods of 10. So we have no more than 10 kids, 1 instructor and 1 aide. So each court is assigned to its own pod. Those kids remain in that same pod for the entire time that the 1-week beach volleyball camp session takes place. When they're not actively participating in recreation activities that are physical, they're required to wear masks. So we've provided all of our kids with Parks and Recreation gaiters, or they can wear other masks. And then prior to getting dropped off every morning, they're screened. We do not do a temperature screening. It's not required at this point, but we do ask if there's any signs or symptoms. We check with the parents, and that's done daily as well. So at this time, we're in full compliance with beach volleyball and all of our other activities. I would add that if you were driving by and you weren't familiar with volleyball activities in general and kids participating in volleyball, it may look a little unstructured, but the program is being fully vetted. It is in compliance with our guidelines at this time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks. And let's go back to item number 2. Mr. Friedman, are you amenable to the destruction going forward after Ms. Gorman contacts the individual?
Yeah, that was the intent, was that was taken care of prior to it. So I'll be supporting this based on that the constituent will be contacted prior to the destruction of the documents.
Understood. And the seconder was Mr. Jordan. Are you good with that clarification? Okay, I see a thumbs up. It looks like my camera's frozen, but let's go ahead and take the vote. Ms. Clerk, would you do a roll call vote? If there's no other objection, we'll waive further reading and move this consent calendar forward with that one stipulation.
Very good. Madam Mayor and Council, we do have one public speaker on consent.
Oh, please. Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
And that's Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'd like to point out that it is not required today to actually destroy those documents, that only the city is required to wait at minimum 6 months. There have been numerous public records requests for these documents, many of which have actually not been fulfilled. I forwarded you an email that I sent to Mr. Kahlon, Mr. Casey, and Ms. Gorman earlier today. There have also been other individuals who had reached out to them because their documents their requests have actually not been fulfilled. To give you an example, I will bring up Piper Olsner. I know her as Piper White. She came into City Hall, and because she had moved, she filled out a provisional ballot. She voted, and then her ballot was never counted. We don't even know if her ballot was opened. She re-registered to vote at a new address. She then was not actually registered at the county, so that those documents did not get to the county to have her register to vote. More importantly, but when we had the primary, she had to re-register weeks before the primary so that she could actually vote. So we have a problem. And that problem is, I believe, that we've got, votes that were not counted, and we have multiple public records requests that were not actually fulfilled. And I would ask that this item be removed from the agenda, that these public records actually be fulfilled, and that only after that time that you bring this back onto the agenda. Disregarding someone's votes is extraordinarily important when we're talking about elections. And I don't believe that the city of Santa Barbara wants to be known as a city that obstructs getting information to the public, or is someone that is an entity that actually wants to prevent people from voting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We got your comment. Okay, thanks a lot. Did anyone want to address this? I saw Alejandra Gutierrez pop up. Kristen, Ms. Sneddon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think just in the interest of transparency and propriety that I would be comfortable pulling this item and delaying it as long as there's any public question, and just making sure that we have that tied up.
Very good. We'll let Mr. Gutierrez go and then ask Mr. Friedman if he'll amend his motion. Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
I just chimed on came on to view public comment, but since I'm on, I trust the city staff interpretation of the outcome of the election.
I appreciate that. Mr. Friedman, do you want to keep the motion as it is, or take?
I think the motion was clear. If there's any other outstanding public records requests, those need to be addressed. So this allows the clerk to do that once those requests have been fulfilled. So I'm comfortable going forward with this as long as the constituents have had their requests fulfilled. So
Okay.
I'll still go forward with it.
Okay. And Mr. Jordan?
I'm agreeable with that. In those comments, I kind of heard more than one thing too. Part of it was about the records being available, but part of it was about the contention that a vote wasn't counted, which may or may not have anything to do with records being available. So, but I'm fine with the motion as it is also.
Then let's vote on it separately if there are council members who want to vote no on it, which may be the case. So we're making, this is a vote for only item 2. Mr. Kalan, do I have to have Mr. Friedman state that, or because his motion actually was for the whole consent calendar? So,
Madam
Mr.
Mayor, the entire consent calendar is on the floor for action. You may sever any part of that into a separate action if you wish without further council action.
Okay, then let's vote just on item number 2, and that's to approve the records destruction when the issues have been resolved. And let's take a roll call vote, and then we'll do the rest of the agenda. Ms. Gorman, thanks.
Very good. This is motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
No.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
No?
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that passes 4-3 with Sneddon, A. Gutierrez, and O. Gutierrez voting no. Okay. Now we'll do the rest of the consent calendar. Would you take?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I might, number one, I'm not aware of any pending public records requests. Number two, I'm required by state law as well as your action to be the one approving any destruction. I want to assure the council and the public that if there were public records requests pending before today, they will be respected.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Kalan. We'll now vote on the remainder of the consent calendar. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Clerk.
This is a vote on the remainder of the consent calendar except for item 2, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you so much. That concludes the consent calendar. And we will move to our first administrative item. Ms. Clerk, would you read number 11 into the public record, please?
Yes, item 11, Access Advisory Committee Annual Report.
Okay, and it looks like we have a PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Demore, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo, City Council, and those tuning in remotely. My name is Brian Demore, City Engineer for the City of Santa Barbara, soon to be Acting Public Works Director. However, today I present to you in my role as the city's ADA Coordinator. One of the roles of the city's ADA Coordinator is to report annually to the City Council regarding the activities and achievements of the Access Advisory Committee. This year's annual report roughly coincides with the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, as well as a nationwide revival in the civil rights movement. With that in mind, rather than simply present on the activities and achievements of the committee related to accessibility, I'm going to also take some time to provide important background on accessibility at the national, state, and local levels. Next slide. Today's presentation will include a history of disability rights in California and the United States, a brief status on the city's ADA transition plan, California Building Code standards that pertain to accessibility, and finally, an update on the city's Access Advisory Committee. Before I dive in on some of these important background information, I wanted to mention that since taking on the role of ADA coordinator about 1 year ago, I've attended various trainings and done some research to better understand accessibility related laws and standards for design and construction. And really, this has turned out to be one of those topics where the more you learn that you don't know. So there's a lot to digest, and I hope to scratch the surface on some of this for you all and for those who are tuning in today. Next slide, please. Disability rights began to work their way into law in the 1950s and 1960s, with California leading the way at the state level. Laws pertaining to disability rights often coincided with the more widely known civil rights movement of this same era. While these laws initially focused on physical access within and into buildings, they later began to include program access. The Unruh Civil Rights Act is a piece of California legislation that was enacted in 1959 that specifically outlaws discrimination based on a variety of factors, including disability. This law applies to all businesses in California. Also in 1959 was the California Fair Employment Practices Act, and this statute barred businesses and labor unions from discriminating against employees or job applicants. This act was later repealed and reenacted under the California Fair Employment and Housing Act in 1980, which I'll mention, I think, on the next slide. In 1968, the Architectural Barriers Act, known as the ABA, requires that facilities designed, built, altered, or leased with funds supplied by the federal government be accessible to the public. This was one of the first efforts to ensure that certain federally funded buildings and facilities are designed and constructed to be accessible to people with disabilities. Also in 1968, the California Disabled Persons Act asserted the equal right of individuals with disabilities or medical conditions. This law states that individuals with disabilities or medical conditions have the same right as the general public to the full and free use of the streets, highways, sidewalks, walkways, public buildings, medical facilities, including hospitals, clinics, or physicians' offices, public facilities, and other public spaces. Next slide. In 1973, the Federal Rehabilitation Act prohibited discrimination on the basis of disability in programs conducted by federal agencies. In 1977, the California Government Code was amended to include Section 11135. And this section states that no person in the state of California shall be unlawfully denied full and equal access to the benefit of or be unlawfully subjected to discrimination under any program or activity that is conducted, operated, or administered by the state or by any state agency, is funded directly by the state, or receives financial assistance from the state. And this was on the basis of many factors, including physical disability. In 1980, the Fair Employment Practices Act was combined with the Rumford Housing Act and renamed the Fair Employment and Housing Act, banning employment and housing discrimination in California. The act also established the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, which enforces a number of acts, including the Fair Employment and Housing Act, the Unruh Civil Rights Act, and the Disabled Persons Act. Next slide. The Americans with Disabilities Act became law as we heard earlier, on July 26, 1990. The ADA is a civil rights law that prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life, including jobs, schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public. The purpose of the law is to make sure that people with disabilities have the same rights and opportunities as everyone else. The ADA is divided into 5 titles that relate to different areas of public life, including employment, which is Title I, state and local government, Title II, and public accommodations, Title III. The last item I wanted to mention is an amendment to the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Section 508 was originally added in 1986, and it was further amended in 1998. This section requires that electronic and information technology developed, procured, maintained, or used by the federal government be accessible to people with disabilities. Next slide. So what does all of this mean for us here at the local level? Well, a lot of it comes down to Title III of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which requires public entities to take several steps to become compliant with the ADA. All public entities must conduct a self-evaluation to determine what needs to be done to make sure the public entity is providing an equal opportunity for people with disabilities to participate. They must also provide public notice about the ADA. And in addition, public entities with 50 or more employees are also required to designate an employee, which is the ADA coordinator, to oversee Title II compliance, establish a grievance procedure, and develop a transition plan if structural changes are necessary for achieving program accessibility. Next slide. Public entities with 50 or more employees were required to develop a transition plan by July 26, 1992, so within 2 years of ADA, and any structural modifications required to achieve program accessibility were required to be completed by January 26, 1995. So the city went ahead and hired a consultant, and a transition plan was created. And in 1992, in compliance with the new law, the city completed that transition plan as well as a self-evaluation. The original transition plan as well as the self-evaluation were updated in 2007 to 2008, and those are available online. The ADA transition plan update is a static document. It hasn't been updated since 2007, 2008, and progress on completing barrier removals has not been consistently tracked. Some form of an update to this document is recommended at this time. Next slide. The final piece of background information that I wanted to share has to do with design standards. In California, these standards are found within Chapter 11B of the California Building Code Standards. This chapter establishes standards for new construction and alterations. Determining the accessibility requirements for alterations or additions requires significant familiarity with the building code as well as the specific history of that property. An accessible path of travel to a specific area of alteration or addition shall be provided. However, there are many exemptions or exceptions. In addition, compliance shall be provided to the greatest extent possible, but only up to 20% of the construction cost of the alterations or additions. And developers often will hire a CASP, that is a certified access specialist, to help them determine the extent of required accessibility improvements that apply to a specific property. Next slide. So this brings us to the city's own Access Advisory Committee. In 1988, the Staff Advisory Access Committee was established as an ad hoc committee to assist the ABR and HLC in reviewing public projects. The committee was formalized as a standing committee in 2001. The governing resolution was replaced in 2008, and the committee renamed the Access Advisory Committee. The AAC is made up of 7 appointed members, at least 4 of which shall be individuals with disabilities. Jim Marston is the current chair of the committee. The council liaison is Council Member Harmon, and I am the staff liaison as both the ADA coordinator and the city engineer. Next slide. The AAC resolution defines the purposes of the AAC, which is to assist and advise staff on public accessibility issues, such as, and I'm going to go ahead and read these off. This is directly out of the resolution. Ensuring equal access for people with disabilities to the city's programs, activities, and services. Prioritizing capital projects designed to remove physical barriers and improve access at city facilities. Prioritizing projects to remove physical barriers and improve access within the city's public right-of-way. Complying with accessibility-related building codes. Ensuring effective communication with people with disabilities, and identifying opportunities to educate the public about disability and disability access issues within the community. Next slide. So at this point, I'd like to transition to what's more the typical content for our annual report by highlighting some recent activities and achievements. In the programmatic area, the Access Advisory Committee has advised staff on the framework for a blue curb or accessible parking initiative. They have also provided assistance with the development of parklet guidelines. And I wanted to take a pause right there and get into a little bit more detail on the parklet guidelines. This is an example where the city acted quickly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic by adopting an emergency ordinance that allowed for expanded outdoor dining within the city right-of-way, including the allowance for parklets on city streets. Initial guidelines were created which stated that parklets must be ADA compliant. There wasn't much more detail initially other than that. So unfortunately, some parklets were initially constructed without full ADA compliance, and this has resulted in city staff coordinating with local businesses to make the required modifications in order to achieve compliance. In addition, the staff has been working very closely with the committee since the beginning to develop a more detailed update to the parklet guidelines that spell out accessibility requirements. And that has been created and been posted online in the last couple of weeks. It is unfortunate that some parklets were originally constructed without ADA compliance and have had to be modified. However, this should not be interpreted as putting business interests ahead of the civil rights of the disabled community. Given the emergency nature of the situation, staff has achieved an outcome that balances the needs of the business community and the requirements for accessibility. Even with the revised guidelines, new parklets will continue to be reviewed by staff for ADA compliance. So next, I'm jumping back to the list here. The AAC has been instrumental in the last year in providing input on the city's tactile warning standards. You may ask, what are tactile warnings? They're also known as truncated domes. You still might wonder, what's that? These are those yellow bumps at the end of the access ramp right before you enter the street. And the purpose of those is to alert people with visual impairments that they are about to enter the street, which can create hazards. So it's a cue for them that they're leaving the pedestrian environment and crossing into a vehicular environment. So they were instrumental in helping us to revise those standards. And also the Access Advisory Committee has helped with creation of a new email address because looking for ways to make it easier for people to contact the city with concerns. So we have that. It's ada@santabarbaraca.gov. And there's also been a number of city capital improvements that have been completed or are in progress. This includes 161 new and retrofitted sidewalk access ramps. And we're going to get, I have a little video that I hope to show on that, which highlights an area on Hollister that was completed by city street crews.
Got it.
What we just showed right there was an employee at Raytheon who, prior to the construction of a couple of access ramps out on Hollister, he needed to traverse in the street on the north side of Hollister, which is a high-speed vehicular area. And at one of our regular Access Advisory Committee meetings, an employee of Raytheon showed up and explained the need for this employee to get to work safely. And we were able to respond to that need. I think it took a little bit of time. It would always be nice to do these things as quickly as possible, but we were able to address that. And you could see from the smile on his face that it was a much needed improvement. So we're happy to do that. In addition, 6,600 square feet of new sidewalk. This included a couple of projects that created complete corridors, one on La Cumbra between State and Foothill, and another on Coast Village, on Old Coast Highway between Salinas and Harbor View. Another recent project is Cabrillo Pavilion. I'm not going to get into a lot of detail on that because you've probably heard a lot about it already, but a lot of accessibility improvements over the previous facility associated with that project. Next slide. Other recent or ongoing projects include ADA compliant gangway projects out at the waterfront, design for elevators at City Hall and the Central Library, as well as other ADA improvements on the second floor of City Hall, in particular the bathroom, and the Library Plaza project. These are just some of the projects that include accessibility improvements, either as the primary scope of work, as requirements for compliance with ADA, or voluntary accessibility upgrades as a portion of the project. The next slide. Last, I wanted to talk to you about future goals and objectives. I've met recently with members of the Access Advisory Committee, and collectively we have developed future goals and objectives. These include a process for AAC input on key capital projects prior to execution, raising awareness of ADA deficiencies inside commercial buildings open to the public, implementation of a blue curb parking initiative, creation of an accessible parking zone map on the city's website, adoption of an accessible valet parking ordinance, providing advice on ways to better enforce parking for persons with disabilities, developing outreach and education tools for local businesses, and regular updates from city staff on new sidewalk infill, curb cuts, and sidewalk repairs. In addition, the committee and staff have had discussions about revising the governing resolution in order to better define the role of the committee. In general, the committee wishes to assist and advise staff in a more proactive manner. Some committee members have shared that prior interaction with staff has been reactive. As staff, we will aim for these goals and objectives in a manner that will be more actively engage the committee throughout the process. Similar to other areas concerning civil rights, there is a lot of work to be done. As the city's ADA coordinator, I look forward to working with the committee and improving access throughout our community to people with disabilities. And I guess the last thing I wanted to show here before we go to questions is that the accessible parking zone map, although I listed that as a future goal and objective, we've made great progress on that. And it is now available on the city's website so that people who have the need will be able to use that tool to help them find accessible parking. And the committee was a great help in collecting much of that information and sharing that with city staff. So you can jump back and go to the last slide, which I think is just questions. And the ADA at Santa Barbara CA, just another reminder that we have that email address.
Thanks, Mr. Demore. Thank you so much. And we'll ask the City Council if they have questions on this presentation. You can jump on the screen. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very thorough, and I think I was the liaison to the Access Advisory Committee for a year, and they're a good group, and I know they continue to be a good group, even though that was several years ago for me. But Mr. Demore, I'll ask the clerk if there's a public comment, speakers lined up. Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we do have two members of the Access Advisory Committee on who we'll call on.
Thank you.
Bob Burnham and James Marston. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, you may raise your hand, or you can send me a message within the app or send an email to the clerk at santabarbraca.gov email, and I will know to call on you that way. So first we will go to Bob Burnham. Mr. Burnham, if you can unmute yourself, go ahead. There you go.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. First of all, Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank Brian and Matt Moore in the city's administrative office and fellow members of my committee. Thank you for really tackling the second point I made in my speech about remaining in dynamic conversation. I feel like we're making some headway toward really addressing some of the issues, not only with city platforms for communication, like GoToWebinar and Zoom, whatever is used, but also some of these projects and plans, designs, and projects that the city is being presented with, where we can engage in the process as stakeholders early on to really give input to bring full accessibility to those projects. So just a huge word of thanks to Brian and to Matt and to Vince Wong for huge help to me in even getting on this web link and being able to participate in the meeting. So I really appreciate all you folks. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you. Mr. Marston's next.
James Marston. Please go. Mr. Marston, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. We'll give a moment.
Okay, am I okay now?
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know I had my hand raised button, so I wasn't prepared. So I'll just follow what Bob said. I really appreciate what Brian has done. I've been on this committee and the ones beforehand for over 25 years, and I think this is the best group we have so far. We have been able to get a lot more accomplished with Brian's leadership. I think that the city is much more aware of the needs of following through the ADA. So like I said, I had nothing planned, so I'm sorry to take your time, but I'm glad to work with the group, and thank you all for taking care of our needs as you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marston and Mr. Burnham and everyone who serves on the committee. We'll close public comment. Ms. Clerk, unless someone else has raised their hand.
Madam Mayor, no. No one has.
Okay. So let's see, are we receiving a report? There's no need for a motion. We were updated. So thanks, Mr. Demore. You got some compliments there. That's good to hear. And I know all of our staff works hard in this arena. And thanks again to staff and to the committee. And we'll close this item and move on to number 12. Ms. Clerk, if you would read that, please.
Very good. Item 12, funding recommendations for use of community development block grant funds for coronavirus response.
Okay. This is some good news. Even though we're under pandemic, this is some good news. Ms. Stotts, take it away, please.
Hello, Madam Mayor, members of council. Liz Stotts, I'm the Senior Community Development Program Specialist, and I oversee numerous amounts of city grant programs. And today I'm here to talk to you about this process to allocate the special funding that was made available through the CARES Act. Next slide, please. So to remind everybody of this funding of CDBG, CV is what it's called, was made available by the CARES Act, which made additional money for communities to prevent, prepare, and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The city of Santa Barbara has been allocated to receive $530,774 to allocate. And just last week, our plan was accepted by HUD. So we received our grant agreement already from HUD. So we're ready to go. And we actually got complimented by our representative at HUD she was impressed with our plan. So we're making headway on that. Next slide, please. Here's a breakdown of our available funding. And I'll go over the categories in a second, but as you recall, on June 9th, council voted to make 70% of the city's allocation available for rental assistance, 30% for public services, and for administration, staff reserve 5% of our allocation for administration and oversight of this funding. Federal guidelines allow us to use up to 20%, but we wanted to maximize the amount of funding available to give out. So we only are taking that 5%. So with this 5% set aside, we have 504,235 available to grant out. Next slide, please. I'll go over the two funding categories that Council chose to fund. The first one is the public services category, and in that one there was 151,271 available. That was the 30% of our allocation. This was for humanitarian programs that provide low and moderate income persons with assistance that's a direct response to COVID-19. So this could include food banks, meal delivery programs. This isn't an all-inclusive list. It's just an examples of what's available or what's eligible. Mental health counseling, domestic violence counseling, services for youth that have reduced educational opportunities, childcare for parents returning to work. The amounts that we made available to applicants to be able to apply for was between 15,000 and 45,000. Next slide, please. The other category was the rental assistance, and this is where the majority of the council's funding went up to. So this is for to be able to provide up to 3 months of emergency rental payments to, again, low and moderate income households that are experienced job losses because of the pandemic and are facing eviction. With this one, we elected to make one grant available to an organization to operate the whole program. So we didn't piecemeal the grants. We told applicants to apply for the full amount to operate this program for us. Next slide, please. On June 9th, Council directed staff to conduct a modified version of our annual application process. So we did that, and it was a very quick and intense process. But it was done, and the committee you appointed did a wonderful job, and I'll go over that process in a minute. So on June 30th, the notice of funding availability was sent out to our interested parties list. This includes all agencies that have applied for city funding in the last 2 years. It also includes all current grant recipients and any organizations that have expressed an interest in applying for this funding. Quite a few organizations reached out to me since this announcement of the funding was made. So they were all notified. We also posted the notice on the Nonprofit Resource Network of Santa Barbara. This is the communications hub. It's like a social media network for all of the nonprofit service providers in Santa Barbara County. We also posted an ad in the news press, and we put the announcement on the city website. As part of this review process, Council appointed 3 members of the Community Development and Human Services Committee to review the submitted proposals. This was Veronica Loza, Charlotte Gollett-Moore, and Jenna Roll. Next slide, please. So the application deadline was July 9th. We received 26 applications during that time. 2 of those proposals were for the rental assistance. The remaining 24 were for the public services funding. The amount of requests totaled 735,315, and this exceeded our available amount of funding by $584,000. It was quite competitive. The committee reviewed the proposals from July 10th through the 16th, and on the 16th, they met to deliberate on the proposal. Next slide, please. The committee members ranked and scored all the applicants based on the application on the following criteria, the following categories, I should say. A maximum of 100 points was available to be earned. The first category was the under purpose and need. So this means that the applicant described the proposed program and the need for this funding, and that it was clearly defined, and that the program met the objectives of the CARES Act, which is to prevent, prepare, or respond to COVID-19. The next category was the organization capacity and experience. So in this case, applicants had to demonstrate a history of administering CDBG or similar programs. They had experience providing the service proposed. They were ready to proceed with their program. They had the ability to obtain and maintain client data to determine eligibility to receive the service. program delivery, this next category. The applicants identified the target population that they're serving, that the program met the national objectives, that the applicant demonstrated the ability to outreach and provide services to minorities, persons with disabilities, limited English speakers. We asked them to upload a copy of their program flyer in English and in Spanish to demonstrate that they are able to outreach to Spanish-speaking communities. They showed the ability to connect clients to other support services, and that they collaborate with other organizations. And the next category was the program budget. So in this case, they identified all their funding sources, and they demonstrated an ability to leverage non-CDBG CD COVID funding as part of this proposal. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, this funding was highly competitive. Of the 24, the committee was able to fund 9 in the public services category. And you should have an attachment as part of your staff report with that list, and they're sorted by their score. For rental assistance, the subcommittee is recommending that the program be operated by the United Way of Santa Barbara County. They show that they've been operating a rental assistance program for quite some time now, and that they've been collaborating with local foundations and with the Family Service Agency. So we will be augmenting their rental assistance fund with our CDBG funding. Next slide. And that is my presentation. Before I conclude, I'll remind you of the staff recommendation. We ask you to approve the funding recommendations of the Community Development and Human Services Committee for, this will be for fiscal year 21, for CDBG funds for COVID response. We ask you to authorize the Community Development Director to negotiate and execute grant agreements implementing the funding recommendations, subject to review and approval by the City Attorney, and to increase appropriations and estimated revenues by $530,774 in the CDBG fund for grant awards and administration. Next slide, and that is my presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Stotts. We'll go to questions. I just want to thank that committee before we go any further for doing all this work. Mr. Jordan, you were first. Go ahead, please, with your questions.
Barely, wasn't that? So it's the last time I'll ever be first in that race. Ms. Stotts, great presentation. I was just wondering if you just had a quick overview so I have some talking points on how United Way, what their parameters are, how they find the people, what their average distribution would be. So how many families is it going to positively affect, that kind of thing? Just, do you have some kind of just overview on their program? So when I get asked about it, I'll have something to say other than we just gave the money to United Way to continue their good work.
Councilmember Jordan, Madam Mayor, they in their budget, they have $1.5 million in the rental assistance fund. So we're adding another $350,000 to it. So they have an extensive fund that they've done in collaboration with a lot of the local foundations. And I've asked Steve Ortiz, the CEO of the United Way, to join us, and hopefully he's still on the phone, so he might also be able to answer some questions.
Oh, super. That'd be great.
Yeah, they collaborate with Family Service Agency. So they have this wonderful website where you can go. I don't have it memorized right now. I believe it's unitedwaysb.org. I'm not 100% on that one, but they do have a website where people can go in and fill out an application and for the assistance, and Family Service Agency does the qualification to make sure that they meet all the requirements and are able to provide any necessary services.
Super. Madam Mayor, I'd love to give Mr. Ortiz a minute if we can.
Ms. Gorman, is Mr. Ortiz queued up to speak with us?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, Mr. Ortiz is on the line, so I will go ahead and unmute him.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Ortiz.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me here today. I'm not sure if I'm on screen or just audio here.
Just audio. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we have a substantial program that we've been managing since really March 15th when we initiated To date, we have distributed 1.4 million to a little over 1,800 households. We are looking at using this CDBG grant specifically to help City of Santa Barbara residents. Our proposed expected amount is to serve about 200 households, depending on where we land as far as a max per individual. Our current program runs at a max of 1,000 per household. We have proposed to the city potentially going higher, either 1,500 or 2,000 per household, understanding that rents in the South Coast are a bit more expensive. But we do have a layered approach where we do meet with every single household who has applied and really verify the need, and based on that verification, an exact amount is distributed to that household.
Super. Thanks so much for those details. You may want to hang on. Somebody else may want to have a question for you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll also just sneak in another compliment to Ms. Stotts and her crew for also reducing the city's admin fee on that. I know that was a discussion point when this came to us before, and I'm happy to see that more money of that big pot is going to community need rather than just to an admin. So I just want to, whoever helped that along, I just have to offer my thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon, and then Ms. Gutierrez. Go ahead, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I similarly want to offer my thanks and deep appreciation both to the committee who put these recommendations together and to staff. This is really, really exciting. I just have a quick follow-up for Mr. Ortiz. I think he would be the right person, though he answered most of my questions. I have a number of constituents who have already reached out to me about being interested in applying for this funding. Can you let us know, even just if you can sketch out vaguely, should they go to the website and apply right now? Is there some date at which they should apply to specifically try to get access to this city money? I want to direct them as best I can and as most efficiently as I can. Is there going to be some specific, drop-down menu they should pick from if they want to get access to the city of Santa Barbara? Should they just go forward and apply on your website today and trust that this money is coming at some point in the future? And where should they go to do that?
Yeah, so our website, unitedwaysbc.org, is the primary source to find the application. The CDBG grant-specific information is not up yet pending the agreement with the city. But that should not prevent individuals from applying now, because we understand that many individuals need assistance beyond our current funding. Therefore, we will look and skim through the 1,800 who have already applied, where we have flagged some who are most vulnerable to be able to receive additional funds. So even if they were to apply through the application available now, we would contact them for the CDBG funds through the city as well. But there will be a specific drop down, in a sense, or portal for these funds.
Okay, but I should recommend for them to go ahead and do it now, and they'll get on a waiting list whether or not they're selected for these particular funds that are being allocated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone.
Madam Mayor, Council Member Harmon, I just wanted to also jump in, and once we're working on executing contracts this week. So once we get council approval, we'll be executing those contracts. Our contract execution process unfortunately takes a long time, so trying to get it out as fast as possible. But we're working, and we actually, Steve and I are meeting this week to work out on those details. So we're working on it.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, a question from you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the city staff and the CDBG committee members who helped with this application process. I also wanted to add, I helped a lot of community members when United Way opened up their applications, and some of the community members that I helped did get rental assistance. So this amount of money is definitely going to be a huge help in the community, and United Way has done a really good job with their relief efforts during the coronavirus. I just want to thank them as well. I do have a question for Ms. Scott. The 9 grants recommended for public services, could you mention where they went to?
Yeah, Councilmember Gutierrez. Let me pull up the list here. They should be in your staff report, but yeah, I can say them out loud right now. Food bank, that is, I don't know if you want dollar amounts or you just want to know.
No, just so the public can
the
know.
organization. Okay. Yeah, so it's the food bank, organic soup kitchen, Planned Parenthood, Transition House, Domestic Violence Solutions, Showers of Blessing, Noah's Anchorage, Sarah House, and Santa Barbara Right Care Center.
Thank you.
Thanks. It looks like we're done with questions unless, Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was just wondering how many organizations were unfortunately denied the funding?
The majority of them. So we had 24 applicants and in the public services category, and only 9 grants were awarded. So, and then in the rental assistance, there were 2 applicants. So one of them did not get that grant.
What options do those organizations have now when it comes to applying for funding?
From the city, there's the next funding cycle for CDBG and human services funding, and that comes up in the winter. So that starts in November, but that would be for next year. We haven't heard anything from HUD whether they'll be making additional money available. There have been some rumor that there might be a 3rd round of allocations, but so far we haven't heard anything. And the award letter that HUD sent to us made no mention of it. So at this point, we don't know if more money will be coming.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gutierrez. Let's ask if there's anyone wanting to make public comment. Ms. Gorman, is there anyone in the system?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 3 persons who have raised their hand to speak on this item, and they are Richard Kaplan, Mark Alvarado, and John Tomazio. And Rob Fredericks has just raised his hand also. So Richard Kaplan, please go ahead.
Yes, this is Richard Kaplan from the Food Bank of Santa Barbara County. I do want to thank the council for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. We at the Food Bank deeply appreciate the support of our community in this time of need. I think, in fact, one of the untold stories is just how many people in Santa Barbara are lending a helping hand to those impacted by the pandemic. And of course, we count the help of the city of Santa Barbara as a crucial part of that outpouring of support. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the food bank has received donations from over 2,000 new donors. The money comes trickling in small sums and large. Many times a note is attached. Thank you for your great work. Or this is all I can afford at the moment. Please put it where you think best. Now, since March 9th, the food bank has aggressively expanded its emergency food relief program. We've distributed over 7 million pounds of nutritious food, and on average, 72,000 pounds leaves our warehouses every day. Within the city, for the 3 months from April to June 2020, we provided 1,831,000 pounds of nutritious food. And if you compare that to the previous year, when we distributed 583,000 pounds for the same period, we've been providing approximately 3 times the amount of food relief we did the prior year. And an important point, I think, is that the food bank provides a lot of nutritional bang for its bucks, if I can say that. The food bank is uniquely able to leverage grants and donations because of 3 factors. First, over the 38 years of our existence, we've established a powerful connection with local groups and nonprofits. These 300 partners help extend our reach in assisting people in need. Second is the many volunteers who give their free time and also, unfortunately, put themselves at elevated risk by helping out in this period of pandemic. In the fiscal year 2020, there were over 3,000 volunteers assisting in one way or another. Finally, our ability to leverage food purchases helps us create better efficiencies by combining with other food banks to make block purchases of food and buying food from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. All that means that a single dollar donated enables 8 meals to get into the hands of those who face food insecurity. The food bank is in some ways a remarkably efficient machine for getting critical nutritional resources out to families in need. Unfortunately, this is a time of great need. Again, I want to say thanks to the city of Santa Barbara and also to the residents of Santa Barbara for helping out. All right, that's all.
Thanks, Mr. Kaplan. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mark Alvarado. Mark Alvarado's hand is down. Next, John Tamiazo. Please go ahead.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon. The board, the staff, the volunteers, and those we serve at Showers of Blessing. We want to thank the City of Santa Barbara Community Development and the City Council for your past supporting these emergency funds. I'm the new executive director there, and I've worked in Santa Barbara for many, many years. I'm the former executive director for Jody House Brain Injury Center, and I've taught at Santa Barbara City College Adult Education for about 20 years. So, and I actually worked on the city council for a while with the rental housing mediation task force for a couple of years. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you for your support during this very difficult time, and the funds will be well used. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the work you do with Showers of Blessings, Mr. Tamiazo. Any other speakers pop up, Ms. Gorman?
Next speaker is Rob Fredericks, then Gil Berry, Mark Alvarado, Mary Turley, Nancy Shoby, and Patricia Saley. Rob Fredericks, please go ahead. Mr. Fredericks, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and City Council members. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Ms. Stotts and the review subcommittee for their great work on their deliberations on these grants. And I know that was tough choices with the public services portion of the funding, but great organizations that they're going to. On the rental assistance, to United Way, I really appreciate Steve Ortiz and his team stepping up. I know that the $352,000 won't go a long way with what I fear to be an influx of need for people who are precariously housed and families. So I would hope that Steve and his team will get the word out to all of the other service organizations in town to direct people to his organization. I know that I will cross-link the information from our Housing Authority website to United Way, so people, when they come to us, our staff will know where to direct them to. But thank you very much. These are important funds to get out to the community.
Thanks, Mr. Fredericks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Nancy Shoby. Nancy Shoby, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Nancy Shobe with Showers of Blessing, and I know you already heard from John Tamiazo, our new executive director, but I would really, really like to thank the mayor and the Santa Barbara City Council, and also a special thanks to Liz Stotts for the monies that you give for Showers of Blessing. It's just to see the transformation that our people, our guests who are experiencing homelessness, to see the transformation that they have when they come out of the showers is just so amazing. And to be able to offer these showers during the pandemic, we absolutely 100% couldn't do it without your support. So thank you to the City Council, to the mayor, to the entire city for allowing us to keep serving our guests. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Shobe. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mark Alvarado. Mark Alvarado, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And once again, kudos to Liz for getting this money out the door. It's definitely needed. But I'm curious, and I don't think Liz can answer this question now, and if she could, that would be great. Of how many youth service providers applied for these funds. I do know, and I do see that a lot of this funding that's going out does impact and help our children. So I'm not trying to discount that at all. I'm just more concerned that in our first round of CDBG applications that you guys approved a month or so ago, there was, once again, it was 7% funding went towards direct youth services. And here again, and I don't think it's the fault of anybody other than, are we doing enough outreach and cultivation of these direct services to get them in line? I know it is a challenging application process and it can be a little bit daunting for some organizations. So I'm just wondering if we did have some that were competitive. It's just a concern out here because, as we very well know, even though we're in this pandemic, there's a variety of different impacts that are challenging our children today. So just wanted to throw that in there and see if Liz could answer that. If not, I could follow up with her later. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll take the next speaker and address any questions when public comment is over. Thanks. Next speaker.
And Madam Mayor, there are no further commenters on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll close public comment and go to the recommendation. I see a couple of my council members up there. Mr. Friedman, did you want to make a motion or did you have comments? We're taking comments for the time being, yeah.
Oh, just comments. Well, first, I just want to thank you to Ms. Stotts and all the staff and the work that you put in and all the providers that accompanied it. I know I was just looking at it, and to get to Mr. Alvarado's question, I'm sure Ms. Stotts can fill in even more, but I do see that NOAA's Anchorage Youth Shelter Safety Improvements is one of the funded on there. And I know there's a lot of others, but Ms. Stotts can speak to that, but there is that I see as part of the funded for, it looks like $15,000, if I'm reading that correct, or actually $15,000. So but in regards to this, I think this is a very positive step in terms of providing supports that our community needs. And it's a very difficult time. The food bank in particular, thank you for those members who spoke today. I think hunger and food insecurity is a very, very major issue that we're trying to address, and our food bank and other partners are a part of addressing that over what will be the coming months as we go into the summer and the fall. So with that, when the time comes, I can make the motion now or later, but if I had to make the motion to approve this staff recommendation.
Thanks. That sounded like a motion. Ms. Sneddon, you're nodding. Are you a second on that?
I'm a second on that, yes. Thank you.
And your comments, please?
Yeah, just, to echo all of our colleagues' appreciation, and especially when this item initially came up, it was tempting to put all of the funding into rental relief, and I'm grateful that we had the opportunity to divert some of the funds in other places that are hugely needed, and food bank is one example, and others. And it's clear we need more funding, and if we should receive more funding, we'll put it to good use, and hopefully more funding coming. But thank you to the team who put this together quickly and is getting it out there. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Stotts, I see that Transition House was a recipient. They obviously serve children. Santa Barbara Wright Care Center, teletherapy for children. But if you would get back with Mr. Alvarado, we would be grateful. And did you have a comment now?
Yeah, I could. We did have quite a few applicants in that category. I believe I'm counting right now about 6 or 7 various programs did apply for funding, and there just wasn't enough funding. And I think a few people pointed out NOAA's Anchorage is a youth shelter for runaway youth, so they are getting funding. The Wright Care Center is for children, therapy for children. So there were a few applicants that did receive, but yeah, there just isn't enough money to go around for everybody that needs it. And I will say that all of these organizations are doing amazing work. And that was the one thing the committee members did point out, was that they were blown away by the quality of work that these organizations have stepped up during this time, but there's just not enough money.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor is to approve the funding recommendations, to authorize the community development director to, here they are on the screen, negotiate the agreements and execute them, and then increase the appropriation. So if you will take a roll call vote. Thanks, Ms. Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is for item 12, motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon to approve the staff recommendations. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Aye. I think that was a motion by Friedman, though.
Oh.
Thanks.
Motion by, thank you. Thank you by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous, Ms. Clerk. We thank everyone for applying, and grateful to staff, to the United Way, and wishing good luck to everyone in this difficult time. So thank you. We will start the next item and get a little ways and then take a break. We try to do it every couple of hours to give our interpreters a spell. If you would read number 13 into the record, we'll get that one started.
Item 13, introduction of ordinance for amendments to the average unit size density incentive program focused on the central business district. Recommendation of the council: A, make the California Environmental Quality Act findings contained in this council agenda report and the addendum to the general plan program environmental impact report. B, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code Chapter 30.150 to facilitate construction of more housing units within the central business district. And C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara to amend the city of Santa Barbara general plan, land use element to incorporate provisions to the average unit size density incentive program, amend the general plan map to reflect proposed designation changes within the central business district, and make environmental findings pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thanks, Ms. Gorman. And it looks like Ms. Metzger was ready to start us off. You ready?
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and council members. My name is Jessica Metzger, and I'm the project planner for this project on the AUD program amendments focused on the Central Business District. Next slide, please. And we are really here today to look at the AUD program amendments to both the municipal code and also the general plan and make the CEQA findings. Next slide. So in 2019, we had a very extensive public outreach process to develop the direction that was adopted by your city council in December of last year. And it really focused on looking at taking the AUD program from a trial program to a permanent multi-unit housing program. And the accumulation of this effort is summarized here on this slide. And it includes increasing the density in certain areas, looking at the open yard requirements in the downtown, increasing the height limit by right to 48 feet in commercial areas, adjusting parking requirements, extending the trial period of the program, looking at establishing floor area ratios, reviewing the decision-making authority of the Planning Commission, and protecting the existing affordable housing. Next slide, please. And then in April, the City Council directed planning staff to come back to you with this larger package and look at what really could be prioritized to look just at our downtown and have a focused amendment package for the Central Business District. This package will facilitate the economic recovery due to COVID-19 and will expedite construction of new housing in our downtown. Next slide. So the CBD amendment components include the density, the building height, the open yard, and the parking has two components, either unbundling or maximum or in lieu fees, as well as the trial period. Next slide. So the first component of these amendments is to increase the density to high density with priority housing overlay in the majority of the central business district. And this was the first direction given to us back in 2019. And so if we go to the next slide, I wanted to let you know that both the Planning Commission and the Ordinance Committee are forwarding this recommendation to the City Council. Not only is the medium high density infeasible currently in the downtown area where we hope to replace it, but this amendment will go far in increasing the vitality of our downtown area. Incentives for housing in our city is the best investment for us to do for our downtown future. And so next slide, I will show you a couple different maps of these density changes. So just to explain the maps again to everyone, this is the entire AUD program. So everywhere that is a color has the AUD components to it. The light orange color is the medium high density, and that's 15 to 27 units per acre. The darker orange color is the high density, and that is 28 to 36 units per acre. And then wherever you see the hash mark, that would be the priority housing overlay. And so that's a density of up to 63 units per acre. And so if we flip to the next slide, we're going to focus just on the central business district, which is that dashed black line that you see surrounding the major downtown area. And then you'll see that light orange color that I showed on the larger map in the center of the central business district. So that's that medium high density that we really found is just not getting housing into it due to the high land costs that we have downtown. And so if we flip to the next map, paying attention to where those orange areas were, you'll now see highlighted in the yellow line the areas that we are proposing, and the recommendations are coming from both Planning Commission and Ordinance Committee to change to high density with the priority housing overlay. So it's important to remember that to get that priority housing overlay of 63 units per acre, you have to have a community benefit project. So that means it needs to be an affordable housing program for a very low or moderate income, transitional or supportive housing, or rental housing. So if you're building condominiums in that hatched area, you cannot get that density of 63 units and could only get the density of high density at the top of 36 units. So Mr. Ford flipped back a couple of times there just so you could see the difference between previous and now. There we go. I think that's sufficient. So now we can go to the next slide. So the next component of our package that we were directed to start on last year is in regards to the building height. So the original direction was to change the building height by right from 45 feet to 48 feet in that central business district if it had the priority housing overlay and if it was CG or CM zones. This 3 feet would alleviate some design problems that architects in town had that was brought up during our public outreach process. And it also makes smaller units more livable if they have more ceiling height to deal with. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission is forwarding that same recommendation that was the direction to City Council. And then when we presented it to the Ordinance Committee, they recommend that no change be made to height at this time. Currently, the ordinance standards allow you to increase the height if you go to Planning Commission and they make certain findings about your project. And the Ordinance Committee was happy with that process as it is. And then our next slide shows our open yard. So the original direction on open yard was to exclude the parcels that are between Chapala and Anacapa from open yard requirements. This direction was really given because this area is close to many public spaces, parks, and has a strong active transportation network. And I'm sorry, that's kind of a planner term. What that means is that we have bike lanes that are continuous and separated from vehicular traffic. We have wider sidewalks that are separated from vehicles by landscaping, and it's all really connected in our downtown core. You can easily use other modes of transportation to get around to places. And then especially now with our State Street Promenade, even though this is not a permanent thing, we have even more open space on the downtown areas on those 2 blocks between Chapala and Anacapa. Additionally, if you look at those buildings, they're really mostly built lot line to lot line. And so if they were to be converted from office or commercial back to residential or changed to residential, there's not really an area to do an open yard. And so making this exception would allow them to be converted with more ease. It was brought up that they could use rooftops to be part of their deck or to be part of their open yard. And that is true, but it's also important to note that anytime we have additional amenities in AUD projects that we've seen in the past, the cost of the project and the rents of the project go up in tandem with those amenities. So next slide, please, Mr. Four. The Planning Commission looked at that direction and decided that they approved with that direction with Chapala and Anacapa streets, but they thought it was more appropriate to be on both sides of the street instead of just between those 2 streets. So parcels that touch both sides of Chapala and Anacapa were included. So they increased the area for the exemption. And then the Ordinance Committee looked at the direction and decided that they wanted to make sure that rooftop decks could count towards the open yard in these areas. And they did not forward the exemption. Next slide, please. And so after the Ordinance Committee, we went back to the office and looked at the current standards for review, and they're shown here on this slide. So for AUD multi-unit housing projects, if you're in a non-residential zone, you can change your common open yard standard to be 15% of your lot area if it's 20 feet by 20 feet wide. And it can be above grade, including roof decks. So at the Ordinance Committee hearing, we were unclear if that was the case or not. And after consultation with additional staff members, we found that that is already the code, but it's not really that clear. And so we wanted to make sure that in these amendments, we clarified that and removed any ambiguity that it may have. And so that has been done in the proposed ordinance before you today. And then the next slide, I'll turn over to Rob Dayton, who will be doing the presentation on the next parking slides. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dayton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, unbundling parking. The original recommendation was to look at unbundled parking. And so we'll look at the next slide and just explain it just a little bit. Unbundling parking. Right now, the municipal code requires that parking remain available for all occupants. So the change is really, really necessary. And what unbundling means, it just means that we're decoupling the cost of parking from housing, that little graphic on the right, showing that there is a total cost of a unit and parking. But then if you decouple them, it really gives downtown dwellers a choice to choose a cheaper solution. And particularly the type of downtown dwellers we're looking at that have a lower environmental footprint and then are looking for lower cost housing items. The unbundling gives the tenant that availability to do that. Tenants choose to pay for the parking if they're needed. So in the recommendation, both the Planning Commission and the Ordinance Committee recommended this unbundling parking, or another way to say that is lease parking separately from units. Next slide. In terms of parking, both maximums and in lieu fee. The original recommendation before this went to Planning Commission was for an in lieu fee. An in lieu fee is a fee that's paid. So you have one space required per unit, and then a developer can pay an in lieu fee to reduce the number of spaces they provide, and that in lieu fee is applied to each space that the proposal recommends that's reduced. So that's how it is. We talked about various amounts in the Kaiser Marston study, and then so that was the original recommendation. Let's look at the next slide. Planning Commission took a little bit different approach to that, and it's important to keep in mind that this is all kind of post-COVID, this crisis we've been in, and really trying to incentivize this program. One of the things I think about as a planner is that whatever incentives we provide, the day we get that building on the ground is somewhere between 3 and 5 years from now. So it's kind of like, hurry up, but how fast can it happen? A Planning Commission looked at parking maximums, and one of the things that is interesting about parking maximum and to understand is just flipping it upside down from the requirement. A one space requirement is you can provide a minimum of one and then as much as you like after that, versus a maximum is you can only provide a maximum of one and then you can provide as little as that. The ordinance committee did kind of a hybrid. They were saying, let's do the parking maximum, but then also allow an in lieu fee. And there is a creative way to set that up. But let's talk about the staff recommendation and just where we feel like that's the next slide, where probably the sweet spot is, and that's to go with the parking maximum. The in lieu fee that the ordinance committee was recommended, they wanted to set it 0 to create the incentive now, and then perhaps ramp up the in lieu fee to hold back maybe if there's this tidal wave of proposals. We can only hope that we would get that much interest. And so one of the ways to do this in the staff recommendation is you create the parking maximum now. That's the easiest to do. And then we can, in the adaptive management program, revisit that to see if we need to do an in lieu fee. So this would be consistent with what the Planning Commission recommendation was. We got a lot of developer feedback about parking. This allows the developer to choose the right amount of parking that they think it meets the finances. So it gives them an incentive to provide the parking they think is important to them. And then it really does incentivize housing to have that initially. And really, as we talk about this with staff, the most significant economic stimulus we can do for downtown is the housing itself. So getting that started and getting it going. If we do want to do an in lieu fee, like I said, staff would recommend we would do that later. So for your discussion, and I'll hand it back to Ms. Messner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. So our final and sixth component of this expedited package to really get housing in our downtown jump started is in regards to the trial period. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission recommended that the language associated with the trial period be entirely eliminated from the ordinance. They felt that even before the time of COVID, the trial period language has a truly chilling effect on development through the AUD program. And it creates real uncertainty for the developer to know if his project will be through entitlement process, or he or she will be through entitlement process before the trial period is ended. The Ordinance Committee recommended that we speak about the trial period with the council as a whole because it has been something of a contentious item throughout the entire program. Next slide, please. And so the trial period, like Mr. Dayton just alluded to, was intended to let us really look at the AUD program from time to time and make adjustments based on what was going on in our community, what we were hearing from various groups. And we have done that multiple times since 2013 when this program was adopted. So the trial period language that we were directed to change was to eliminate the 250 unit cap from the ordinance. And what that would do would set the AUD program expiration date at August of next year of 2021. And those amendments that we talked about in the earlier slides that we're not doing through this program, those will be completed in early 2021. And so those are the options that we have on the trial period. Next slide. And so the additional AUD amendments that I just spoke about us completing in 2021 have to do with figuring out the floor area lot ratios. And really that's a public involved like outreach process for our community. Going out and seeing what FARs really look like in our community and what we want to go forward with in the future. And I just want to say we're kind of lucky in our timing with this because the American Institute of Architects is just starting their charrette focusing on the downtown, but they're also going to be looking at various FARs for projects that they're proposing through their charrette. So this will help kind of get us started on our larger floor to lot area ratio for the entire AUD program. We'll also be looking at the decision-making authority of the Planning Commission for larger projects and protecting existing affordable housing. That has a couple of different components with it, including one that will be to Planning Commission in August, which is the creation of a mobile home park overlay that will protect existing mobile homes from future redevelopment into other housing products. We will also be looking at doing a local preference for our inclusionary component of the AUD program, as well as no net loss of any units that are affordable on the parcel before it's developed. So they would be included in the development so we don't ever lose any affordability in any of our levels. And next slide, please. So that concludes my staff report on the expedited package. We recommend that council make the motion approving the recommendation in the council agenda report, which is summarized here on this slide. And we have a whole bevy of staff people that really helped get this done in such a quick manner, and we'll all be here to help answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will take a break. Ms. Gutierrez, you can be the first one to ask questions if you are getting ready to ask questions. It's just so close to, 2 hours. So are you good with a little break too, Ms. Metzger? And we'll be right back. This meeting is in recess. Thank you. will reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Ms. Clerk, if everything's good on your end. Okay. So we're on item number 13, which has to do with our average unit size density incentive program. And we had just finished the presentation and Alejandra Gutierrez was about to ask some questions. We're in the council asking questions part. I assume we have some public speakers lined up. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead with your questions, please.
Yeah, in reading the resolution for this agenda item, I'm a little confused. This agenda item is directly to talk about the Central Business District, right? So it's the downtown area?
Yes.
Okay.
So your question, go ahead.
My question is, if there's any way under density charge changes that we can remove where it says, remove the priority housing overlay from Milpa Street and on Haley Street, west to north Guarentina Street. I think that we need to have more discussion on that. And we shouldn't have Milpas, Haley on a packet that talks about the downtown area.
Let's have Ms. Metzger address your concern and your question. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilperson Gutierrez. So, Ms. Ostringer is also, I'll just let her answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ostringer.
Mayor Murillo, Council Member Alejandro Gutierrez. The reason that language is included into the ordinance is because Government Code 66300, which is known as the Housing Crisis Act, requires that if you're going to reduce any density, that you have to concurrently increase the density. So when council directed us to go to an expedited package and kind of focus on the downtown corridor, we couldn't do what council had previously instructed us, which was to remove the priority housing overlay from Milpas and also from the various historic districts. So what we've done to accommodate that in the future removal of the priority housing overlay is I spoke with some representatives from the Housing and Community Development Department for this state and explained that, look, we're going to be doing this all is intended as an entire package. And so even though this piece, the potential for the Milpas and the historic districts is going to come 6 months later, we consider it to be a complete and package. And so that was really to protect us, to allow council members the flexibility to then later go forward with the removal of priority housing overlay in Milpas if you so should choose to do so. It's not necessarily tying your hands with regards to that, but it is making sure that you have that option in the future. And
sorry, go ahead, continue.
And so the representative that I spoke to, she wouldn't formally say in writing that would be acceptable, but she did run it up the chain, and she did verbally tell us that the way we were approaching it would probably be acceptable to them to then remove priority housing overlay in the future.
Okay. Thank you so much for that explanation. And I do trust the city attorney's office and your expertise. I just don't feel comfortable having this part in the resolution without having a larger discussion, especially with community members, because what I hear a lot from my district is, you know, they do changes in District 1. We never get, you know, acknowledged. I really don't feel that we need to tie this. I understand what you just said to me. I just feel like I don't feel comfortable adding this right now. I think we can bring it up at another agenda item to have a full-on discussion about it. This, Mr. Colon, you can correct me, but when we remove the priority housing overlay from Milpas, this means that we are allowing, let's say, more condominiums to be constructed there instead of apartments?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, not necessarily. The way to think about it is this. If we do not include the language that Ms. Ostranger discussed with the Department of Housing and Community Development, you will not be able to reduce the density on Milpas under any circumstance without adding further density elsewhere beyond what's in the downtown. So as Ms. Ostranger said, this action does not compel the council to reduce density on Milpas, but it leaves open the possibility should you ultimately decide that when you discuss it.
Okay. Ms.
Madam Mayor.
Metzger, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilperson Alejandra Gutierrez, I just would also like to bring up that throughout 2019, we did extensive public outreach to all of the community for both of our public meetings that we held on where density should and shouldn't be in the AUD program going forward. And during this time, the 711 Milpas project was also going through the system. So we had a lot of people who were very concerned from the neighborhoods adjacent to the Milpas area attend those meetings and speak to me and our groups about the density. And so it was passed by a carrying vote at the City Council last year, but that doesn't mean during this next phase, we can't dig into it more. And when we look at our floor area ratios, that might also change it to not having less density, but just having different sizes of buildings. So it's something that we also could address later, but we do need these findings due to the HCD recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Metzger. Ms. Gutierrez, you've stated your position. Your colleagues may or may not agree with you. We'll find out. We're still in the question period. So if you would, continue.
One more question.
Okay, please. And if you have a question for the city attorney, please go through the mayor. And it's Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask the city attorney a question, please. So thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I would like to ask the city attorney a question.
Okay, another one. Go for it.
On the resolution, and I know it was touched upon on the presentation, where it says eliminate the 250 units. Today, we're going to vote if we also add the 8 years expiration for the AUD project, right? I can't hear you.
I have to unmute myself, Madam Mayor and Council Member Alejandro Gutierrez. That is correct. Originally, it went to the Planning Commission with the direction to just remove the 250 unit cap, but to maintain the 8-year date. The Planning Commission felt that that created some sort of uncertainty for developers and recommended that we remove the 8-year cap. So putting in, there's no expiration date. So that's the language that's in front of you right now.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I have another question for the city attorney's office.
She's ready.
So last week on Tuesday, I learned that if we cannot discuss any items that are not agendamized, and in section 13 for today's agenda, it says focus on central business district. Adding for the removing of the priority of housing overlay on Milpas, does that consist of a Brown Act?
Mayor Murillo and Council Member Alejandro Gutierrez. No, because this information has been disseminated to the public, and so they understand that this is something that you're going to be considering, so you can discuss it.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, go ahead. Questions, please.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I have a couple questions for staff. And the first one, I think to Ms. Metzger, I think they're all three to Ms. Metzger. And that's going back to that slide, the information you presented on open yard standards and the choices we get to make. If there's open yard available inside the internal box of a development, so somewhere on the floors below the roof, but you were meeting your open yard requirements on the roof conceptually, I guess whether or not, do you also get credit, or do you start to add up meeting the open yard requirements within the building too? Or is there a minimum open yard space you have to meet once you've already met the 20 by 20 or 15 by 15, whatever it is? So I guess this is the worst question ever. I'll just admit that already. So if I have little nooks and crannies that are 10 by 10 or 10 by 5 built within the architectural design of a building, little teeny and interior courtyards, do those also get counted in open yard considerations?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilperson Jordan. So when we went through the ENZO process of changing our code, one of the things that happened with the open yard was we realized people were counting those small areas and adding them together to be open yard, which of course isn't anything usable for the tenant. And so that's why our open yard standards changed to have the 20 feet by 20 feet width for the common open yard area. So it has to be 20 feet by 20 feet to be counted, but it also has to be 15% of the lot size. So it can be a couple different areas if it was a really large project.
So the 20 by 20 is a minimum of any open yard space that would have to be counted, or you just have to meet that one time and then you can use a 5 by 10 area, a bunch of 5 by 10 areas somewhere else?
Right, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, you can count those small spaces towards the 15% of the lot area, but as Ms. Metzger said, we want to see at least one larger continuous area that could actually be usable space.
Okay,
so that's where those...
So in my scenario, the way it's presented today, before we discuss how it's presented, is if you're using the roof and you have at least 20 by 20, but you don't have 15%, you can pick up the 15% in other areas of the building, and there's no minimum on that size of common open space area within the interiors of the building. Does that sound right? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. That's what I thought. And then my other two questions are really just related to, I think it was the second letter from Allied that questioned the kind of like the making findings potentially on future changes to our ordinance or amendments to the general plan that would provide the mitigation in the future. And I had a problem with this once or twice on Planning Commission too. So if you say the findings today can be made for the program EIR of the existing general plan, or the existing program EIR for the general plan, but they're relying on yet to be introduced mitigations like objective design standards or historical district programs or buffers, can you still make those findings today relying upon those future actions?
Council Member Jordan, I think, oh, wait, I have two other staff members ready. I'll let them go.
Mr. Gullett?
Madam Mayor and Council Member Jordan, it's part of the nature of the beast of general planning, because initially none of those mitigation measures are in place. Our general plan goes through the year 2030, and it's anticipated that those mitigation measures will come over time. And I know one of the mitigation measures of concern is the historic structures ordinance, and that will be coming before your council next week for a check-in hearing.
Okay, and so I guess my question is, so the flag was raised, the flag is acknowledged, but this is a normal chicken and egg kind of process, I guess, that doesn't throw up any red flags from your perspective, right?
Right, and we're looking at build out over the life of this general plan as well. So we'll see projects coming in over time too, and we're also prioritizing the mitigation measures that are in the general plan and getting them effective to address those impacts.
Okay, then one other question I had for whichever of staff is most appropriate is, I got a lot of feedback too on the potential crossing of the actions, say to keep one or more of the sunset provisions in place and in contradiction to SB 330. And I'd just like to put that to bed on whether or not, and confirm that we have vetted whether it's a removal of the sunset, whether it's keeping the 250 units, or whether it's just keeping the August 21st date, that we're not in violation of SB 330 by freezing, the freezing requirement or something else. And I'll just tell you, I'm the last guy who's kept track of every piece of legislation. So as Ms. Ostrander, if you could help me, that would be great.
Okay.
Mayor Murillo and Council Member Jordan, this did briefly come up in my discussions with HCD. We hadn't asked them to look at the removal of the, but at the point, I should back up, at the point they looked at it, we hadn't entirely removed both the 8-year and the 250 cap. The ordinance they were looking at was just the removal of the 250 cap. And they commented on it on their own regard and said, we honestly aren't sure how we feel about it. We think you probably are okay. But we'd have to want to look at it at a different time. Probably removing it from the entire cap with the 8-year and the 250 might make them happier, but I think we could make the argument that it's not a decrease in density.
Sorry, and is the opposite have any basis too, that even continuing to have an expiration date that would then result in the day after the expiration date, a return to variable density, is that conceptually in violation of SB 330? Historically, variable density was not a great housing producer, but historically the AUD program is a greater housing producer. So just that action of allowing either no extension of it, no taking away the sunset, but allowing, just having that date and that line in the sand in the future, has that been vetted as not a violation of SB 330?
Mayor Murillo and Council Member Jordan, I think that's really kind of what the HCD was picking up on, of what does this do to your density? What's ultimately, have you thought about it? Those were questions that they kind of picked up on their own. Just for the benefit of the council and the public, our general plan land use element provides that at the expiration of the program, we do revert back to variable density. It also talks about these check-ins with you and the determination of what you want to do with the program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oops, sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Mr. Friedman, go ahead. And then Ms. Snitten, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to follow up. So I think you answered the questions. Currently, if we were to allow the, if we didn't remove the expiration date, it wouldn't be a no net violation of no net loss is what I'm hearing, but as of August 31st, it could. And could you just clarify that for me, Ms. Ostringer?
Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Friedman. That's generally what we were just briefly, and I say briefly, discussing with HCD, that they felt that the removal of the 250 and maintaining the 8-year would be fine. Our intention is to come back with the larger and complete package that you had talked about for your consideration. And I think the density levels will pan out, which is kind of why we've also included that other language in the ordinance that discusses the priority housing overlays for the historic districts.
Since we're there, this goes in, it's a follow-up with Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez's questions. It gets to the question of the language, and I'm looking at the draft resolution, specifically section 1, findings and determinations, items G and H. So G relates to the historic districts and H is the language for Milpas. And those are, again, just included so that if we do reduce density in one or both of those, we have that ability to do so, but it does not mean that we are making that decision today.
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Friedman, that's correct. And just a point of clarity, we're referencing the resolution, but it's actually the ordinance that we're all looking at.
Okay, yeah, ordinance. Yeah, section 1, G and H.
Yes.
That's from the packet. Okay, and then I have a couple of more questions. So in regards to parking and the in lieu fee, I think Mr. Dayton, or Madam Mayor, if I could have Mr. Dayton come up.
Thank you.
I just wanted to understand, so the recommendation is not to have, there was a recommendation from ordinance to have the $0 in lieu fee. And the recommendation is not from Planning Commission and from staff is not to. I just want to understand, they seem to me that they would be in conflict, but is the 0 just a placeholder for the future? If we implemented something in the future, wouldn't that conflict with the parking maximum that we have?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, yeah, it could. So the way you would do that is a parking maximum and an in lieu fee is it would be a set amount at 1. You can't go over, you can't go under. It has to be 1, and that's how the in lieu fee would work with that. And what was interesting about the discussions is I think that the ordinance committee was trying to get to the same place as the Planning Commission got, which is zero fee out of the gate. And I think in talking about it with staff, what we concluded is that even setting up the in lieu fee is a complex thing. To set it up for no fee makes it even more complicated. We can move forward with the max and get the same thing that everyone's saying, the same outcomes, and then we can pursue the in lieu fee if we get too many applications or there's a need to throttle the incentive program.
Okay, so we could change it at a later time. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I have 2 more questions. On the open space, the 15%, which includes the rooftop, this is a question I had, is if we were using the rooftop as the solar, or I mean, I'm getting there. If we were using the rooftop as the open space, but you wanted to put solar in there and that's on the rooftop, how could we accommodate it? Would you be forced to choose either or if you wanted to put solar on the rooftop and it would get into the 15%? So would you have to choose one or the other, or would you be precluded from putting solar on the roof?
Madam Mayor and Councilperson Friedman, that's a really good question because when you install the solar, you would also have the review of if it was okay with the EPV El Pueblo Viejo standards. And so it wouldn't be able to be seen from the street. HLC would have to approve it. Mr. Gullett, do you have something to add?
I do. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, you could have a solar application like what's being proposed on Granada Garage, where you have a parapet that provides shade over that open space. So that's one option, but it would count toward building height.
So you could still find, there'd still be a path to have solar and the open space on the roof. I just want to make sure that we're not trading one for the other. Okay. Okay, and then the last question I have is, do we have any idea of what our regional housing need assessment numbers will be in the next round?
Madam Mayor and Councilman Friedman, we just started that process and Mr. Gullett had a meeting on it last Friday, so I'll let him take that away.
I did. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, so we're embarking into our 6th cycle of the regional housing needs allocation for the county. So we did get a preliminary countywide number, and it's large. It's about 3 times what it was in cycle 5, which our housing element is based off of. So the city's share of that is looking to be substantially more, maybe twice what we had the last round preliminarily. So the timing is good for us because we're starting to look at Florida lot area ratios and look citywide at multi-unit housing and what kind of densities that we can expect out of that. So this will solidify in coming months. And we'll be communicating this to mayor and council, and we'll be able to plan for it for this final AUD package that we're working on, simultaneous to the one before you today.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Sneddon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I have some large-scale conceptual questions that may be for staff, but maybe are more policy questions, but I'll ask them now, and maybe some of them are for staff. But I guess my first one, and this is to do, I'm looking I have some questions from the resolution and then a couple of questions from the ordinance itself, so from the 2 different. So in the resolution, just looking through it, and almost every page on there, it talks about the purpose of the AUD being to facilitate construction of more housing units. And that's the same in the ordinance too, that in multiple places, almost every page, that the purpose of the AUD is to construct more housing units. And I'm just interested in, my understanding is that the purpose of the AUD was to address workforce housing units, or more units that would be affordable by design, or affordability being a component of that. So in the resolution itself, there's really really no reference to affordable other than defining it, but in the title it doesn't say, and in the ordinance itself, the title, it says, I mean, the title is to incentivize, amend. So that's a question. Just what is staff's understanding of the purpose of the AUD? And when we move into our discussion, is what staff's understanding, does that match what our policy understanding is? It's one question.
I was thinking Ms. Brooke would be the perfect person for this one, since you've been here this whole time, right? Go ahead, please.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Sneddon. I'll try not to go too far back in time, but just to put us all back in the place before the general plan was updated in 2011 and AUD program was adopted in 2013, the types of housing units we were seeing were large luxury condominium units. And so it was very intentional that we developed general plan policy in this ordinance to incentivize smaller apartments, very specifically smaller apartments. but always intended to be without subsidy so that they would be built by developers, private developers, rented at market rates. Our hope was through all these incentives that and with the average unit size density, that the developer would want to produce smaller units in order to have more units on the project. And that affordable by design, they might be rented at more affordable rates. And so we've learned over time that for a variety of reasons, they're not renting at rates where we really wanted to target, what we've been calling the workforce, but it's really that middle income household. They've been renting at rates higher than that. So this is why we're adjusting it and why we've made adjustments in the past, why City Council added the inclusionary housing component to the AUD program last year to mandate that 10% of the units be rented at moderate income for moderate income households. So it's an evolving program, but the intent was, yes, definitely to produce more housing, specifically apartments and smaller units, without government subsidies. So with the intent of trying to have them rent for cheaper than we were seeing with the condos.
Thank you. So I suppose, nowhere in the ordinance or the resolution does it say with the intent of creating affordability or incentivizing affordability. It's like in the ordinance on just everywhere, page 1, page 3, page 6, almost every section, it defines the purpose, and it's always to build construction of housing downtown. And it's been my question since the beginning of looking at this myself, that, is the purpose to like sort of a trickle down economics, that if we just build more housing, that affordability will come, or is it specifically for these to be affordable? So I guess that's a question, and I'll want to come back to that when we are in our discussion. Let's see. And so then in the resolution also, that on page 1, the 8th whereas says that the AUD has been successful in increasing residential units, increasing allowed densities. And so I guess my question is, if the purpose is for affordability, and then, on page 1 of this resolution, we're calling it a success, and also on page 1, that it's based on alignment with city goals and policy, I guess my question still remains, if it's a success, if we're calling it a success in this resolution, based on what metric? And I guess a follow-up to that would be, have there been any affordable units constructed, and has that happened in the 8 years? If we're going to call it a success on page 1, by what metric is it a success?
Right, that's a good question, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. We define it as a success in that it has generated more rental units in the city. So by that definition, it's been a success. Granted, people have different opinions about overall success of AUD and what they expected or hoped for and what we've actually seen. But with the one part of the objective of the AUD program in providing rental units, it has done that. It has definitely, we've seen the incentives have come to fruition in providing rental housing. In terms of the number of affordable units that have come out of this program, well, really, even the Housing Authority uses the AUD program to begin their project scope and using those development incentives. They tend to ask for additional density, and so they start with AUD and then carry on with some additional zoning relief. But since the inclusionary program was adopted in the code last year, we've had a few projects come through. They haven't been constructed yet. So they've been subject to the inclusionary requirements, but they haven't, received permits or been constructed. But if those were to follow through, then we would see some affordable rental units coming out of this too.
Do you have an idea of how many?
I can look that up and I can get back to you in a moment.
Be great, thank you. And then, so it's generated more rental units. Has it generated those smaller units. If the goal was smaller units, has the AUD produced more smaller units?
Yes. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, it absolutely has. A couple years ago, we did a comparison of the type of housing units we were seeing in the 2000s compared to what we had seen in the first few years of the AUD program. And the median unit size went down by several hundred square feet. Just because of the way that we used to calculate density, it was based on the number of bedrooms, not unit size. So we were seeing like 2,000 square foot, 1-bedroom units, and really inflated unit sizes with low number of bedrooms.
And are you seeing that these smaller units rent for less, or are they still expensive?
I mean, relatively speaking, they are in the upper middle income categories of our community. So affordable to, not a great majority of the community.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not by the affordable as defined in the resolution and in the ordinance, not that kind of affordable.
Not that kind of affordable, not right. That would stop at moderate income or middle income. Actually, we do have some deed restricted middle income units in the city, but above that, it's just tends to be market rate.
Okay. And then for the 3 new density tiers, when we're looking at the changes to the old ordinance, is it double? Is that basically what the new tiers are doubling in their densities from what they were previously defined as?
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, are you referring to downtown where we're changing the area called the donut hole from medium high to high density with priority overlay? Right, so right now the maximum is 27 units to the acre. If a project qualified to use the highest density of priority housing overlay, it would be 63 units to the acre. So it's more than double.
More than double. Okay, I wanted to make sure I had that right, because I think you have to go like way back to see what that change in density.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I guess on page 2 of the resolution, and I just want to ask about these because when it was at council before, a lot of my agreement to certain things was sort of contingent on the outcome of these things. And I think that all of the things that I was waiting for contingency on aren't in this package. And so I just have some questions, and that's with the expedited. They got sort of left off, but they're referred to here. So like on page 2 of the resolution, things like we have explore in lieu waivers for green buildings and define what the in lieu fees will be used for. So what was the outcome, or when will we hear back about that?
Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, I might defer to either Ms. Metzger or Mr. Dayton on the in lieu fee, what they'll be used for. In terms of the other point you mentioned about exploring incentives for green buildings or energy efficient buildings, that's still in there and under consideration, and might be something we've talked about. Projects that provide incentives above and beyond, the baseline might be afforded some other benefits. And so that could be a trade-off that council might want to explore sometime down the road, whether it's energy efficient building, reusing buildings, other elements like that. So
my concern is when we do the halfway package that we're giving away everything we have to give away, and then we're empty-handed when we want to incentivize other things, and there's this whole list. So, and I do want to get back to where those in lieu fees might be used, but also in here is the FARs. I know we're putting that off to later because it's a big thing, and then the outcome of considering ownership of residential units. There, we have some things that are still in there. And then just about the RENA numbers going up and what we might be trading in the MILPUS. But I guess back to that, what in lieu fees might be used for.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Stenton. So in lieu fees are used for something that's applicable to parking. So there's rules and laws apply to that. So that would be used to supplement You can use it for two different things. You can use it to actually aggregate the fees to create more parking, more access downtown. We're not planning on doing that. We would never get the amount of money that we would need to do that. Just to give you an idea, creating a parking space downtown is about $45,000 a space. So that'd be a big lift. We would be talking about creating more access downtown. So we would any of those in lieu fees would just be one-time monies rolled into the downtown parking budget for improvements to access. It's a pretty wide breadth of capabilities, and we would want to keep it that way, only because that money sometimes can be really hard to spend. As you know, the inclusionary housing fees are still in an account, haven't been spent. So the other thing to think about on that one is I had a really interesting conversation with Jason Harris. You know, he's our economic development manager coming from Santa Monica, and they actually implemented the in lieu fee at $15,000 a space, and they only got one taker. It actually wasn't that great of an incentive. So Santa Monica got rid of that fee and went to parking maximums.
Okay, thank you. So the in lieu fees could not be used for housing, for...
That's correct.
Okay.
They cannot.
Okay, so that answers that question. And I think, I had just a couple very quick questions, Madam Mayor. I apologize. That so from the ordinance itself on page 6, this is combined net lot areas at 15,000 square feet. And I had some memory of us changing that to 10,000 square feet. I could be completely wrong about that. I just wanted to ask about that, and I should have asked ahead of time.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Steddon. So that is part of our second package that we'll be completing by early 2021, is changing the decision-making authority to Planning Commission for projects 10,000. It's setting up a whole new permit structure entirely. And so it was something we just couldn't expedite with these other components in this early phase.
Okay, so thank you. So I did remember that we
You're right, yeah.
Okay. And that's still in the second package coming. Okay, thank you. And then there are just two quick questions on page 8. Can you explain more about ownership housing projects? It references ownership housing projects, and I'm just not clear on what that means. And then I'll just ask the other question, I'll be done. Page 10 at the top. There's a part that's eliminated about the Upper State Street. And is that just because we're focusing on CDBG, or is that eliminated altogether? Those sort of stood out.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Steddon, I'll take your second question first. So the elimination of the OSS zone in the parking is just because we moved that to a different section of the parking to flow better with our new system.
Thank you.
And yes, and then your other question on the market rate ownership projects within the Upper State Street area zone. So in the beginning of the AUD program, if we were doing condominiums, it was important that they didn't get the same incentives that rental housing would, because the whole purpose was to get more of our rental housing due to the luxury condominiums that Ms. Brooke talked about earlier. So that provision excludes them from some of those.
Okay. Thank you. I think there'll be more in the discussion portion, but thank you for the question.
Mr. Gullett, did you have something to add? Oh no, you just popped on. Any other questions from the council? Mr. Gullett, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to be sure Councilmember Sneddon's question about the ownership units on page 8 was fully answered. There's a reference to chapter 3160, and that's our existing inclusionary housing ordinance that was established in 2004. So that section of the ordinance just says that if you're an AUD project doing condominiums, then the inclusionary from that other section applies, and that you have to provide 15% inclusionary in that case. Thanks.
Are you good then, Ms. Nim? Okay. Any other questions from the council before we go to public comment? I don't have any questions on this. Was all pretty straightforward to me. So, Ms. Clerk, how are we with public comment speakers?
Hi, Madam Mayor. We have 10 people who have signed up.
Okay, let's go ahead and start that process. Everybody gets 3 minutes. We've got lots of emails and letters. Go ahead, please.
All right, our speakers are Mary Turley, Martha Sadler, Gil Berry, Linda Honigman, Pat Saley, although I believe she has left, Fred Sweeney, Cassandra Ensberg, Sheila Lodge, Barry Remus, and Rob Fredericks. Mary Turley, and then Alex Pujo after that. Mary Turley, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm Mary Turley. I'm with Allied Neighborhoods Association, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak. Allied has been engaged in the AUD ordinance from the beginning, and I'm providing summary comments expressed more comprehensively in our letters that we sent. On the open yard, some common open yard should be required, and ordinance committee came up with roof decks as a solution that also works for adaptive reuse. On historic resources, Allied is very supportive of retaining currently lower density for Brinkerhoff. Allied is also very supportive of removing priority overlay and high density for potential historic districts on De La Mina and Castillo. Historic resources are very important to our residents, contribute to the character and charm of our city, and are an important economic driver. Due to the housing element requirements, these changes will be in the subsequent package of amendments. We do not support this proposed high density with priority housing overlay in the CBD. Housing will be market rate and likely very expensive due to high land prices. Recent market rate projects show that rental rates are not affordable. On the trial period end date, we agree with council's original direction, retaining an end date. The subsequent amendments are projected to be completed in early 2021, and the trial period could coincide. With council direction to eliminate the unit cap, all that remains on the compact with the community is this end date, which is the result of a number of years of community process and compromise and should not be eliminated at this time. On height, we do not support an increase in the maximum building height. The current 45-foot height limit allows for 9-foot ceilings, which are adequate. More height allows for units to be promoted as high-end luxury and command higher rental rates, which runs counter to the goal to provide workforce housing. The AUD goal of more affordable units obviously has not been achieved. Market rate units are renting for historically high prices. Pre-COVID-19, we are hearing about rates increasing on older rental units without any improvements. Last night, the Housing Authority presented updated market rental prices on their Carrillo housing presentation. Next, comments on environmental review, the agenda documents on that, and required findings with a focus on historic resources. Our letter covers much more on this. Recent state housing laws affect application of design review and design policies, and we question if the effect of those have been adequately analyzed. Also, at least 2 very important required mitigation measures from the PEIR to reduce the impacts to historical resources to Class 2 still have not been implemented after 9 years. This raises questions about the statements and conclusions in the documents before you. To conclude, our unique architectural impression in the Central Business District is mostly determined by our low density and low building heights and historic resources. These attributes contribute to Santa Barbara's small town character and are important elements in the attraction of our town and our tourist economy. Thank you for your time and consideration of these issues.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Turley. We got both of your letters. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Martha Sadler, then Gil Berry, Linda Honigman, Fred Sweeney. Martha Sadler. Martha Sadler, please go ahead. Martha Sadler, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm glad the ordinance committee did not recommend the elimination of open yard requirements downtown. Rooftop open space is certainly better than nothing, though that conflict with solar is real. Santa Barbara has a stellar tradition of creating housing, including multi-unit, high-density, mixed-use, low-income, and very low-income housing that does not throw natural beauty under the bus. Examples in my quite dense neighborhood include Garden Court at 1113 De La Vina, 3 stories providing 97 tiny studio apartments for low-income seniors. It has a beautiful central courtyard with benches and shade trees open to the sky, and everybody has a window. Also, then there's El Carrillo for the formerly homeless with tiny studios, but some private yard space and gorgeous indoor walkways overlooking an interior courtyard. At Carrillo and Castillo is Casa de los Fuentes for downtown workers, small units, but with gorgeous walkways, courtyard, garden areas, upstairs patio space, private yard spaces, and fountains that hugely ameliorate the sound of traffic, which is very intense there. Brilliant. In these examples, all housing authority projects, I believe, the residents sacrifice unit size, but gain outdoor space. And that's the way it should work, especially in California. I live in a big old house divided into apartments with only 2 off-street parking spaces for all 7 units. But there's a small backyard worth infinitely more than convenient parking. The yard has 2 madrone trees that are visited by various bees and birds. Housing in the name of social equity that fails to include the natural beauty of this place would really miss the mark. I know that there are planners and electeds and architects who sincerely envision a compact and lively, sophisticated high-rise city with electric shuttles and outdoor cafes, and now we suddenly have a stunning tree-lined promenade. Paris in the springtime. But the workforce will still spend some time at home. Open yard requirements were already severely reduced in the 2013 AUD plan. Must the workforce now be consigned to squat windowless units on indoor hallways in grimly monolithic blocks? Why? You might say we can't have nice things because we no longer have RDA funding, but that's no reason to hand carte blanche to developers whose sole game might be to maximize their bottom lines, developers and landlords. And it's unseemly for city decision makers to put blind faith in that agenda. I think most of you are honestly, righteously passionate about building middle and low income housing. Please think about quality of life within that housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Sadler. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Gil Berry. Gil Berry, please go ahead.
My name is Gil Berry. I've been a local architect here in Santa Barbara for 45 years. I'm an advocate for affordable housing. As an architect, I can tell you that a 4-story building can easily be done in 45 feet and with fully livable 9-foot ceilings. Proof of that is architects have actually built 4-story buildings in 45 feet here for the last 10 years. I've noticed that several architects' exact words when they speak about this extra height is they'll say it is somewhat challenging to build 4 stories in 45 feet. I agree. Yes, it's slightly somewhat challenging, but a 4-story building can easily be done in 45 feet with 9-foot ceilings. Our local talented architects are up to it. 45 feet would provide a 12-foot high first-floor commercial ceiling, fully adequate handicap access, and 3 stories above it of residential with 9-foot high-end ceilings. Please remember that 8-foot ceilings are standard. The average man is only 5'9". A 9-foot ceiling is fully livable, provides a high-end luxury feel, and with plenty of adequate light and air for smaller units. The real reason they want this extra 3 feet is so that they can provide 10-foot ceilings to go along with their high-end expensive luxury units. It costs a whole lot more to build a unit with 10-foot ceilings and 8 or 9 feet. So of course it's going to be rented for a whole lot more. Please think of this. All of the changes proposed today lower the cost and rents of units. But the one request to increase the building height by 3 feet significantly increases the cost and rents of each unit. It goes directly against our goals, or I should say our common goals of providing units that are affordable for our workforce. High-end $2 million units with 10-foot ceilings that rent for $4,000 to $5,000 a month is not what we want or need. Please remember, these are market units, so increasing the building and unit ceiling height only encourages developers to build expensive high-end luxury units with 10-foot ceilings and goes against our common goal of units being affordable. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Berry. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Linda Honickman. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Linda Honickman. From 2009 to 2015, my husband and I were small business owners on De La Vina. Our photo studio lost money every year, but unlike our employees, we had the security of home ownership. Our office manager had a huge pay reduction coming from a job on State Street for a fashion brand that moved online. When her landlord died, the stress of looking for an affordable place and the move took a heavy toll on her health. Of the 20 employees we had, 5 developed major health problems. One photographer had $100,000 in student loans. Another had $250,000 in loans at 9%. She had to work 3 jobs, and to keep costs down, she shared a bedroom in a private home. We wanted to have a diverse team that reflected the school populations we worked with, but it was difficult to recruit employees of color because of the high cost of living, which was a problem for all younger workers who didn't have a home base here. I have 2 friends who work on State Street. One owns a restaurant and the other is a financial advisor. They both commuted from Ventura until fires destroyed their houses. The advisor tried for months to move to Santa Barbara, but finally moved his family to Las Vegas, so he now has an even longer commute. The South County has been getting older since 1980. Some say Santa Barbara has always been unaffordable. Others say I came to UCSB in the 70s and was able to buy a house by working hard. Any of you with millennial children know the situation has changed dramatically. The American dream has been on life support here since the recession and is worse now because of increase in college enrollments with no new units to match and our 0 vacancy rate. The AUD program did not have an affordability goal, although that was everyone's hope. I support all of the proposed amendments as they came out of the Planning Commission, including elimination of the trial period. But I would love to see the council step up and make a commitment to truly affordable housing for low and middle income, perhaps with a new plan. We need a moonshot goal, such as getting 2,000 affordable units in the pipeline for downtown in the next 2 years. Please refer to my letter, which has suggestions for community and local expert input on topics such as how to ensure local preference, community investors, encouraging diversity, etc. Regular public comments on the AUD will not be very meaningful because many of the people we want to see in the future that would give our community diversity and a healthy economy are not able to participate in these meetings or have already left town. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Honickman. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Fred Sweeney. Fred Sweeney, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Fred Sweeney, I just want to bring to your attention a couple of issues that I'm concerned about. The first is an issue of allowed building height. It's particularly important since we're already seeing AUD housing projects requesting building heights above 52 feet. That's 7 feet more than allowed by right. This is what we might call scope creep. Several architects have provided their opinion that higher unit ceiling heights are needed to assure ventilation and access to light. Yet they have not provided specific studies or published findings that support that opinion. Perhaps they are transferring their experience from classic European housing architecture. In several visits to Paris, I've stayed in multi-story housing with ceiling heights closer to 8 feet. And I've also stayed in the classical style apartments that are 10 feet and designed for the French bourgeoisie. I don't think those architects' arguments hold up. At 48 feet or more, I'm concerned that many of those units will be in constant shade with no direct natural daylight, but rather a canyon of opposing walls and windows, as one might find in a ventilation shaft of a New York tenement house. The other issue is the edge condition of AUDs as they abut lower heights of other buildings, particularly one-story residential zoned housing units. Without more defined guidelines or requirements, we will end up in some cases where a new AUD building will block out daylight, provide direct noise or other direct impacts on those lower level residential neighborhoods. I would urge you to retain the 45-foot height limit as requested by the majority of your ordinance committee, and direct staff to develop language that recognize how to address edge conditions when such projects will have direct impact on adjacent zone residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Cassandra Ensberg. Cassandra Ensberg will be followed by Sheila Lodge, Barry Remus, Rob Fredericks, Alex Peugeot, Eve Sanford, Anna Marie Gott, and Richard Clausen. Cassandra Ensberg, please go ahead. Cassandra Ensberg, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. Cassandra Ensberg, go ahead. There you go.
Oh, there I am. Okay. Boy, that's hard. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo, City Council, staff, and neighbors. My name is Cassandra Ensberg, and I'm an architect and artist living and working in Santa Barbara for over 30 years. I have served on the city's Arts Advisory and Visual Arts and Public Places committees, and I work through the Architectural Foundation of Santa Barbara and AIASB to advocate for improved planning and development processes to promote education about the importance of design excellence, especially in the built environment. I especially want to thank all of you for your diligence and the necessary work on this and to bring it to this moment today. I wanted to share something that kind of helped put things in perspective for me that I heard recently at Planning Commission. And it was the introduction to our general plan. And I'd just like to read it to you. It really helped me. The purpose, and this is a quote, the purpose of the updated 2011 general plan is to adjust our current course to become more holistically sustainable. For Santa Barbara, sustainability is to blend and balance, protecting and enhancing our natural and built environments for social equity and economic vitality, which together form the character of our community. Adjust current course and balance are the words that really hit me. It is painful now to see how out of balance we are, especially when it comes to affordable housing. We know that housing is essential for health and well-being. We need more basic, safe, affordable housing. I do not believe we need private yards or garages, just the basic essentials. We have a beautiful outdoor environment downtown, and anyone who lives down there has access to all the beauty in the world, as we all do. When we drive around town, we see the ocean, we see the mountains, we see the mesa. Wherever we drive, we are constantly surrounded by nature. These proposed amendments, I believe, are the first step to fix our ordinance and to help our incentivize all kinds of housing in a blended mix for all economic levels that can bring people together in a positive way. We don't want projects with all low income. We want it blended. These amendments have been fully vetted and represent an essential step forward. Every day we delay is a day housing does not get built. Housing becomes more scarce and costs continue to rise. This day, July 28th, 2020, is an opportunity for this council to make history and to take these steps to help our housing challenge. Let's join together, meet this challenge, and show the world who we really are. Support the recommendations from Planning Commission, the AIASP, and show that we care as much about the homeless as we care about our environment.
Thanks so much. Okay, thanks. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sheila Lodge, followed by Barry Remus, Rob Fredericks, and Alex Peugeot. Sheila Lodge, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I strongly support the Ordinance Committee decision to keep the requirement for open yard space in the CBD. I do not support the increase in height. Over 600 dwelling units have been built or in the pipeline that are within it. It can't be that difficult to design within the 45 feet. Some say it's impossible to provide open yard space when repurposing existing buildings. Almost all the buildings along State Street are 1 or 2 story. To create housing, developers will most likely demolish the existing buildings to construct new ones, or they will add floors on top of existing buildings. Open yard space can then be included. Even if an existing building is repurposed as it is for housing, almost every building downtown has a flat roof, providing a space for open yard. Should there be a project repurposing an existing, truly isn't possible to provide an open yard area, a modification may be granted. There are 2 projects on State Street currently going through the design review. The one at 710 State Street demolishes the existing buildings. The new building provides open yard space for the units, plus common open yard area and a paseo, for a total of more than 1/3 of an acre of open space. The project at 410 State is being built on what was the Staples parking lot. It provides common open yard on the roof, plus private open yard for the units that face out. In the presentation at Historic Landmarks Commission, the architect said, open space is incredibly important. These projects are providing open yard space, so can others. People don't need the useless space overhead that the 48-foot height limit would provide. People need space outside they can step into, where they don't have to get dressed and go down to get outdoors, where they can plant or two and feel what the weather is like. As the architect for 410 State said, it is incredibly important. It is a necessity for livability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Barry Remus, then Rob Fredericks, Alex Peugeot, Eve Sanford, Anna Marie Gott, and Richard Clausen. Barry Remus, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. This is Barry Remus, and I'm with COAST, the Coalition for Sustainable Transportation. Why is COAST speaking about housing? What we want you to know is that allowing higher density and more affordable and more increased rental housing in the central business district really gets us to the place where we want to be. And you heard from your staff today, the RENA numbers and the expectations are increasing. We need more housing. We need it to be more affordable for more people. And so we want to urge you to support, and we support, and we want to urge you to vote for the Planning Commission's recommendations that are also echoed by staff. Hours and hours were spent by our professionals in the Planning Commission that really looked at all these options to formulate, at your request, an expedited package that really optimizes and lends itself to the most optimized ability to be able to increase incentives for higher density housing in the downtown area and the CBD, which provides more livability, walkability, bikeability with less auto dependency, to be able to allow housing where people can utilize our new State Street Promenade, whether it's temporary or hopefully a more permanent fixture, as a downtown hub and their, quote, living room, as one of your city council members had spoken about. So while open yard space is important and definitely very, very desirable, with the rooftop allowance and also being able to utilize existing spaces that developers can take advantage of to be able to provide more housing. This package really presents itself as really the best way and the most progressive way to get us to the goals that we really need to see here for increased housing that's more affordable, because with more units, more affordability should come of that. And we also encourage us as a city to become more bold with less handouts, and actually, encouraging developers to really take the hit to be able to provide more housing that's more affordable, with unbundled parking, with the one space maximum requirement and in lieu fees not included anymore, as well as the elimination of the expiration date for the trial period. All of this put together really addresses what we really want to get to. So we do encourage you to support the Planning Commission and staff's recommendations before you today. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Rob Fredericks, then Alex Peugeot, Eve Sanford, Anna Marie Gott, and Richard Clausen. Rob Fredericks, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and City Council members. I would like to first thank City staff and the Planning Commission and the Ordinance Committee for moving through the process and getting to you the set of changes to deliberate today. These are changes which I believe are important component improvements to the plan, the AUD, keeping in mind that certainty and flexibility are key to any developer, whether they're market rate developers or affordable housing developers. Some of the specific recommendations that we agree with are density changes in the CBD. We support the changes from medium high density to priority overlay as shown in Exhibit A of the staff report. On the open yard requirements, there's a conflict there between the Ordinance Committee and Planning Commission, what they were wanting to see. I think with some buildings that are being repurposed, you might need some flexibility there, and the solar issue on the roof concerns me, but I do like the ability to have the open yard requirements on the roof being met. Unbundled parking, yes, for sure. Parking requirements, we agree with the Ordinance Committee and the Planning Commission that there should be parking maximum of one space rather than minimum parking requirements. And we also agree that the in lieu fee should be not be established at this time and then revisit that in the future. On the trial period, as the Planning Commission proposed, I believe the city would be well served with removing the references to the trial period and having the AUD continue until the revised multi-unit housing development standards are adopted next year. On building heights, for an example, Gardens on Hope that we just finished, that has a 10-foot ground floor and 9-foot residential floors above, and it has a 4th floor component, and it's just a touch over 43 feet. So it can be done, and I think the 9-foot plate heights work out well for smaller units. Now, finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up a major area of concern as the Housing Authority, and that's the need for additional units designated as affordable to low and moderate income households. We fear that with the forthcoming RENA numbers, we'll continue to see a deficit of needed affordable housing for those in our community. While the 10% inclusionary was hard fought and it's great to have, I do believe we should come up with a system of incentives to encourage greater percentages of affordable housing. Thank you for your patience with these comments today.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Alex Peugeot. Alex Peugeot, please go ahead.
Yes, for 20 years, I rented space in the Balboa building, a structure with 5 office floors above commercial. These floors were laid out like a typical hotel with a long hallway, elevators in the center, and stairs at each end. There are 34 rooms in each floor. Hypothetically, if the owners wanted to convert them to residential use, they could combine 2 or 3 or 4 rooms to create between 9 and 16 apartments per floor. That would be a total of 45 to 80 new dwellings with minimal, if any, exterior changes needed. This is all hypothetical, of course. and an extreme example too, but I bring it up to show how current density, parking, and open yard standards cannot possibly be met in most existing downtown properties. So most of these amendments are very welcomed. I miss Mickey Flax. Mickey would be here this afternoon. And what would she say? Mickey would say that housing is not a privilege for the few, but one of those universal and inalienable rights that are indispensable for life and the pursuit of happiness. At the Ordinance Committee, members expressed a lack of urgency and a feeling of trepidation that I would like to address. There are multiple precedents for bold action. After the 1925 earthquake, city leaders recreated Santa Barbara with a novel and distinct architectural style. 40 years later, facing the threat of La Cumbre Mall uptown, they removed parking from State Street and created the downtown plaza. And in 1990, to bring back retail to downtown, they closed a block of the La Guerra and built Paseo Nuevo. There is a history of extraordinary and decisive steps taken by city leaders who were neither undecided nor afraid to create something that did not exist before. And where would Santa Barbara be today without these timely, precise, and radical interventions? After years of inaction, there is finally on the table an ordinance that could add substantial housing numbers downtown by amending obsolete standards that are not appropriate for the urban core. The PC version of the amendments will create more housing than the Ordinance Committee version. Opportunities like this are rare. This is your moment to make substantial, positive, and long-lasting change. Here, in the room where it happens, as Hamilton said, you don't want to waste your shot. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pucho. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Eve Sanford, then Anna Marie Gott, final speaker, Richard Clausen. Oh, and I'm sorry, Amy Tripp at the end also. Eve Sanford. Eve Sanford, I do not see you. It looks like you may have dropped off. Please call back in. Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I want to remind you where we started with the AUD in 2013. We started with the desire to build workforce housing. The housing cost would be for a 2-bedroom, $1,800 a month. That would be affordable to our workers who are earning approximately $50,000 a year. They make up the vast majority of our workforce. Today, we have 1-bedrooms that you would need to have 3 adults living in and making over $100,000 a year to afford. We have failed if we believe that we have created any affordable housing. The Santa Barbara Housing Authority would have gotten every incentive that the AUD offers to build any project. What we have handed is a gift to developers and property owners. They have pocketed the money and then asked for more and more incentives to provide us with affordable housing that we will never see. It took us years to get in lieu fees and impact fees. And we still do not have housing that is affordable to our workforce. But what we do have is an ordinance that will bulldoze affordable housing units now, and we have about 100 of them, over 100 of them in the city. We also will rehab affordable housing units in the city. And in their place, we will put luxury, unaffordable housing, and our residents will be driven out of town. That is what the AUD has done. That is what it will do. And as for the housing that we will be putting on State Street, that housing will be absolutely unaffordable to our workforce on the most expensive property in the city. I ask you not to extend the trial period, to bring this completely back around and focus on what we really need, which is housing only for our moderate and middle income earners as well as the low income. We should not build a single home with any new ordinance that requires someone to have an AMI, average median income, of over 160%. That should be your goal. That should be what you're working for. And right now, this city council is not working for that. You are taking everything that the architects and developers have told you as gospel and not even requested mandatory pro formas so that you can see the actual cost of building. And I urge you not to move forward today with this. Thank you.
Okay, very good. More speakers?
Next speaker is Richard Clausen, then Amy Tripp. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm not an architect, but I am a lifelong tall person, and I want to speak about the livability issue that often takes center stage in presentations of AUD projects. And I ask you to carry forward the recommendation of your ordinance committee to maintain the current standard 45-foot height of AUD buildings. We often hear wistful anecdotes from architects about the livability of centuries-old European buildings with high ceilings and tall windows. Their purpose is to flatter Santa Barbara's conceit that we are an old world city. By European standards, though, we actually are a very young and modern city. We don't need to adopt building standards that were necessitated by the limits of 18th century technology. Yes, romantic buildings in London and Paris and Rome were built with height for good reasons. Tall windows were the only source of light and air in many rooms, sometimes for the entire apartment. They were the original air conditioning. In the dreary winter, their height allowed more cloudy sunlight in, and during hot summers, they were the source of cool breezes from below and permitted hot air to escape above. Taller windows in older buildings were designed to serve well throughout the year. In Santa Barbara, we have a luxurious abundance of sunlight. Even in the winter, our buildings don't need those tall windows for extra light. Their sole justification is a marketing feature. In construction intended for moderate income renters, there is no community benefit. The truly livable part of old European apartments is to look out those windows at the streetscape or a park or the sky. Think about La Vie en Rose or La Dolce Vita as the architects intend. In contrast, a current Santa Barbara AUD example requires the merger of 3 city lots to satisfy its density limits, but proposes to build only on the middle lot. The resulting center core then rises to an excessive height. This project has interior apartments that look out not at the city or the streetscape or mountains or sky, but across a light well at other apartment windows just a mere 8 yards away. Privacy concerns will likely keep those curtains closed and eliminate any advantage of the tall windows. In summation, truly good architects and designers can bring old world charm to 21st century Santa Barbara without destroying the character of our traditional low-rise Pueblo. Please maintain the 45-foot height limit for AUD projects. Lastly, something that just came up today, Councilmember Friedman posed a troubling question. The staff answer from Mr. Gullett sounded like an AUD building built to maximum height and using its rooftop area to satisfy open space requirements could later add additional visible fixed height as a solar array above the habitable rooftop area. That seems unacceptable. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. One more speaker.
Our last speaker is Amy Tripp. Amy Tripp, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, for your time today. I'm here as a member of both the architecture community, but also a resident. I live and work downtown, and I strongly encourage you to move forward with the recommendations from the Planning Commission. The downtown and the central business district is the area that should have denser housing and taller buildings. That is the location generally that these would be placed. And I think that the recommendations from Planning Commission would allow, this to move forward and to improve this area. This area is greatly underutilized at the moment. For the moment, the State Street with the closures, there is a lot of foot traffic, but you're constantly passing by storefronts that are empty in buildings that are empty. And so there needs to be more of an effort to revitalize the downtown and to place the denser housing in this area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, did anyone else pop up on the public comment? Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, Ellen Bildston just raised, or Ellen Bildston's raised her hand.
Let's hear from her then. Thanks.
Ellen Bildston, please go ahead. Ellen Bildston, please go ahead. Okay, Madam Mayor, it looks like that's all our speakers.
Okay, we'll close public comment. The item is now to the City Council for discussion. And my request would be that we each have our say. Here are the components, if you can touch on those. Mr. Casey, I'm going to get out a fresh piece of paper, if you could too, and we will take notes where people stand. And if you could resist making a motion until we hear from everybody. It could be there's consensus on density and that'll just be one thing we can go forward with. So if we find some agreement and let's start there. So who wants to go first with their deliberative thinking on these items related to the AUD? Okay, Ms. Harmon, you're up first. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just get it out of the way. So first, I should start by thanking staff for bringing this forward so quickly. I was sort of part of the effort to expedite these downtown housing amendments. So I just want to acknowledge that part of my purpose in doing so early on was I was really feeling the urgency of the pandemic. And I felt strongly that one of the ways that we as a municipality can contribute to recovery is by setting the stage in terms of regulatory reform. So I very much appreciate the work that you put in to bring us to this moment. I also want to start, as I always do when we have conversations about AUD, by just acknowledging at the very outset how truly complicated it is to be talking about housing policy. This is no easy discussion. And I think it's important that we do acknowledge that, because I've noticed over the last year and a half a real tendency, I think because of how very difficult it is, to try to stratify us into one of two different camps. There are these, really concretized divisions. You're either anti-growth and you don't want housing, or you are pro-housing and you want us to look like Santa Monica. And I just don't think those divisions are serving us. I don't think those lines in the sand are reflective of who we are as a community. And I actually think what they're doing is stifling creative conversation. They're stifling our ability to get to a place of meaningful policymaking over the one thing that I know that we all do agree on. The one thing that we all do agree on being the need for housing that is affordable to folks who are working and our families. So I just want to say, however, our group ends up voting today, I really hope that we can all commit to moving forward the community conversation and moving beyond some of those really concretized and totally unnuanced ways of thinking about our different camps, because those aren't serving us. We need to move toward solutions. We need to move toward something bigger, toward what serves us. So with that said, I'm going to move to the amendment components. In general, I am supportive of these amendments today. And I do want to acknowledge that in my support of these amendments, I'm by no means saying that the AUD program is perfect. It isn't. But it is sort of a foundational principle of my governing philosophy that we make change where we can. You know, effective governance isn't always about huge radical change. Sometimes the most effective thing we can do is making iterative adjustments to policies that exist that move the ball forward piece by piece, inch by inch, and get us to the world that we know we want to see. So that's what my votes on these amendments are really about. It's about moving the ball forward where we can. It's about my commitment to not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. On the density amendment, I do support this change. On building height, this is a really tough one for me. I think there are good arguments on both sides. I will support the Planning Commission recommendation to go up to 48 feet. On the open yard requirement, I believe there was a great compromise that was developed at the Ordinance Committee, which is to use the rooftop as open space. I think that's very reasonable. I will say that for those of us that live in the downtown area, we do have a more semi-urban existence, and our expectation for what our open space will be really is different than maybe what expectations in other areas of the city might be. So I want to just acknowledge that for those of us that live in a semi-urban area, it's not quite as jarring to imagine that our open space would be the rooftop, for example. So I do support that. On the parking piece, I support the unbundling. On the second, I guess, parking to parking B, I believe it was the maximum that was the recommendation that came to us, and holding off on the in lieu fee. I'm in support of that recommendation. And finally, on the trial period, I think that I would like to see where my colleagues are on that. I came into this conversation thinking that I would feel most comfortable just removing the 250 unit cap. That was what we had discussed over the months, and that's where I had sort of set my barometer coming into these amendments, but I'm very willing to be swayed by arguments from my colleagues. Though I do hope either way, if we remove all trial period language, that we do still have an opportunity to review what's been produced under this program. One of my concerns with removing all trial period language is, will there be an opportunity for us to really reflect on what we've gotten out of it, and to celebrate that? Because my hope is with these changes, we will have a lot to celebrate. And I really would like the opportunity for us to get that hard data and to be able to dig into it. And so I would just want to be sure that if we do move forward to remove all trial language, that there's still some capacity for us to really have access to that data and dig in. So I guess I at the very least want to remove 250, but I'm sort of holding off on the rest of it. I do want to make one final point, request maybe for consideration by my colleagues. And I'll start by saying that when I thought about the AUD amendment conversation that we're having right now, it occurred to me that it really is less of a conversation and more like a negotiation. On one side of the table, we have the city of Santa Barbara, we have us with a limited toolbox, so a limited set of incentives that we can use to facilitate the kind of development that we want to see in our community. And we have the various drivers of our perspective. That's one side of the table. On the other side of the table, we have the developer, property owner, builder, planner community, and they have their own set of drivers. They have their own incentives. And to get to a successful negotiation at the end, what you need to do is map those two incentives, one on top of the other, in hopes of producing the kind of housing that's truly reflective of the needs of our community. So with that in mind, I've been thinking, we don't have a ton of tools at the city. You know, we don't have a ton that we can put on the table to incentivize that, but here we are doing it. We've put density, building height, parking, and various other ancillary items on the table. We've put all of our chips on the table and said, this is what we will give you to get the kind of housing that we want. So the question occurred to me, are we getting the benefit of that bargain? Putting all of our chips on the table, are we getting something out of this deal that's commensurate with what we are giving up? Truthfully, I don't think I can answer that question in the affirmative in this moment. I will say I've known many developers over the years. I know many developers here in Santa Barbara, some of whom have become very dear friends of mine. So I want to acknowledge that I is not about protecting industry profits. That is not my purpose as a legislator. My bottom line, the only bottom line that I will protect at all costs in this negotiation is the bottom line that serves my neighbors. So if I'm not getting something out of this deal that serves them, that ameliorates the challenges that those families are facing every single day in my neighborhood, then I'm not getting a good enough benefit out of this bargain. I have proven with my votes for the last year and a half, over and over and over again, that I am willing to give almost everything to get housing. But at this point, I just have to stand up and say, if I'm gonna give it all, I better darn well get something that matters in return. And with that in mind, I would ask my colleagues to please consider at a future meeting revisiting the inclusionary ordinance percentage. I simply do not think with these changes, these necessary changes we are making, that a 10% inclusionary requirement is a sufficient benefit for this bargain. So I will not make that motion now, but I ask my colleagues to please consider revisiting that and agendizing it for a future meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, are you ready?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me, I don't know how to unpause the screen that I paused. Oh, there. Thank you. I apologize. Well, that was a lot to think about. I'll save that inclusionary piece for the last part of my comments, but I would like to weigh in on that as well. I'll just pick right up where Councilmember Harmon left off. I mean, I think she has maybe a different takeaway than I do on it, but I do feel that we're giving everything away. It's framed as chips on the table, but I'm going to say that it's already given away in this if we extend this beyond. Density was something in our wheelhouse. We've given that. Relaxed design standards, we've given that. Now parking is on the table. And once we give those away in this negotiation, they don't come back. We're not going to get those back, particularly if we eliminate the trial period. So I'm willing to extend it another year to see what happens with some of these changes, especially if we talk about increasing inclusionary. I'm just not, at this point with this program, I'm not seeing the community benefit. I'm not seeing this as a success given the metrics that we want to build for our workforce. So it's possibly a success in terms of that we've built more units. It's possibly a success in terms of what those units look like. I'm not sure. But I'm not seeing the success of this in producing units that are affordable for our workforce. We're now trying out a development agreement, which, you know, maybe that route of looking at an MOU that has benefits for both sides might be something that can replace the AUD. I want to start at the outset by thanking Councilmember Harmon for pointing out that we all want the same thing. I am not against housing. I'm very pro housing, but I'm very pro housing that is affordable for our workforce. I'm not an advocate for building for building's sake, for the title of the ordinance and the resolution being to incentivize building. That's not, to me, the end goal if that building isn't for a purpose. If we're not giving that all away so that we can have just luxury, I don't believe there's a trickle-down effect. The more luxury that we build, the more expensive our entire community becomes. It doesn't work in reverse unless we get over the 2,000 or more units where we have enough housing stock to drive that down. So we have a need for greater affordable housing. This has not been yet the project, the AUD, that has produced that. It's still in trial. It's been 8 years of a trial. It's been 8 years of continuing to give more incentives, and we're not getting the affordable housing out of it. And I am thinking that maybe these development agreements are the way to go, but we don't know. I'm also very concerned that I think the real way to get to more housing downtown, which I want to see more housing downtown, is by repurposing buildings. So I believe it was Mr. Peugeot talked about the Balboa building, different buildings like that. We should be incentivizing that. We should be giving everything we can to be repurposing older buildings, super cool in a downtown, very desirable, but also already smaller units. And then we could relax all of these standards. We could relax parking standards, open space standards, all of these if you're repurposing a building and keeping whatever it is. It's already lot line to lot line. It already has those things in place. So many units could be built if we were incentivizing the repurposing. In addition to that, we have the ADU. We have incentivized that, and that starts to address the needs of affordable workforce housing as a starting place. So I believe there are pockets everywhere throughout the city where we could have these denser buildings. I think that Carrillo Castillo lot and project is a prime example of that. It's not that they can't be done. It's that I feel like we're trying to do a little bit of magic by trying to take the most expensive real estate we have in the city and to pretend that there's a combination of things that we can work together to somehow make that land affordable. I just don't see it other than repurposing the older buildings. The AUD so far has been an incentive program to produce luxury units. If the purpose is just to build housing, and that's the metric of success, then I don't agree with it because I don't think that should be the purpose. If the metric is to build housing that is affordable for our workforce, then it's a failure because it has not produced that. I'm willing to see what happens for another year with the higher inclusionary, but I'm not real confident that it's going to produce those units. It seems to me that working with the housing authority or working with development agreements has gotten us the largest amount of affordable units at a time, and that is the route we should be taking instead of trying to just keep incentivizing what to me it's not shown to be successful over the 8 years. So I'll go to the individual items. For density in the CBD, I'm okay with the priority housing overlay because those would be priority housing projects. I'm not actually okay with increasing the density unless it's a priority housing project. I am, of course, okay and support removing Brinkerhoff and the proposed historic districts. On building height, no increase to the height without additional findings. Over 45 feet needs to have a community benefit. Otherwise, it's higher ceilings and it's producing luxury, which again, we need to be so clear on what is the goal of the AUD project. And if it is to produce affordability by design, that isn't what's happening. So the 45 ceiling height is enough. I do think we do need open yards. The Housing Authority does beautiful projects that have community space, open yards, courtyards, and affordability. That's what we should be aiming for. And if we can't do it, we should support the housing authority to do it. In the open yard, I'm happy with the compromise that ordinance came up with, but really I would like to just keep the open yard requirements as is. And then to incentivize repurposing buildings, I think then that open yard requirement should be as flexible as possible. If it already doesn't have an open yard, then no open yard requirement. Something along those lines to really be repurposing those buildings that already exist. For parking, and this is like our last thing that we have to give away, unbundling parking is okay. And the reason for that to me is to repurpose buildings. So I would rather see a whole package that has to do with incentives for repurposing buildings that has to do with unbundling parking and open yard flexibility and things like that specifically for that. But if you're doing a tear down and you're going to build a fresh new AUD, then why can't you build in the open yard space? So for parking, unbundling, okay. But the maximum of 1 per unit, okay. I think I'm okay with that. For the trial period, I think, you know, to me, it's not even really clear what the purpose of the AUD is. I think it is to get to affordable workforce housing. That's the purpose that I see. If that's the purpose, I don't see that there has been success in the 8 years. So I don't see extending or removing the trial language. I'm willing to extend it another year. We could eliminate the 250 cap. I'm okay with that. But here's the thing, and this is, I just want to come back to this about the deadline. This needs to be a package. For me, it needs to be a package. So what's before us today, to me, are all the risk things, all the things that I don't think are worthwhile, every single one of them. And all of the mitigations for that, things that I'd be like, well, but maybe we get green buildings out of it. Or, well, maybe we get some other trade-offs, and about the historic ordinance, or any different mitigations in there. They're not in here, and they're not even going to be done before the end of the trial date. And frankly, if you're talking the beginning of 2021 or beyond, some of us may not even be in office anymore. I'm hoping we all are, but that's, you know, there's no guarantee that the things that I see as the most important mitigations to these, the trade-offs, aren't in this package. There's some later date, which I can hope will happen, but it's undefined what those are and when they will come. So for all those reasons, I don't support the AUD program as it is, and I want to be very clear. People will form their own opinions. I am pro housing. I am pro affordable housing. I don't believe that this program is getting us there, and I'll leave it at that, except for the inclusionary piece and revisiting it. I would be in favor of 20% inclusionary. 7-Eleven Milpas now started out as an AUD, couldn't pencil out as an AUD. Then we're moving to development agreement, which we may or may not approve. And in that, they can get 20% inclusionary. So it's telling me that if we give enough away, we should be able to get 20%. So I'm not willing to give any more away without more inclusionary. And frankly, I think we need to be prioritizing just the affordability, repurposing buildings, all the flexibility we can there, and ADUs. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you then. Mr. Friedman, ready? There you are. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a lot to digest from my colleagues, and I appreciate your comments. I kind of feel like, along with everything in this bizarro world twilight zone year of 2020, some of these comments today kind of put me in another one of those worlds. I think the conversation isn't the correct conversation on AUD. The reality is if we want to, everybody is pro affordable housing. I don't think there's a person in this town who is anti affordable housing. The hard part is having to make tough choices to get there. And then there's been a lot of bashing today and in the past by many people of the AUD program. And it was at the time trying to get workforce housing, but here's the reality that I think we've learned over the past 7.5 years. And I think most people already knew it, is that if you really want affordable housing, you need to have government subsidies. For the most part, you have to have government subsidies. We talk about the 711 North Milpas project. That is because they're proposing a 52-foot height limit there, which everyone's opposed to. So that's a big trade-off there. So it's hard to say 20% on that project, but there's a 52 that nobody supports. So those are the very real trade-offs that come in. The AUD project, if we back up, the prior 40 years, there wasn't one single unit, as we've been told many times, of rental housing built in approximately 40 years. I'm gonna repeat that. In 40 years, there wasn't a single residential unit built of rental residential units. That is the problem, is that we had 40 years of not building it. And so now we have a few hundred units that have been built and everybody is like, that's a lot of units. Well, of course it is if your baseline is 0 for basically the lifetime of most people who've lived here. So I just want to reframe that conversation. If the goal is to be pro-affordable housing, then there's some choices that we have to make is in our budgeting is to start putting more budget that we have towards building affordable housing projects. We should prioritize that in the budget. We just went through a budget cycle. Next year we will. That's where we need to do it. And so the other component is when we get the new regional housing needs assessment numbers, the numbers that are coming in from what I'm hearing, I'm not going to give a number because it could be wrong, but it is very, very significant, like our staff said, that will shock a lot of people if the rumors that are out there are coming in. So we have to build market rate, we have to build middle income, we have to build lower income. This is one component to get that. The other portion of the AUD that I don't think has been talked about is these are brand new units. And when they're brand new, they're gonna cost more. But as you build them and you build more over years and decades, those new units will be old units. And they will be less than the brand new units that are built in 2030 and 2040. That has not been part of the discussion. We're comparing brand new units to the rate of older units that were built 40 years ago. So just something for us to consider regarding this program. So I'm going to start backwards on these, but I do want to say that in terms of the AUD and the discussion before us today, which is the Central Business District, if you go back to the general plan, even as far back as 1990, the city established higher density residential in downtown as a high priority for implementation. These today will allow us to take a further step that we've been trying to take for the past 30 years. It's in the general plan, go back to 1990. It hasn't been fulfilled. This is a way to get us there if we focus on these types of amendments. It's in tune with our land use element principles on where to locate high density housing. And for the most part, I just want to also say that as we enter the next cycle arena, we have to have a lot of tools in our toolbox. And I'm also concerned that if we don't have the AUD program, that a year from now, the end of August, it expires. Not only will we not be in compliance, there's questions about that today of the no net loss in the state, but we will revert back to variable density. I don't know what other type of program that we could get in a year. Variable density is far worse than AUD because it was building, as we heard today, 2,000 square foot studios, condos. So when we say the AUD is not a success, look at what it replaced. That's a success to me. 2,000 square foot studio condos that nobody can afford is what was getting built, no rental housing at all. That is a success. The AUD has a lot of challenges with it. And we need to fix those. And that's what we're doing. That's what adaptive management is about, is coming back and tweaking programs as they go. So, and if you look ahead even further, we're going to come out of the COVID, hopefully next year, and we're going to have an entirely different landscape in terms of what our economic and our housing landscape is going to look like. And we need to start planning now to allow projects that are going to be infill in our vibrant downtown core that will go with some of the changes we're already making to make that happen. And we can choose to wait, or we can wait and plan later and just delay that process if we want to do that. And if that's the way the council wants to go, that's fine. Or we can start today by approving some of these amendments that we have. And so if we approve those, there's some benefits that we have. And one is it helps inform our housing vision along with our economic vision. You got to couple the two, because we have to have a housing plan that follows our economic plan. And then it also provides some clarity in terms of what the process is in a time of great uncertainty going forward. I don't necessarily think, and I appreciate the offer by Councilwoman Slen of extending it a year, but that once again just provides more uncertainty, because it's just another year. So if we're going to end the program, we might as well end the program, quit delaying it out and come up with something new. But I got to tell my colleagues, if you don't support the AUD program, that's fine. And I can understand why you don't. I have some of the concerns about it that you do. But come up with a program before August 31st of next year that we can implement, because variable density is going to come back. That's what it reverts to. So in terms of the components before us today, the trial period, I think that's the most important. If we don't end the trial period today, then it doesn't really matter what these other 3 or other 4 that we vote on today are, because no one's going to build any projects until we hear it. So if we don't put the trial period today, we might as well just defer all of these till we bring everything back. So I just want to say that. So with the density, we all had these conversations about increasing the density in the downtown business district. We all supported it in the past. That's where we want to go. So I do support that. So the concern that I have, and I've had since we had the meeting last December or November with the Planning Commission, is the downzoning of Milpas and using the Milpas as a trade-off for the downzoning of Milpas. I don't see how you can have some of the most expensive land for some of the less expensive land in town, how you can make that equivalency, but that's where we are. But anyways, since that's on the agenda today, I just want to state that. So I do support increasing the density of central business district. The building height, I could go either way on that. I do get the concerns, but at the end of the day, having more flexibility and having more livability, and I'll say, as a tall person, an extra foot does make a difference. And so, sorry to disagree with you there, Mr. Clausen. The open yard, I support the compromise that came up with that. I do hope we can address any solar issues on that if there are any compromises on it. The parking, unbundling, support that, support the change to a maximum. And the trial period, that's a tough one, because I also think that having it as that period, it still puts the pressure on us to come up with a package that can move it forward. But like I said before, I don't necessarily think that if we don't get rid of the trial period, I don't know why we're even having this discussion. So, and we need 5 votes to get there. So I want to hear from my other colleagues if they're willing to go there or not, because I don't think it's something that we should have a split vote on. If we don't have the votes to do it, we don't. But I'd like to hear if we think that these first few items would go forward if we didn't extend the trial, because I don't think that they'll be developers who want to try to develop something in the next 8 months or so, especially given the circumstances. And as for the affordability in bringing back an increased inclusionary, if we want to go there again, the trade-off is that there will be those who qualify for those units, and then everybody else who will have to pay more for the other units. That's the trade-off that you get, is you actually create a smaller percentage of affordables, but you create a higher rent for everybody else. So we have a 10%. We should see if it works. If we want to have the discussion and look at the numbers for it, we can do that too.
Hey, Mr. Friedman, you lost me a little bit on ending the trial period. It sounded like you wanted to end the trial period. I
want to hear from my colleagues, because if we don't end the trial period, if we keep it going, then I think that the rest of this debate here today is kind of pointless. Because then we'd have to have this whole discussion again when we bring everything else back. So I would support ending the trial period if we want to move forward these others. If we don't end the trial period, we should just bring it all back, like Councilwoman Sneddon was saying. But I also think that getting a head start on the state and keeping the other thing is getting a head start and keeping our ability to keep the state off our backs by showing that we are trying to be creative is something that we should value, because we do have the state watching us, and the more we can build these projects and show that we're trying to is a step in the right direction towards keeping local control. If we keep delaying everything, they're going to come down with a heavy hand. That's the other risk we play by delaying.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd really just like to blend most of what I heard Mr. Friedman say and Ms. Harmon say. Ms. Harmon kind of got the enthusiasm of the big picture, and Mr. Friedman ticked off about a bunch of facts and figures on my list of what to say. And I'm pretty much in agreement with all of them. We're talking about downtown. And what's interesting about this talk is kind of it falls into a yes housing, no housing, yes development, no development type of talk. But the most significant positive economic benefit we can bring to downtown is more housing. It's not more retail. It's not more office space. It's not more historical, cultural stuff. It is going to be more housing. And not just because we need more housing, it's because the downtown corridor needs the housing, needs the engagement, needs the customers, needs the presence there. What's also a really cool nexus is we're on the verge, just like trying hard to push ourselves off the edge of the cliff and fall into having State Street being open yard for the rest of our lives and not a boulevard for cars. It is so close to just being a piece of open yard to be shared by anybody who is in or living downtown. Same thing with De La Guerra Plaza. We're on the verge of that, just waiting to tip into finally making the largest downtown open space community park usable for everybody. We have parklets that I hope will become permanent, tucked in and out of adjacent cross streets all over downtown. Again, defining what it's going to look like for the future of both the use of downtown and those who live downtown. And then the 15 blocks of downtown or the 12 blocks of downtown are about to, by not their choice, have to reinvent themselves to get out of the erosion of retail, to become more experiential, and just to further lend itself to being a point and a spot and a purpose of somewhere to be, whether you're living there in housing, whether you're working there, or whether you're visiting there. To me, you have to bundle all that up together and look at it together rather than just, I want housing, I don't want housing, I want development, or I don't want development. One or two of the speakers listed off a bunch of what Mr. Friedman alluded to, that capital A affordable housing, so low, very low, or moderate, maybe even the examples of the Housing Authority, and they are all subsidized. They are all small, routinely dark closed in places, and they are not the type of housing we need for the next generation of people who are going to live here, the next generation of people who are going to work here, and the next generation of a diverse set of community workers who bring economic stability to the downtown component. I don't like it. I get frustrated when people mix up the examples of successful inner city housing authority projects with what we're talking about as being a draw for my children and my grandchildren. Those are not the examples I'm using. I also don't think it's fair to say that we're in a blind faith arrangement with the developers. If there's one thing I think we've done poorly throughout the AUD process, and that's we've not responded and been nimble as time has gone by. We have not, the city, whatever city bureaucracy has not pushed itself to respond to what they see and what they want on a continuing basis. We tend, as I've said before, to write an ordinance and then wash our hands and not want to come back and address it for a couple of years. This is a start right now from whenever we had that meeting earlier in the year to getting these amendments going through the system. This is a start of how this process of adaptive management, being nimble on the ground, responding to what we like, responding to what we don't like, replicating what we do like, and fixing what we don't like should look. It should be a constant tweaking program where we are not in bed, so to speak, with the development community, but we are looking for partners, as Ms. Harmon said, to find where those two lines cross each other, and it's mutually beneficial to both of us. To do that takes work. To do that doesn't take just doing something and then walking away and hoping it all works out. It requires people doing the work. And that's what I'd like to continue seeing happen. I also am a little discouraged to constantly hear the call for repurposing. We've already seen an example of repurposing that can happen in the building formerly known as Macy's. I think, my opinion, until shown otherwise, is that most of our buildings constructed in that manner, lot line to lot line, are built of such a type of structural components, or they're 1900s to 1920s buildings that will not meet any sense of building code requirements for residential conversion, essentially without knocking the entire building down. I'm happy to throw that challenge out to the AIA and say, show me an example of where that works, and show me an example where it works across the broad spectrum of the downtown area. Until then, I just think there's a reason we never see it, and that's because of the expense and/or realization that you still have to take the building down to the ground to redo it. So I see that as just a closed loop argument to continue stalling on these issues and not addressing what we really want, and that's more housing in the downtown area. I will, however, agree with everything I've heard so far about the role of a lack of production of housing that is in some form more affordable than we've been seeing. And I would certainly be willing to reopen the discussion on the inclusionary number, but I would want to have the flexibility to talk about inclusionary and height, just as the example was given for the 20% inclusionary over on Milpas Street. They are having to bust through the 45-foot to offer that 20% inclusionary. So there's an example where that's where it stood. And then a little bit about the community development, the community benefit housing process. So we have a goal of promoting housing, which would be a benefit to the community. The result of that goal is we require people to go through additional steps and additional expense and additional findings to make their case and show that that's true. I would contend that the opposite should be true. If you're providing something that, a definition that we define, it looks like, it smells like, it walks like a community benefit housing project, however we define that, we should put less barriers in front of it. We should not require it to go to extra hearings. We should not require it to spend more money on that. We should be putting it first in line. We should welcome that type of thing. What's kind of ironic too is when we're talking about height is one of the findings of community benefit housing is that you have to make findings in relation to consideration of livability. And then that ordinance defines a consideration of livability as higher ceiling plate heights. So it's right in there that livability, a component of livability as a component of community benefit of housing is a higher plate height, which equals out, of course, to a higher ceiling and a higher building height. That just seems to be such a contradiction to what we're asking for and then when we want people to do. So I'd love to see a discussion on that in the future. So that's my soapbox. Let me go down the list for you and then I'll get out of the way. 100% in agreement with the density changes and the way the language is written to address the historical or cultural districts and the Milpas corridor, that those will be handled in the future. I'm willing to say yes to the 48 feet. I think the 45-foot height in the downtown is historically in place for retail and office uses, and the migration to housing cannot just be offhand expected to fit within the same box. And a 3-foot opportunity based on what I've heard from the development community on being able to get their utilities, get their infrastructure through the space between floors, the livability of it is just a token little inconsequential, imperceptible change from 45 feet that hardly will be noticed downtown. Open yard, I'm happy to live with the compromise. I would actually like to I heard more people say the compromise, and I know you need 5 votes, so I'm happy to live with the compromise. My first choice would be getting rid of the requirements, trusting the developers to make them livable on the interior and build in their nooks and crannies. But a requirement of that open yard change has to be the ability to use the roofs. Let the developers highlight the roofs in our downtown area, because I think those will be a highlight. It will be part of the livability and the draw of living there, and use the entire square footage that they can for open yard. I like the example given wherever it was, where the solar is going on one of the garages, where the solar is going to be put up on pedestals for shade structures. And I can see architects just going crazy right now trying to basically build porches with shade structures on roofs that will look really cool, and not just like some industrial setting of, okay, I got to put some solar up there. But I just think that will be great. Parking, I'm in agreement with the staff report, that the unbundling and the choice of maximum 1 space per unit. And then if Mr. Friedman's needing some help on who's going to say what, I think we are already too late to be ready to start working on what's coming on the day after Sunset Day next year of the AUD, and that we need both for certainty for helping move these things along and motivation for us to keep working on the components of the AUD that we don't like. My vote would be to just remove any reference to a cap or a time period in the trial period. And I would, of course, be offering my commitment to continue in good faith to work on whatever's making people uncomfortable about what either these changes or what's in place already mean to them, and keep trying to address those. As I say, I think this is a ongoing process to manage that deserves our attention continually, rather than this is the answer, go play with it, and then let's look at it in a couple of years. And I'm committed to that. In addition, I have a list of additions. I would actually, and if we're going to bring back the inclusionary discussion on increasing that, I would actually be interested in discussing dual type of inclusionary and how we could incentivize not just moderate 80 to 120 AMI housing, but could we also incentivize low or very low to be part of both a market rate, moderate, and low end or very low development. And so maybe you would have different levels of incentive. So maybe you would incentive to allow to get to moderate, and maybe you would have more incentives, to get to put some low and very low in a development too. So for example, let's use the poster child of kicking around the block right now, 7-Eleven Milpas. So we're going to potentially give them a negotiated 52 feet to put in 20% of moderate. Would you give them 60 feet to put in an additional number of units that were low or very low on top of that moderate also, or mixed in? But you get what I'm saying. So you'd have your 64 units of market rate, you'd have your 16 units of moderate. Could you have another 8 or 10 units of low or very low if you gave them more height? I'd be willing to have that discussion. I've also recently had some meetings and become aware that as we increase the densities and put more units in, the increase in ADA accessible units does not keep up with those number of units. That there's not the graph on increase on units that are ADA accessible does not follow the curve of increasing units. At some point, there's just a few put in there, and that meets the letter of the law. I'm not sure. I held off on asking Mr. Demore a question today about that because it wasn't really part of the discussion, but I'd be interested too on having, as part of the increased density and inclusionary, a discussion on what ADA accessibility requirements are and if they should be improved. This is by far the best time ever to look at increasing ADA access in new construction rather than trying to hassle like the second floor of City Hall and trying to figure out how to put an elevator in and how to figure out how to put ADA bathrooms in and how to get somebody accessible entrance into council chambers and participate. Retrofitting any old building or apartment building is much less preferable than maximizing those opportunities with new construction. And then back to my community benefit housing rant, I think I would like to also look at discussing the findings and the methods. I think I said this, the findings and the methods to make a case for a community benefit housing development. I think right now to fall back and say, you can only go to 45 feet. The only way you're going to go past 45 feet is to go through this additional process where you had to show that it's a community benefit for housing, when you could easily just show that on a piece of paper to a staff person with a checklist. It accomplishes your inclusionary. It accomplishes your moderate or your very low or your low income. It accomplishes whatever else is on that piece of paper. Why the heck for housing are we requiring people to go through additional processes to gain building height when it's what we say in our goals, already a community benefit housing project? I think those need to be reconciled. So I think that is all, and I've taken plenty of time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, your turn. Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
In doing my homework for preparing for this agenda items, I was thinking of three things. We have a housing crisis in the state of California, but I think the housing crisis here in Santa Barbara is a lot crucial due to the high cost of land and how beautiful the city is and people want to come and live here. It's definitely a public health crisis, a social justice issue. And in our general plan, it highlights the value that the city has for building affordable housing. The working class in Santa Barbara is what makes the economy that the city has. It's the backbone of the city. And the state is already telling us, hey, I'm watching you. And that's a heads up that we're getting watched our every move. We don't have, the only thing that we have control over is the process, because the price of the land here is really high. And if we can make this process a lot better, and I think the AUD really brought a great idea for the city and to show the state, look at City Santa Barbara's on board. But we got lost in the process. And I think today we have the opportunity to make things better and revitalize the downtown area. Something that I learned while having a conversation about the parking with Mr. Dayton was that I was kind of giving him a hard time because I was really concerned about parking and the safety of the people's cars. And then I had to stop and realize that I was coming out with my personal ideas and my needs. I realized that the people that are actually going to be living downtown are people that want to live downtown. And it's the workforce. It's like Mr. Councilmember Jordan mentioned, it's this newer generation that's coming in that likes to be in more of a city type of environment. For the last couple weeks, I've been walking in my district really early in the morning and in the downtown. I have a really good friend that lives in the downtown area. And she introduced me to a couple of her neighbors. And I asked them, do you mind not having parking? Like, are you okay with not having a driveway or a garage? And they looked at me really weird, like, what are you talking about? And they said, oh, we bike or we walk everywhere. We love it here. So what I'm saying is that we have to also keep in mind that this housing that we're proposing in the downtown area is not for everybody, and that's okay. I do agree, and I want to first thank all of the city staff that worked on this presentation and the Planning Commission. Planning Commission, I heard that they're almost close to 8 hours in discussing this. I do want to say that I agree with the Planning Commission with all of the different points. I do want to highlight again that I would like to remove the Milk Bus conversation and Haley conversation out of the density portion of this amendment components. But I really want to remind my colleagues that the city has had a reputation in the community for delaying things, for making the process so difficult. And now the state is really looking at us, and I really don't want to get to the point where we lose control. I've said it over and over, Santa Barbara is a very unique city. The state is going to start making laws that are very general, very broad, that they do not fit Santa Barbara. So right now we have the time to control situations, and we should do it because housing, it is a priority for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, are you there? Are you
Yes,
ready?
I am.
Thanks.
So a lot has been said by my colleagues that I'll try not to reiterate. I want to acknowledge that I don't believe anyone's commented how our current global pandemic is going to affect the future of pretty much everything that we've been discussing tonight. So I feel very wary making these decisions, knowing that in the next 6 months to a year to years from now, it's all going to change. I mean, when we're, discussing passing laws to keep people from social distancing and gathering of more than 10 people, and when you see the stats that the people that live in more dense areas are getting infected at higher rates than any other. Some of these things that we're voting on today kind of seem like they're not going to be applicable soon. So I understand that the state has passed or are warning us about building and so on and so forth. I have this feeling that they're going to re-examine that pretty soon. So just commenting on the fact that this was all designed and written up pre-COVID, it just makes me wary as to what exactly are we going to be accomplishing today. So with that being said, let me just go over my points. I'm willing to support the more density. When it comes to height, I want to keep it to 45. I believe that they should have an open yard for mainly safety and security. I support unbundling parking. And with the trial period, again, with everything that's going on in the world, I don't see why we shouldn't extend the trial period. Because I feel like if the state's going to come down on us, it's going to come down on us on a bunch of different things, and it's just going to happen all at once, to be honest. So those are my points. And and to comment on Ms. Harmon's suggestion about the inclusionary, I feel like that definitely is something that we should bring up immediately. So I don't know if is it appropriate to make a motion to bring that up on the agenda now, or how would Madam Mayor, you like to do that, or Mr. Colon or Mr. Casey like us to move that forward?
I would like us to get through this set of questions, and then it can be something that we talk about, and that'll give Colon and Casey a minute to think about what, or Mr. Casey anyway, what would it take to bring that back? To bring back a conversation on inclusionary. Is it okay if I give my, Mr. Gutierrez, I'm sorry, I'm focused. I need to speak my piece on this particular, what's in front of us right now.
Absolutely, I've said what I needed to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I feel a real urgency to help bring housing downtown. I'm in conversations with commercial property brokers, commercial property owners. I asked them about, we've changed State Street by closing it off to car traffic. And I thought with all the activity and all the excitement that storefronts would be filling up, that people would be leasing space. And the answer that I got is that retail is still devolving. I'm not sure Friedman or Jordan used a verb that was just perfect, where it's still transitioning away from brick and mortar stores and to online consumer purchasing. So we can't be quick enough making sure that we get some housing development downtown. To the question about AUD being successful, it has given us rental units, and I am in agreement with Mr. Friedman. When I have a friend who lives in an apartment house that was built in the 60s, and so what I tell her when she's concerned about affordability, I tell her that when your apartment was built 60 years ago, it was brand new. It was market rate. And now, 40 years, 30, 40, 50 years later, it's an older apartment complex. It's blended into the housing stock. So I wouldn't say that we're building for building's sake, but if we haven't built apartment houses all this time, it's been a long time, we need to catch up with the housing stock. And the AUD has given us some affordability through the Housing Authority projects, the People's Self-Help Housing Project on Haley and Salsapuedes. I think it's medium high density. Still, it's an AUD program. The apartment house, it's at the corner of Coda and Salsapuedes, also an AUD program project. And I know that working people are living in it. And we know what happened with AUD. These are smaller units, so they're more efficient. So more people are getting a housing unit. So that is a positive. The trouble with rentals in Santa Barbara is they rent for what people will pay for them. So it's a supply and demand issue, and we will get affordable projects when we can subsidize them, or they're subsidized somehow. If the state of California comes up with something that replaces the redevelopment program, or if land is donated, the city of Santa Barbara is doing that. Johnson Court, that was a family that sold a property to the housing authority for a discount. So we need to be honest about how to get to truly capital A affordable housing for low, very low income earners. AUD is giving us rentals, and that is benefiting the community. And when I look at the general plan, it does talk about focused growth. It talks about putting more housing in the urbanized areas where there's transit, where people can walk to work, where people can walk to shop. Walk to work and walk to shop. And it reduces commuting. And that's what we're looking at today. We're having these sort of tortured discussions about all of this when we really did talk about this already. The community had its say. The Planning Commission reflected everything that we had voted on. So I too am 100% with the Planning Commission recommendations. I think those were all of my sort of like talking notes, but so yes to the density, 48 feet, I'm fine with. I don't think it's luxury to have a ceiling that gives you a little air and space, especially if the square footage is a little smaller. I would like to eliminate the open yard requirement. We are inviting people to be outdoors, and we need the housing downtown. And what I would like is to eliminate the open yard requirement, but create incentives for rooftop living up there. Yes to unbundling and a maximum of one space. I was kind of feeling uncomfortable because we were so interested in the in lieu fee, but when I hear staff explain why we need to go this other direction, that's fine. It's not like the in lieu fee is totally off the table. We can come back to it. And I would like to remove the trial period. We've been at this a long time. I've been at it the longest. I got elected in 2011. And it's time that we give the community security, that we have a great housing program for the downtown. We have to give our housing developers and our affordable housing developers, especially some assurances that this is our program and we're standing by it. So those are my thoughts on what's in front of us. And Mr. Casey, I would ask, it looked like, I think we should probably take these votes one at a time because there's some agreement on some of them and disagreement on others, and we can disagree agreeably. And be respectful of everyone's opinion, especially when it comes to housing policy. So I would take the density issue first. Here it is right here. But let me ask a procedural question because I'm looking at the recommendation on the front page of the council agenda report. There's an A, B, and C in there. Mr. Kalan, those need to be, or Mr. Casey, those need to be incorporated into the motion, or?
Madam Mayor, if I might help, it might be a good idea to go issue by issue and take some initial votes and then have someone do a consolidating motion at the end with that information. I think that might be the most expedient way. As I've been taking notes, I think, you know, and I'm looking for 5 votes. I'm seeing 5 votes on density. I'm possibly seeing 5 votes at 48 feet. You'll have to figure out the nuance on open yard, but it seems like the compromise with the rooftop, there's probably some consensus there. Parking's pretty darn close. I almost heard universal unbundle on the max. Trial period, some of you kind of wanted to wait to see what your colleagues say, so we'll need to feel that out. And then the 2 additional items that we'll just need some guidance on. I think we need a little more discussion on the Milpas issue for Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez, just to kind of tease that out and make sure where you all want to land. On inclusionary, I would not recommend that you take any action tonight on inclusionary. It was not on the agenda. We had not had any public knowledge that they were going to be voting on inclusionary. Totally appropriate to make a motion, though, to ask us to bring inclusionary back. Absolutely. Do that, and we'll find a date to do so. Depending upon where you go on inclusionary will depend how much of a staff effort it is. State law, I believe, allows you to go to 15% pretty readily. And so if there was an interest from 5 council members to do that, that is doable. To get to 20%, we would probably have to update the economic analysis that we did prior, I think February of 19 is what I'm remembering is when that was last before us. But certainly appropriate to ask that we bring inclusionary back if there's a desire to do that.
Well, let me ask you a clarifying question about the Milpas overlay. So the only reason why it's in the ordinance paperwork today is because that ordinance document includes everything. We're only making changes to these specific things right now. So if someone wanted to bring it back later to reopen the question of whether we want to change the overlay to Milpas, I'm not even sure if that was the goal, but it's not like we're voting on that right now. We're really voting on these changes. Am I interpreting that correctly? If that would give Ms. Gutierrez some comfort, Mr. Casey?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to let Ms. Brooke or Mr. Kalan chime in because they're much more familiar on it. I believe that the reason the Milpas language is in there is to preserve options for council down the road. I'll let them try to explain that, but that staff's intent was bringing the Milpas item the way we did was just to allow the most flexibility for council in the future. But I think Ms. Ostringer is going to take another run at it.
Thanks.
Mario, thank you. Yes, it's included in there to provide council with the flexibility so that you could remove the priority overlay if you chose at the second round that we'll be bringing to you. You don't have to. However, as Mr. Kalan said, if it's not in there, we most likely will not be able to remove it with the new state housing laws. The council had given us the direction at the last go around that was something that you wanted us to look into. So that's why I included that in there, to give you the flexibility that you'll need in this next round that'll be coming to you.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I still don't feel comfortable with that answer. So the wording here, remove priority housing overlay from Milpas Street and Haley Street, west to North Cuarentina Street. You're telling me that the reason it's in here is to give us flexibility in the future.
Sorry, I just accidentally turned off my camera.
Let me address it.
I'm sorry for
that's
not
all right.
understanding and asking questions. I'm new, and I think a lot of people out there in the community are not familiar with the language in development. So I really want to make it clear, because I'm the one getting asked questions from the community. You guys are in your offices and understand this process. So if you can just break it down to me, you know, like if I was a high school student.
Well, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, the reason it's there is the council asked us to reduce the density on Milpas. at the time the decision was framed, the city council was concerned about high density, high rise or mid rise housing on Milpas. As we got into it, state law changed so that the so-called no net loss rule would not allow the city to reduce the density on Milpas without increasing it somewhere else. But in order to meet the council's time frame, we couldn't accomplish both. So Ms. Ostranger worked with the Department of Housing and Community Development on a compromise where by ordinance today, the council will indicate its intention to look at reducing the density on Milpas. You're not taking that action, you're preserving your right to look at that. Now that was consistent with the majority of the council's direction before. If you'd like to change your mind now, that's okay.
And can someone from planning or Mr. Dayton explain why we took that vote? Ms. Gutierrez, we were given information that it would create too much traffic on Milpas Street. And I remember voting for it and going along with it, even though I wasn't 100% for taking the overlay off of Milpas. So if we keep it in there, then we can have another discussion about it. But who wants to start? I see everybody. Mr. Dayton, go ahead, everybody, one at a time.
I'll start with the reasons that came from the workshop, and then Rob can move to the traffic reasons. So what we heard from the public during both of our workshops on where density should go and shouldn't be in our city was that Milpas is really quite a different animal than State Street, but they both right now are, Milpas right now has high density and priority and State Street doesn't. So we all just heard that we're voting for increasing the density on State Street. But Milpas doesn't have that same active transportation network that I talked about earlier on State Street. We don't have the separated bike lanes. We don't have wide sidewalks. There's not a landscaped area separating pedestrians from vehicular traffic. So that was one of the reasons that it just hasn't really grown up yet to support that kind of density as an area of Santa Barbara. And then also we heard from the neighborhood real concern about gentrification of this area. It's an area that has businesses that if they were converted to high density housing, there would be nowhere for these landscapers or other people in the construction industry that kind of live and work on their parcels and have their businesses coming out of the back of their single family or multifamily unit to go besides somewhere outside of our Santa Barbara community. And then the third reason that we looked at from a planning perspective was that the Milpas high density and priority overlay is adjacent to residential zoning, and it doesn't step down like it does in the downtown. So in the downtown, we have this area of high density, and then it goes to kind of a lower intensity, and then slowly flows into the single family. And in the Milpas area, and I can bring up the map if that would help, it really just goes from this highest density that we have in the city to 2-unit residential right next door. And so those were the reasons from the workshop and from planning that we looked at and spoke to City Council and Planning Commission about removing it. But Rob also probably can chime in more on that transportation.
Mr. Day, real quick, a couple city council meetings, like one, I think it was in February, you talked about this new plan that's going to go into Milpas and creating, wider sidewalks and kind of slowing down the traffic, making it a lot more safety and greener. How will that affect housing in the future when that comes up?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, that plan would really help the Milpas area be more of a walking environment that Ms. Megsner is saying is kind of lacking over there. And that would be a real help. By the way, that's a $30 million application that's going to be going soon. We hope we score well. We don't know if we'll get it. But in terms of AUD and Milpas, in terms of traffic, Milpas is more of a service-oriented street when it comes to serving the community. There's a lot of service-oriented things there. And then it's a 4-lane road that actually is a pretty important arterial in the community, not just for the Lower East Side, but for the Riviera, the rest of the community. Many people use that road to and from work and home. So and it's moving a lot of traffic. So one of the aspects of this, when we're looking at putting in more density, housing density, we will pay a price for that housing density put on this street in traffic, because it just does not have the ingredients for like downtown has. If we put a housing unit downtown with less parking, we're going to have a lighter footprint on the environment and less impact to traffic than if we put that same unit onto Milpas. So I think that, in concert with the two bookends that you just heard in terms of what the community said, and then for strategic planning for our city, we really want to get it right in downtown. We really want to nail it and see the units put in place there. And then, a future, looking at for the future down the road, maybe it becomes more acceptable and a lighter footprint down the road for Milpas when we see how the city evolves in terms of transportation and parking, because, things are changing all the time, as they have in the last 2 decades. So that's what I would say. That's what we were talking about in the discussion about Milpas and the AED program, and it could have its impacts on traffic.
Thank you. Thank you for the city staff for that explanation. And I just want to remind everybody that when I ask these questions, there's a whole new audience now that is watching the city council meetings that normally didn't. So by asking these questions, it just gives the broader audience more of an understanding of why staff makes these type of decisions. So thank you again.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden, there you are.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez's question, this is exactly the reason why I can't vote for this without the full package. So we had a whole discussion about upzoning in one area and that can't be undone. And then with the idea that, okay, we're going to downzone in Milpas because maybe that shouldn't have been upzoned. So that's all linked in as part of the bargain. And what we heard from Ms. Ostringer is that we think it's likely that that's going to be okay. We have some probability that it will go that way, but no assurance. And so I just want to highlight that we've been so changeable every time this comes before us, and every time it goes to Planning Commission, they add something new and it's changeable, and they put in whole new things that weren't considered in the first place. We don't have the package. And I'm looking right now at the screen, and this is the last thing I'll say, and then I'll just vote how I vote. But this project right here on the screen has that increased density. It has the building height that isn't even going up to the proposed building height. It had the open yard requirement in it. So even that building that's lot line to lot line has some little courtyardy spaces inside of it. It has the parking bundled, and there's nothing in that is affordable. So that is right there, the poster child, the next poster child picture of what the AUD produces. So for that reason, and because of the uncertainty of what these trade-offs are and these yet undetermined, I think now I have to vote no just on the whole package based on that.
Okay, understandable. Mr. Casey, maybe you can help me. Do we need 5 votes on all of these items?
Yeah, I'll confirm with the legal team, but yes, I believe so. We're amending the zoning ordinance and land use, and those require 5 votes. I think technically you need 4 votes to introduce and 5 votes to adopt, but I would look for consensus of 5 votes to move anything forward.
Okay, but we'll settle for 4 today to move it forward.
Not if it's just if there's a solid 3 against, there's not a lot of sense of introducing an ordinance and then next week not having a 5th vote. So I would encourage you to try to find items that 5 of you can support, just for us not then being here next week and not being able to move forward with anything.
Okay, understood. Okay, the legal team is not coming on, so I guess they're agreeing with you. Okay, so that sounds good. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick follow-up question for Mr. Casey, if that's okay. Mr. Casey, I plan, once we get through these amendments, to make a motion to bring back a discussion of inclusionary. My hope is that we can do so and at that point determine if an economic study is required. So I want to confirm how many votes we would need for that. We wouldn't need 5 to bring back a discussion, right? That's just 4? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Ms. Gutierrez, go. Oh.
I was just going to say that I supported Councilmember Harmon's about bringing inclusionary housing back.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jordan?
Are you ready?
I think so. I would be more, go ahead and try it.
God knows I'm going to mess this up. So, Mr. Casey, so you phrased that as a series of small votes with a consolidated at the end. I'm unsure on some of these when to reference the A, B, and C findings. So can I just make votes to, or can I just make motions to see how they fly for the bullet points? Would that be acceptable? And then we'll wrap all that up with the findings at the end?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Council Member Jordan, that's one option. If you think that there's a 5-vote consensus and you want to try to do an omnibus motion, go for it. But otherwise, correct, just kind of take straw votes on the different issues, see where people land, and then you come back and make one final motion that kind of incorporates everything that we're recommending that you need to do.
Okay.
And then just to clarify, and then if Ms. Harmon after that vote wants to make a motion to bring back inclusionary, that's still certainly allowable and on the table. And
thank you. And I'm going to require that she do that one, definitely. So Madam Mayor, I'd make a motion to adopt the density changes as outlined in the staff report.
Okay, a second for Ms. Harmon.
Second.
Is there any other discussion about the density item? Let's take a roll call vote, Ms. Clerk. Thanks.
This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to adopt the density changes as outlined in the staff report. Mayor Pro Tem
Madam
Smith.
Mayor, excuse me, that's not an actionable item.
Right.
You have in front of you a resolution and an ordinance, and I think that if you continue to build the motions, you'll get to something that's actionable.
All right, I thought I just asked for help for that and I didn't get it then, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now I'm confused, Mr. Kalan. What are you directing?
What I'm suggesting is that the council action is to make CEQA findings, to adopt a resolution and introduce an ordinance. The component pieces of those actions you can address by taking straw polls as you build the motions. Ms. Ostrander can advise whether we need changes in those 2 legal documents after your discussion.
So, Mr. Jordan, would you move recommendations A, B, and C to start with?
Is that what we want to move recommendations A, B, and C? And do you want to separate that from the bullet points?
Yeah, let's, Mr. Kalan, we're going to do those 3 first.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that's what, okay. Mr. Friedman, is that a second?
Second, yeah, second.
Okay. So this is laying the groundwork, everybody. Ms. Clerk. Roll call vote, please.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to move staff recommendations A, B, and C for item 13. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden?
No.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
No.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Okay. One last question. Mr. Cologne, you're gonna kill me, but I need to
That's
ask.
okay. Mr. Kalan, another question. Go ahead, please.
Is he there? Okay. So if I vote no, this means, so I'm still not comfortable with like two things in the resolution. Would my vote then be no to this agenda item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I understand the motion to be the staff recommendation, all items A, B, C as presented. So you would vote no if all or part of those three items are things you don't want.
Okay.
Councilmember Jordan may wish to supplement his motion with the changes to recommendations A, B, and C.
Actually, I'd just like to get better help than I'm getting, because that was why I didn't want to use A, B, and C, because one of those references the resolution as it is now, whereas some of those bullets on the page that would be subsequent motions would change A, B, or C as written now.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'm not understanding the guidance, the first guidance or the second guidance.
Well, Ms. Gutierrez, if you could come back, if you don't like the reference to Milpas in the ordinance and the resolution, but what we're trying to tell you is that if you wanted to make changes to that, it needs to be in there. So I'm not sure if you're supportive of removing the overlay on Milpas, or if you want to leave it there. I'm wondering if I'm getting to the issue.
I don't feel comfortable with it,
Okay.
with having it there.
Madam
And
Mayor, how
instead of
about I just withdraw the motion and ask for some advice on just how to do straw polls without motions on the amendment components, just to begin with?
Okay. So then let me do the straw polling. If you would, we were in the middle of a vote, but if you're withdrawing your motion, and if Mr. Friedman withdraws his second, we can go ahead and start over. Am I hearing that?
Withdrawn.
Okay. So let me poll people informally. So if you're supportive of the density overlay on the CBD, please come on and tell me yes or no. So just hop on. Ms. Harmon.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Ms. Sneddon.
Madam Mayor, since I intend to vote no on the whole package because there will be too many things, I don't think you should count me in the straw poll, because even if I say yes to density and overlay, if I vote no on the entire package, that doesn't help.
Should I assume you're just a no on all of them?
No, some of them I'm yes on, but for the whole package, well, we'll straw poll. Go ahead and I don't want to tell you what to do, but like if you count me, and then I vote no on the whole package, I don't want it to mislead your straw poll.
I think we're understanding, because you have already said that you support the density part.
Right, but if it's bundled in with increased heights and eliminating open yards, then the whole thing is a no for me.
Okay, we'll work through that. So you're a yes for this innocent
yes for the
straw
high
poll.
priority, but not for the increased density. So no.
Okay, so you're okay. Mr. Friedman.
Yes.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm a yes. Okay, so that's 6. Let's do the building height at 48. I saw a bunch of people say yes to 48. So go ahead. Who's popping on? Mr. Friedman.
Yes.
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Snedden,
No.
okay. Harmon,
Yes.
Gutierrez, A. Gutierrez,
Sorry, I missed what you asked at the beginning.
the building height at 48.
Yes, yes.
O. Gutierrez,
No.
okay, and I'm a yes. Okay, so that's 5. So open yard, this is a little more difficult. I will budge a little bit and say let's see if we can, where we can get with the rooftop compromise, I guess is the way people have been saying that. Mr. Friedman, you've been going first. Are you for, you said, Jordan, go ahead.
So actually just a point of question there from staff's presentation. I don't believe there's any action needed to include open yard consideration for roof. I believe staff said that they're just going to change an amendment. Do we have to take any action to do that, or?
Ms. Brooke?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, you're correct in your reading of the staff report. What we've proposed in the ordinance clarifies some ambiguous language.
Okay.
It does already allow rooftop areas to count as open yard. So if council wanted to vote to support changes to the ordinance that reflects what we've been doing, then your vote would be positive. It does
Very good.
require your action though to amend the zoning ordinance to make that more clear. So that
Okay.
would be an action.
Thank you. So I'm a yes.
Okay, that's clear. Ms. Harmon?
Yes.
Friedman?
Yes.
Snedden?
Just want to be very clear. So this is to not eliminate open yard requirement?
Yeah, right. It's to clarify that they can do it on the rooftop. Okay, you're yeah. Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm a yes. Okay, that's a 7. Yay. Parking unbundled, and I think we took down unbundled yes and maximum 1 space. It was okay. So that's what we're voting on. Is it? Go ahead, Jordan.
Yes.
Thank you. Harmon?
Yes.
Snedden?
Yes.
A. Gutierrez?
Yes.
O. Gutierrez?
Yes.
I missed you, Friedman. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm a yes. Okay, so that's another 7. The gnarly old trial period. I think we're in disagreement on that. If we don't get a consensus, it kind of stays like it was, Mr. Casey. It stays at, tell me if you could clarify that for us, Mr. Casey.
I'll let Ms. Brooke kind of clarify if there's not 5 votes, but there was some, I think you should try have someone kind of describe what they would like to see happen and see where the votes go. But Ms. Brooke can clarify if you don't have 5 votes for something, what would happen?
Sure, Madam Mayor. Right now, if no change to the ordinance occurred, the AUD program would expire in a couple of months, most likely, because we are getting very close to seeing our 250th unit occupied. So one way to handle this would be, is there support for that? Removing that reference to 250 units. If that action were supported by council, then the next question would be, do you still want to retain the remaining into the trial period, which would be August 2021? Or also eliminate that?
Okay.
Madam,
So,
or some other date.
Go ahead, Ms. Ostranger.
Just for clarity, and Ms. Metzger can correct me if I'm wrong, but just so you know what's in the ordinance right now, I believe we've removed the entire trial period. And so, just so you know, if you need to look and see what's in there.
Okay. Well, I would like to eliminate the whole trial period. Mr. Jordan, what are your
Madam Mayor,
thoughts?
you were asking for some input. Maybe I took notes, and I would like to suggest that you start with the most to go to the least. And so the first choice would be to remove the trial period. And if that failed, then you could work your way down to removing the 250, removing the date, whatever it was. But I believe there's adequate support for removing the trial period.
Okay, let's go ahead and do a casual poll on that one. Removing the trial period. Mr.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Okay. Friedman,
Yes.
Sneddon,
No.
A. Gutierrez.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon,
No.
O. Gutierrez.
No?
Okay, and I'm a yes on that. So that's 4-3. Then let's do a poll, straw poll on removing the 250 unit cap, which will make the trial period end August 2021. Do I have that right, staff? Or, okay, I have that right? Casey's over here nodding yes. So, okay, so let's take a poll on that. Removing the 250 unit cap, and then that just makes the natural ending date August 2021. Harmon,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Sneddon,
Yes.
Friedman,
Yes.
one of the Gutierrez's, come on up.
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, yes.
Yes.
A, and I'm a yes. Okay, so we have consensus. We have anonymity or unanimity on that one. Okay. So Mr. Casey, we need some help. Ms. Gutierrez, we need 5 votes actually on A, B, and C to move this forward. Mr. Casey, what's your advice?
One option would be to someone to make a motion with A, B, and C with those directions on those key issue areas to clarify and see if you have 5 votes for that. And happy to answer more questions about the Milpas question for Councilwoman Gutierrez prior to that vote if she has them.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the question on Milpas. If we remove the language on Milpas, we had to reserve that to have that discussion later. So if we remove it, then that means that we can't have the discussion. So we're de facto keeping the high density overlay on Milpas, if I'm understanding correctly, because you won't have the ability to downzone it later if we take that language out today. And for the record, you and I, Mayor, we didn't support that at the time, but that was the will of the council, and I'm willing to go along with it at this time. So if we take that language out, I have concerns taking it out because the community there doesn't know that that would be the case, if I'm understanding it right. So can someone answer that for me?
Right. I think the Milpas community or the East Side didn't know we would be having that discussion today. So is that?
I agree with what Mr. Friedman just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say, Mr. Friedman?
So if we take that language out, it would mean that we would actually be reversing the previous. This is where I need county or city council, city attorney to clarify that I have this understanding correct. It's very important. If we take that language out today, that means we don't have the ability to downzone Milpas at a later time because we're not tying it to the upzone of the central business district. So we would actually be reversing the previous direction from November at this meeting right here.
Yep.
And for the record, I
I didn't want to downzone it, but I have a very strong opinion that the community needs to be informed of that decision, and I'm not going to make a decision that's going to take them out of that process since it was already voted on last year.
I hear you. Mr. Kalan, you wanted to give us some advice?
Madam Mayor, only to confirm that Councilmember Friedman is stating our opinion accurately.
Okay. Well, let me call back Mr. Friedman, and if you want to do an omnibus motion where you include A, B, and C and incorporate the straw polling that we just did, let's see if that will pass with 4. Well, we prefer 5 votes. Ms. Gutierrez, to the discussion, please.
No, I'm just waiting to make a motion after Mr. Friedman.
Okay, so I'll make the A, B, and C, plus incorporate the straw polling for density, building height, open yard, parking, and the trial period of the 250 units being removed.
Okay. And this would be where Ms. Snedden would probably vote no, but I let her do her thing. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, okay. So does everyone understand the motion? It's A, B, and C, and it incorporates the straw polling that we did. Okay. Then if you would take a roll call vote, Ms. Clerk. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm going to take a stab at recapping the straw polling for the motion here for the clarity of minutes. So please interrupt me as and if I am wrong as we go along. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to approve staff recommendations A, B, and C, incorporating the following straw polling.
If I might, Ms. Gorman, confirm I'm correct, Ms. Ostranger, all the changes are in the ordinance, not in the resolution.
Ms. Ostranger?
Mayor Murillo, Mr. Kalan, that's correct. We don't need to change anything in the resolution. Based on the straw poll, the only thing I'll need to change in the ordinance as it exists is increase the building height to 48 feet and then change the trial period to eliminate the 250 cap.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve staff recommendations A, B, and C, incorporating the following changes. Density overlay in the CBD, building height to 48, open yard, including the rooftop compromise, parking unbundled, and a maximum 1 space. And removal of the 250 units trial period. Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Our first person, Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
No.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that passes 6-1. And Ms. Harmon would like to talk about inclusionary. I mean, we can't talk about it too much today, but you're just suggesting that it would come back for discussion and maybe a vote to change what we have on the books, something like that. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I would like to move that we agendize a conversation regarding our inclusionary housing ordinance and to do so at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you.
Second.
Is that a second from Ms. Sneddon? Okay. Is there any discussion to that? Well, limited discussion. Okay, let's take a, Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
No, sorry, let's get to the
Ready to
vote.
vote? Okay. Ms. Clerk, if you would take a roll call vote, please.
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon to agendize discussion of the inclusionary housing ordinance and hear it at the earliest possible opportunity. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That looked unanimous. Did we get
Yes.
everybody? Okay, super. That finishes this item up. I guess I should have thanked the Planning Commission for all their hard work, their 7 or 8 hours of work. Thank you so much. We're going to close this item and take a break before we go to the COVID-19 discussion. This meeting is in recess. Thank you.
Yes. You are good.
Ms. Clerk, we will reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council, July 28th, 2020. If you would read into the record the next item that we're on, our final item, please.
Very good. Item 14, COVID-19 update, discussion and direction on education, outreach, and enforcement on face masks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clerk. Mr. Casey, who is our staff person on this? Who's starting us off? Ms. Johnson. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Nina Johnson, and I'm the Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, and today I'll be giving our staff presentation. We have a number of staff available to answer questions and assist with the discussion of options as needed. During the presentation, I'm going to cover our efforts to educate the public and on wearing a face covering or mask to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Just to take a step back, coronavirus spreads when an infected person speaks, sneezes, coughs near others because respiratory droplets are released into the air. So combined with social distancing and frequently washing your hands, wearing a mask is considered one of the most important steps we can take to lower the transmission of the virus and also to keep some businesses open and operating safely. Some may not feel the need to wear a mask because they're not sick. However, it's important for everyone to understand that even if you feel well and you have no symptoms, you may have the virus and could unknowingly spread it to others. So wearing a mask protects everyone around you. In mid-June, the state released official guidance that all residents were required to wear masks when you're away from home and in public settings. I'm going to summarize how this applies to the general public and also note for our audience that might be listening that there are a number of exceptions and special situations and other details. I'm not going to be covering all of those, but they can be found, the state's guidance can be found on the city's website at santabarbaraca.gov on the homepage. So first, face coverings are required to be worn when you're outside of your home. Let's go to the next slide, sorry. Next slide. One more slide. Thank you. Face coverings are required to be worn when you are outside of your home and you're outdoors and you cannot stay 6 feet away from others if you can't maintain that kind of distance. So you're in more crowded areas. At work, you must wear a mask if you're near other people or if you're in common areas. If you're inside any indoor space, public space like a retail store, grocery store, or if you're waiting in line to enter. Also, if you're on public transportation or ride sharing. And this list covers a lot of our daily life when we leave home. So that's why it's imperative to wear a mask and be prepared. When in public, there are also some situations where you can take off the mask. Next slide. When you're eating or drinking at an outdoor restaurant area, when you're not sharing a common area at work. So let's say you have an office, a private office at work. When you're outdoors in public and you can stay 6 feet or more away from others and you have a lot of space, then you can remove your face mask. Also, if the face mask poses a risk, for example, if it gets caught in machinery or if a hearing impaired person needs to read your lips. Next slide. Children under 2 years old are exempt from the mask requirements. They don't need to wear a mask. And anyone with respiratory issues doesn't need to wear a mask, as well as anyone who has difficulty removing their mask or anyone with a medical condition, mental health condition, or a disability that would make it difficult to wear a mask. Next slide. In addition to the efforts from the state and county, we've taken on a number of different efforts to educate our residents and encourage people to take personal responsibility for wearing a mask. To inform everyone, we have sent regular email messages to our distribution list to tens of thousands of people, and that amounts to messages going out on wearing masks 2 to 3 times a week, or every 2 to 3 days. Messages like this one, we use visual graphics, we highlight frequently asked questions, and focus on different aspects of wearing masks and other ways to prevent the spread of the virus. We also post these messages on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Nextdoor, and that really expands our reach into the community. Next slide. To to expand our reach and basically place messages closer to where people live, we're making new signage. This graphic that you see on the screen, we are currently fabricating these signs so that we can place them in commercial areas in different neighborhoods in the city. So on Milpas, on San Andres, and other commercial areas to make sure the requirement to wear a mask is more visible. These will be large format metal street signs. So they'll be installed, we expect early next week. Our streets crew will be able to install them in areas that are highly visible and in areas where drivers can see them, pedestrians, and those individuals who are riding on bikes. Next slide. Moving to State Street, we have a number of different sign types. If many of you have been there and walked through, there are different signs at different parts of the street. Every block, though, we have signage at the entrances, and this is probably the third version or so of our signage as we've redesigned the signs as our message has changed. This is the 500 block and probably the more crowded area of our pedestrian promenade. I mentioned that we have this signage at different entrance points to the block. Next slide, as well as different points as you keep walking along. They are on A-frame signs, so we continuously emphasize the requirement to wear a mask. I'll also point out that on the left and right, these photos contrast. These photos are a good contrast of our downtown promenade experience, in that you can see on the left we have a more crowded area and people are appropriately wearing a mask because it is like they'll be more challenged to keep at least a 6-foot distance from others in that area. And then in the other, on the photo on the right, maybe people have the chance to spread out, and if someone were to not wear a mask, they have more distance. So we can reference these situations later. Next slide. We also have customized signage for all of our parks and beaches. And I will just say that all of our parks and beaches are open to the public. We don't allow large group picnic sites. Our playgrounds are closed. And sports or fitness classes are allowed by permit, just to ensure proper safety protocols are followed. Our park rangers visit all of our city park sites regularly every day, and they go to the most frequented parks with the most people. And when they observe groups of greater than 9 people, they give warnings and they disperse those large parties, sometimes requiring assistance from the police department. So overall, that's a lot of activities spread out in 60 park facilities throughout the city. Next slide. If we look over at State Street, in terms of our encouragement efforts, our red shirt ambassadors have been providing masks to the public at a station on the 500 block since 4th of July weekend. They are set up every weekend there to answer questions and provide masks for free for anyone without one. They've also been keeping track each weekend of compliance and looking at generally how we're doing in terms of mask compliance. And as of this last weekend, they feel that we're probably at about 90% of the people walking through wearing masks. Visit Santa Barbara has also done a lot of work in providing information to hotels and sending the message to the people who are visiting Santa Barbara that wearing a mask is a requirement. They've provided information to hotels. They're about to distribute hotel key cards, inserts that remind visitors every time they pull out their key card that it's a requirement to wear your mask. Next slide. At the visitor center, the Santa Barbara Chamber has also worked on an outdoor station where they're providing free masks and hand sanitizer as well. So overall, we've taken an approach that it's everyone's personal responsibility to wear a mask, and even providing complimentary masks downtown. Next slide. I've talked a lot about outdoor environments, but I wanted to quickly touch upon indoor spaces as well. Any concerns related to indoor mask use can be sent to our email address, landuse@santabarbaraca.gov. That is an area where Mark Aguilar, our business liaison and community development, and John Joymus in the city attorney's office, they review and respond to those requests, questions, and concerns, and they follow up with businesses based on the issue there. To date, there have been 120 business contacts since mid-March, and for this particular issue, over half of those were related to violations of the mask order. So that's in particular, an employee not wearing a mask in the workplace, in a store, and so forth. Next slide. In terms of enforcement, last Friday, the county issued a health officer order that provides authority to enforce mask usage where an individual cannot keep 6-foot distance from others. So what that means is it's applicable to crowded public areas only. And a violation would be an infraction, a monetary fine, so similar to a parking citation. There are a number of concerns or a number of considerations really that I think if council has indicated an interest in possibly expanding enforcement in some way and looking at a number of variables, staff is available to answer questions and provide comments. Who and in what situations can write citations, which areas are truly enforceable, and how do we address confrontational situations because everyone is not necessarily in agreement on wearing masks. With that, staff welcomes direction from council and how we increase our mask compliance. And I'll just call out really quickly so that we can bring our staff online here. Captain Todd Stoney from the Police Department, Rob Dayton from Public Works, and John Doimus from the City Attorney's Office are here to assist us.
Thanks so much, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Jordan, it looks like you have questions. I know for sure that Mr. Dayton had information from us for us related to what's going on State Street, but go ahead. I'll ask that question later. Go ahead, Mr. Jordan. Question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Johnson, I think I just have a couple questions for you on one of the concerns I've heard about is that even in the 500 block where anecdotally you can stand there and my count is about 9 out of every 10 people have a mask on, that it's a drastically different situation at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night, particularly in front of the bar/restaurant type businesses. And it's not an indoor use anymore because we've allowed the bars or restaurants out into the public right away. So the queues are really on the sidewalk or sometimes out in the street. And the queues there are people who have been having a good time for a couple hours at night and are a little more familiar with each other by the time 11 or 12 rolls around and they're not wearing masks. And is that an appropriate land use resource referral to make in that case because it involves a business?
Let's see, there are a few things, and Mr. Doimus might know this answer better than myself. I think there are different checklists for every type of business and a protocol required public health guidelines that every business type needs to be following. So for an evening business, for this type of business and their line queuing outside, they need to be making sure that everyone keeps a distance. I'm not sure how it works when it's a lot. It is in our state guidance that masks are required to be worn when in line to enter a business. I'm not sure the responsibility of the business owner for the activity that's on the sidewalk as you're entering the business, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess so. My reference point would be it's the business's line. It's not just that people are in line. It's so-and-so bar and they're waiting to be seated and there's a receptionist, a bouncer, whatever, and they're letting people in as people leave. You can imagine any one of the places we've been in downtown are like that at midnight. And so it is a queued line between stanchions or something that's being maintained by the business. It's not just a group of people out hanging around in a line. And so I'm just wondering if the correct response there for people who are concerned about that is to utilize the land use option rather than something that's more enforcement related.
Well, Mr. Doimus is here.
Yeah,
Mr. Doimus?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, for that issue, if the business is maintaining the line to enter the business for their benefit, that would be appropriate to issue for the land use email. It would be the business's responsibility and we would contact the business on that issue.
Okay, thanks. And then I did have questions on just the overall city's view on compliance, whether that's in the 500 block, State Street below the freeway. Those are what I think are the two more active zones, either on the weekend or in the evening. And have we made an effort to actually, go out there and stand and count 100 people and figure out how many of 100 aren't wearing a mask and where the bang for the buck would be, that kind of thing. I did that anecdotally Sunday, and I'm pretty favorably impressed with the number of people I saw wearing a mask, but that's the first time I've been downtown in a month. So I see Rob or Mr. Dayton popping on. So
let's hear from Mr. Dayton. Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Madam Mayor and council members, yes, that there's a big difference from the weekend before last and just this last weekend. We have been counting the number of people who have masks and don't. We have been positioning ourselves in the 500 block because that's the place where it seems to be most relevant in terms of closeness and proximity and really honoring other people who really think it's important for other people to wear masks, since you're protecting other people when you have a mask, and that's the point. So the weekend before last, we were about 60-40. Now we're at about 90% compliance. So it's gone up, and in the 500 block, both weekends, we were out from 11 to 6, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And it's been going pretty well, actually. So when we have masks to hand out, so you can imagine what that looks like. It's a high touch encouragement in terms of, hey, we notice you don't have a mask, and then we have tongs and would you like one, and reach out and here's a mask. And the majority of people, 45%, actually go ahead and take that mask. So we're talking the last 10% we're trying to get to, 45%, go ahead and take that mask. And then other people decline. We've been doing surveys to try to give the council an idea as to why people are not actually wearing the mask, particularly those who don't say thank you and take the mask. So first question we asked them is, were you aware of the governor's orders to wear masks? And so we had a 38% say that they do, they are aware, and 62% said no, they're not aware. So there could be some of that they're not aware. And then the excuses, or the people who, the number one answers to the questions to why they don't have masks is number one answer is forgot to bring my mask. Number two is I intend to do 6-foot distancing, so I don't need a mask. Number three is I'm engaged in outdoor recreation, such as bicycling, cycling, and skateboarding, and it's uncomfortable for me to wear one. The next one was it's uncomfortable. And then the last one, not aware of the governor's orders. Those top answers represent 70% of the people who are not wearing masks this last weekend. We intend to do that for the next ensuing weekends to try to get more compliance, and we think the strategy is effective and is working well. As has been seen as the masks have increased, and also I think that there's a little bit more of a seriousness on the street too. I think they're becoming way more popularized. We're seeing a lot more fashionable masks too. I could be a part of the culture. We're in the culture of masks, and people are adapting it, but we are seeing that compliance.
Thanks. And then while you're there, because I'm sure this is your area too. So Sunday afternoon, 500 block. I'm sure you've seen the bicycle riders. Essentially doing their tricks, riding right at people. That is, I think, the only block that's signed to not ride your bike, clearly at both ends of the block. And I can tell you they were going right by the guys in the booth. So the guys in the booth need a stick or something to stick in the spokes, but something like that. But they're very obnoxious. I witnessed multiple people tell them to stop, and then the responses were F-bombs, and they are clearly there for a confrontation. They are not there because they're looking for some place to do their tricks. They're clearly there to do them right there in other people's faces where they're being told not to do it. And I'm just wondering, is there a game plan to resolve that before it just becomes more anarchy?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. Yes, there is a plan. We have a plan, and without judging exactly what's going on in their heads, it's really hard to say. They sure are having a lot of fun, and just to say, it's really nice to see so much youth activity going on State Street. Yes, the 500 block behaviors are not acceptable. We are on a call with PD today. And our answer to that, we think that this is the best solution, is to just put signs out and eliminate bicycle riding on the 500 block. Walk your bike only. So be walking your bike only for the entire block, and then have some PD education presence on the 500 block in coordination with the ambassadors to stop that behavior. But we do think it's important to address bicycling in general and not focus on the wheelie riders, even though we do have no wheeling on our signs, and we mentioned the council's temporary ordinance. We do think it's important to be more of an educational approach about all cycling, because we do have some bicycle riders who are also, even when asked, still riding through.
You paint a better picture than I witnessed, because just for example, the 500 block is signed as K-rails at one end. It's signed in the middle of the block, or multiple spots in the middle of the block. And the 600 block is empty, literally empty. There's not a soul there. There's maybe one business way up at the top end that has a parklet, but it is empty. And this particular group was only going back and forth on the 500 block. They were making no attempt to go through and go somewhere else. They were, I'll not read into their heads either, but they were definitely doing it on one block back and forth on purpose. So I don't think you have to read much further into their heads to get their ideas after that point. But I happened to be standing there, and then I noticed Nick Welsh was next to me on one side, and John Palmentary was next to me on the other side. John was snapping photos and videos for the news. We were all commenting on the same thing, and I think, and I've gotten emails on it too, that there are people who are uncomfortable on that block, not because of the small percentage of people who are unmasked, or not because of the close proximities, but just the bicycle riders are terrorizing them. And I think it's something that should be looked at. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I know we have a public comment speaker, so we're doing questions at this point. Ms. Gutierrez, your turn. Go ahead.
So we're not.
Unless Ms.
Question and
Seddon,
discussion,
were you?
or
I know it says discussion, but I know we have a public comment person waiting. So when you listen to them, you might change your mind and have it, but go ahead, please. Try to keep to questions. That's my request. Thanks.
Well, I really want to enforce the wearing of the mask, and just listening to Mr. Jordan speak, I agree with Mr. Dayton that it's nice to see the youth out and riding bikes. And yes, there needs to be more of an education, and maybe putting some of the signs like Nina mentioned about mask wearing, putting them on the 500 block, or areas where the public feels that unsafe. I don't feel comfortable attacking the youth, but we're not really enforcing the wearing of masks. If this is going on State Street, and law enforcement is there and ambassadors are there, then I'm also questioning, why is that being allowed? I mean, because it makes it, the community from the emails and what Mr. Jordan just said, it makes it seem like the youth they're out of control. And yes, there are some that are breaking the law and being disrespectful. I'm not going to sugarcoat things, but there's also other ones that are following the rules. I take a walk earlier in the morning, and guess what? The ones that I'm dodging are the adults, not the youth that are riding through there. Yes, there's less people in the morning, but still we need to focus on this pandemic. There's a virus that there isn't a cure. this bike riding incident, law enforcement, public works, they're getting together, they're gonna go out there educating. But if citations are gonna be out there for the youth riding bikes, then citations should be out there also for people not wearing their masks. If we're gonna go hard on the youth, then we need to go hard on everybody that's not wearing a mask. That's
Thank
all I
you.
want to say.
Thank you. Well, I guess there are two conversations here. One is mask education, enforcement, compliance, possible citations. And then the second thing is the bicycle safety. So those are good points, Ms. Gutierrez. So I think Ms. Snedden, you were in line first. I'm sorry, I'm losing track. Ms. Snedden was
Okay.
your turn, Ms. Snedden. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll also want to enforce masks, but I do want to ask a question about slide 8. I think it's slide 8 with the, Ms. Johnson referred to that has the 2 photographs side by side. And if we could just look at that for a second.
Mr. Four, thank you.
Oh, maybe the slide before this one. I apologize, the little tiny numbers. Yeah, this one. So I just have a question here. These are 2 different blocks, is that correct? And then I guess my question is about this one on the left. And it's something I've asked before and it's not really clear to me. So when parklets first came about, my understanding was that they were going to be in the sidewalk out to the curb, with maybe a little spillover if needed. And this looks like a complete takeover of the street. And I'm just wondering how a person, there's this photograph and then the slide that was shown just before, where the tables, yes, this one. So the gentleman there in the skateboard, or I'm not really clear how he has 6-foot clearance on any side of him. So I have a question about the placement of the parklets. I'm supportive of this parklets. I love them. I think they're great, but it was not my understanding that they would go all the way out to the center line of the street like that. And back to that other slide, that cyclist, this is like just entering, I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth on the slides there. I mean, there's not a 6-foot clearance for the person eating at the table. So
Mr. Dayton, on to that point.
So I'll just clarify some things. First about parklets and then about the 6-foot clearance and meeting the health department out there. So so on State Street, we do not have parklets, just based on our definitions of how we're looking at things. State Street, we have separate guidelines for State Street, and the guidelines that we've worked out with fire department is that no restaurant can go further than 7 feet to the center line. So they have to leave 7 feet to the center line. Now the center line is not necessarily the yellow stripe in the middle. The center line is the center of the street, curb to curb, which changes from the middle where it's the narrowest and where the right turn pockets are. So there's a little bit of undulation in there. We just to be transparent about this, we actually were talking to fire department today because actually the restaurant in the picture here, the cruisery on the left side, has been encroaching quite a bit into the 14-foot fire lane, and so we're actually marking the street with painted lines tomorrow to ensure compliance with that. We need to have that 14 feet safety, but it is exuberance on being a great economic boom, and so it's great, but we need to keep them back. So that is the clarification there in keeping that 14 feet. Now, the question about 6 feet from dining, that is absolutely a problematic thing from the beginning, because if you do plan the street and you keep 6 feet away from everybody, in other words, 6 feet from people dining and 6 feet from people who are walking, there's actually very little room to have restaurant space. So in working with the health department on that note, and actually Jason Harris and I walked with them down on the street just recently, I think it was last week or the week before, they're looking for a couple different things. They're looking for more of an 8-foot clearance on the sidewalk, which is what they're going to be enforcing. They are going to be enforcing to restaurants. because they're responsible for that aspect of it. And then they're looking for barriers between walking areas. So I don't know. I don't know if Jason's followed up or he's on the call here who could say we followed up with them. But that is an issue that they have been monitoring. And it's one of those things where you, and I think it adds to the face mask covering issue, because people who may be eating in areas and who don't have their face mask on, and then someone walking by who doesn't have a face mask on may feel a little less comfortable eating there, of course. So, but that is an ambiguous issue that we've been dealing with, and the health department's been taking the lead.
So thank you. I'm glad you're looking at it. And so from the beginning of this, it has not been clear to me how it is that pedestrians have the clearance to walk with the bubble around them. And so are you saying that that's not really the expectation, or are you saying that that's what's now going to be addressed to create that?
I'm saying there is a tension between that, and if we did want to get 6 feet away from everybody, a pedestrian, a table, then there'd be very little room left for dining. And so it is a compromise, and then so the health department's working on the sidewalk aspect of it, because there's less barriers on the sidewalk to try to keep 8 feet clear with restaurants. And then what you're dealing with today in terms of encouraging face masking and more compliance, and what we're on the street with the ambassadors, is the other end of that approach. But it is balance between economy, health, and vitality.
Okay, I guess we can discuss that later. I'm going to swing more towards health on this one. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Friedman?
I had just a couple questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Where are a majority, I don't know who could answer this, but if we even can, but where are a majority of transmissions taking place? For example, are they outdoor public spaces like this, or are they in people's homes, or do we have any indication from County Public Health where majority of cases are coming from?
Your camera's off, by the way, Mr. Friedman, and while staff is, Ms. Johnson, who's a good person to respond to that?
Madam Mayor, I was going to say that my understanding from hearing our staff at the County Public Health Department is transmission occurs in more indoor environments, but I don't know whether they have they don't have precise numbers in terms of indoor and outdoor. But I have heard a lot of information about higher risk environments being indoors. I mean, this is why we have our current requirement right now for restaurants to only be serving customers outdoors, because we're not having them in indoor environments that are considered at higher risk. So that's some information, but I don't have a precise answer for you.
Okay, so it's indoors, whether it's in some areas, or homes or whatever. And I have one other question. How many of our police officers have tested positive for COVID? Do we have that number?
And Captain Stoney is with us, so maybe he can help us address that question.
And while the captain is coming up, oh, there he is. Okay. Captain Stoney, go ahead, please.
We've had 4 officers total that have tested positive.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thanks. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to be clear, this is for the entire city, not just State Street. Is that correct?
You know, a lot of focus is on State Street. What do you mean? Our discussion?
Yeah, the mandatory face mask is in regards to the entire city, not just State Street.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, that's correct. Citywide.
Okay. Yeah, I obviously feel like we should be doing something, because the numbers are going up, and wearing face masks is something that has seemed to be extremely helpful to reducing it. I want to address the Councilmember Jordan's comments. They're definitely two different subjects that we're talking about. This is about face masks, not about youth bicycling. And Madam Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but during our youth safety task force meeting, law enforcement did state that crime among our youth in the community has dropped significantly. And I don't know, maybe it's because they're biking and they're actually staying active and staying out of trouble. And to make comments about having city staff put sticks in their spokes, these are children we're talking about. You know, I'm not a parent, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't want someone talking like that, especially an elected official talking like that about my children. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Excellent.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to correct my previous comment. We had one positive test. We had 3 in the quarantine process. So there were a total of 4 officers, but just 1 tested positive. I just want to be clear to the council.
Oh, 1 tested positive, but the other 3 were quarantined as well because they had some contact with the individual.
Correct. So a total of 4, but 1 with a positive test.
Okay. I had some questions, Ms. Gutierrez. So Captain Stoney, if you would come back, you know, I needed to say that I had a conversation with Sheriff Bill Brown, anticipating if we did any kind of enforcement, you know, what's happening at the county level. And this goes to Councilmember Friedman's question about the transmission method. And the sheriff said that they are not writing tickets in outdoor spaces. They're going on the county public health information that most of the transmissions, not all, but most are taking place in indoor situations. Overcrowding, households where there's an infection, or workplaces, or people having gatherings, family gatherings. But Captain Stoney, I was going to ask you, what if we decided to do some kind of enforcement, would your officers be able to write those sort of administrative tickets instead of criminal citations? I'm understanding that there's a way for the city to create a fine structure, and so it's still you're writing a citation, but it's not a criminal issue. Is that a question for you or for our city attorney?
I think it'd probably be better answered by the city attorney so they could give you all the options that we would have in something like this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kalan, are you there? There you are.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Mr. Duemas and Mr. Henschke, who are both on the line.
Okay, Mr. Duemas, go ahead, please.
Oh, in terms of enforcement, obviously it would be an infraction level. What particular question, though, are you asking on this issue, to clarify?
Well, I mean, I read somewhere that we can create an administrative fine program where the citation is not a criminal citation. Is that what you mean by infraction? Maybe I'm not
Sure. Yes, Madam Mayor. So an infraction is a monetary penalty. So it does not come with any jail time. It is a criminal penalty. However, there's no jail time. It's akin to a parking ticket. That's the best way to describe it. It would be, instead of having a procedure in-house where due process is given by an administrative hearing officer, what would be is a citation would be issued and a person can appeal it to court just like they would a parking ticket. It would have to be administered by either a peace officer or have to be administrated by staff, but the requirement is that they go through post-training. So that's a difficulty in terms of achieving that. And I'll let Mr. Henschke also.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, if I could augment what Mr. Duemas just said. We've researched this issue. We don't believe that a civil penalty, an administrative penalty, is an appropriate enforcement mechanism, and would not be really available for the kind of enforcement activity that you might be looking for for masks or other violations by individuals of laws that control behavior. And so Mr. Duemas is correct. The infraction procedure is, it is enforceable. It is something that we can issue a citation for under state law. It does require a certain kind of training in order for individuals to issue infraction tickets, but it is the only method that we can think of where you can actually stop somebody on the street, detain them, give them a ticket, and that ticket carries with it a monetary penalty. And the monetary penalty is, I believe the first instance is $100. If you get a second one, it's $200, and it goes up from there, but it's always monetary.
Okay, so you're saying that a peace officer could write this citation. They're already trained for that. But
Yes.
if we wanted a community service officer or one of the ambassadors to do it, they would need to be trained and deputized. Is that the expression?
Honorable members of the city council, they need to go through the training. The city does have an ordinance that authorizes what are essentially code enforcement or community service officers that can enforce designated laws. Yes, they can write tickets, but in order to write the ticket, they have to go through a minimum level of post-training.
And
Madam Mayor, council members, we also, before we get into all that conversation, I think it'd be really helpful if Captain Stoney came back on. We did talk about a strategy for you just for this moment and what might be very effective, particularly since we're already nearing 90% compliance of having the officers out in a presence and actually addressing people in a very positive, encouraging way and say, hey, you have to wear a mask and Captain Stoney can touch on that too. And we think it would work very effectively in tandem with the ambassadors out there. And then if we didn't get like past 95 or 97% compliance, maybe there's a way to ramp it up. But Captain Stoney, can you fill us in on that strategy?
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, we'd certainly recommend a strong educational component and just a presence down there in terms of just like kind of what we did with the smoking. When the smoking, we decided to enforce smoking or no smoking downtown. We actually put officers out there and spent a lot of time on an educational campaign and got almost 100% compliance just by being out there and making people aware.
Okay, we're still in the question period. Ms., I'm done with my questions. I just wanted to tease out what enforcement would look like. Ms. Gutierrez and then Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question, I don't know if it's going to be for Mr. Stoney or for somebody from the city attorney's office. So I've been getting, I'm not going to say I've been getting a lot of emails and questions from the community members, like why can we enforce mask wearing just like the city of LA, West Hollywood? And my thoughts is that we're a smaller city. We're not the city of LA. I can understand why the city of LA wants to enforce it. But our county and the city, we've seen the numbers increase. And like I said last time, the numbers don't lie. I want to know from the law perspective, and I really like the educational approach. I'm all for that. But for the public to understand why it's taken the city a little bit longer to really just come out and just start ticketing people. Why we've come to the conclusion that there needs to be a lot more educational. But we're in the middle of a pandemic. People are frustrated, stressed out. They feel like the city has acted very slowly. So for the public's sake, can anybody from law enforcement or from the city attorney's side, can you guys give the public an explanation of why it's taken the city of Santa Barbara according to how they feel? We've been a little slower in the process.
Mr. Doimus?
I'll let Mr. Stoney first if he wants to answer that and chime in.
Captain Stoney, a response? Thanks.
I guess I'll go back, Madam Mayor and council members, I guess I'll go back to what we talked about earlier, the fact that we really were working with the educational component and the voluntary compliance. Always look at that as a great way to engage the public, make sure they understand why they're wearing the masks, as opposed to starting out with a strong campaign where we're either issuing citations. And with everything that's been going on nationwide, I think it's really important that we look not only as our ambassadors, but our police officers as people who can educate the public versus just enforcement efforts.
Thanks for that. Mr. Jordan, do you have more questions? And
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have a couple more for Captain Stoney that came up.
okay.
So Captain, I'm just not to, pardon me, I'm just not up to speed on what goes on downtown. There used to be a group of policemen that would work the bars in the evening for underage drinking or ID type of stuff. Do we still have a unit like that that's out there routinely on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
We do have a unit. Unfortunately, they're down 3 positions right now, so they don't do it on a consistent basis every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, but they do make efforts to get downtown. They work Wednesday through Saturday evenings.
Okay, and then, thanks. And then could you give me an opinion on just if a patrol officer goes down with a diagnosis, what the potential is for taking other officers off the job for a mandatory 14-day quarantine? Is that a real worry?
It's a worry, but we have been very aggressive at the police department and having our officers wear masks in the cars around the building. So while we are exposed to one another, we've been taking efforts so that if we did have somebody who did test positive, we wouldn't have to take a large contingency out. We've done stuff, even outdoor briefings, really try to work the social distancing. We've set up our briefing room so that we are not within the 6 feet. Some of the trainings that we've had, the group trainings, we put them on hold for a while. So we're putting every effort forward that if we did have a positive test, it wouldn't affect a number of our employees.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I thank you, Captain Stoney. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Officer Stoney, sorry, I have one last question for you.
Captain Stoney, there.
I'm going to ask a very frank question. How do police officers, patrol officers and specifically, how do they feel with, with this pressure of wanting to give citations out to people that are not wearing masks? And really, I think it comes from enforcing it for people that don't live in the city. But how do they feel with this situation? And then on top of that, they have this, they're under the microscope. Like all eyes are now on police officers, especially with all the protests that have been going on nationwide. How do officers feel when they're asked to do, a little extra of citing somebody from a mask? That's something on top of their work that necessarily they would like to educate, like you mentioned. But how do they feel as a police officer out there in the streets with everything that's going on? There's, bad press against police officers in general. I'm not saying this city. What's the feeling out there? I want the public to understand how the police department is feeling.
I've been in law enforcement for 31 years. I've been with the Santa Barbara Police Department for 26 years. I haven't been out in the field for a number of years, so I will have to speak anecdotally from what I hear from the other officers, but there's always a strong desire by your police department to protect and make everyone in the community safe. Obviously, it's a very interesting time in terms of expectations from our community. Just 4 weeks ago, we were talking about ways to decriminalize a lot of these lower level things that we're talking about today. So to then turn around and start looking at enforcement as the tool that we're going to use to make people wear masks, I would absolutely say that the officer would prefer to have, like we talked about, an educational component, the ability to engage the community in conversations as opposed to issue a citation. So, you know, it is stressful. It's something that we're acutely aware of, but we're also very proud of the job that we do.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So I don't see any other questions. Let's go to our public comment period. Ms. Gorman, and then we can come back and bring up Mr. Dayton after that and talk about the plan that they have. So go ahead, please.
Very good. We do have 4 public speakers. We have Lee Heller, Mark Alvarado, Lizzie Rodriguez, and Anna Marie Gott. Lee Heller. Lee Heller, please go ahead. Lee Heller, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. We'll come back to Ms. Heller. Mark Alvarado. Mark Alvarado, please go ahead.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. I was compelled to speak on this item just to kind of piggyback a little bit on the conversation with the youth and the bicycles. It's something I'm very familiar with. Been talking to a lot of the parents that I know of those kids. And, obviously, once the pandemic hit, a lot of these kids were locked down at home. Once we opened up at Labor Day, that really kind of opened up the floodgates. But the bicycle situation has been going on for a long time, and it's a positive thing. And now over the summer, not in school, not being forced to do any kind of remote learning, it's just really evolved into something that, there might be instances of unacceptable behavior, and it's not just on State Street. I can tell you it's citywide. Okay, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but it really goes back to what are we doing for comprehensive youth services? Because a lot of those kids, and knowing their parents, those kids aren't attached to any youth service programs other than just being in school. So I think this is just an indication of that we have to figure out a way to partner with our schools, with programs that are going to address this issue, because the word anarchy was used, chaos has been used, to associate with what's going on with these kids. And I don't think, once again, we're marginalizing, right? We're going into this direction of criminalizing the youth for just being on their bikes. And I'm not condoning that unacceptable behavior, because I've seen it. And yeah, it's very threatening to some folks, especially Santa Barbara. We're supposed to be this world-class hospitality destination, 5-star destination. And we have this kind of perceived behavior going on, and we want to criminalize it, but that's not the approach. So I'm stepping forward again with this whole idea of increasing youth services. Now, the city can't do it alone, and I'm not trying to put it all on the city. But as leaders, you have to figure out a way to start strategizing with other community resources and the schools to address this issue comprehensively and holistically, so that we're not marginalizing people. Because what's going on State Street is, some deem it an economic success under the pandemic. Hats off to the property owners that have really given these businesses a break on their rents, not charging them full rent so they can operate. So you have to recognize that. But it is a dicey science project that we're undergoing on State Street. So whatever we can do to maintain our safety, I'm glad you guys are addressing it. But don't criminalize the youth on this one. There's more work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lizzie Rodriguez. Lizzie Rodriguez, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm calling tonight because my partner is immune compromised. She's a transplant survivor and is missing 5 major organs. Should she contract COVID, it would literally be deadly for her. I share this because COVID transmission is a serious matter in our household. As the transmission numbers continue to increase, we are both being more careful than ever. My partner rarely leaves the house, and I go out only for essentials and to walk our dog. Mask and social distancing enforcement would be a bit of a relief for us. However, when thinking about enforcing mask and social distancing, I want to remind you about your discussions last month regarding defunding the police. I would like to invite the council to think about alternatives to law enforcement. Perhaps another city department, as you've been discussing, or city ambassadors can be appointed as enforcers. Perhaps community service in lieu of citations or other alternative enforcement options. As a council, you express support of transitioning services away from law enforcement and creating a community response to community harm. This would be an opportunity for you to demonstrate your commitment to being more community oriented rather than relying on traditional law enforcement responses. I know this is a difficult decision, and I hope that you make the right one for our community and personally for me and my partner. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lee Heller. Lee Heller, please go ahead. Ms. Heller, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. All right, we'll come back to her one last time. Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. So Contra Costa County has fines for 100, 200, 500 for individuals. Businesses, it's 250, 500, and $1,000. Napa goes up to $5,000. Marin County fines businesses up to $10,000. We are 5 months into a pandemic that has basically ground businesses to a halt. We have people in hospitals dying, in ICU, on ventilators, and facing, in some cases, recoveries that may never happen. They will be disabled for the rest of their lives. And we have at least 150,000 deaths to date. And if any of you actually are listening to the public health press conferences, Greg Hart read off the community spread just from people that you know was 29% from contact tracers last week. 21% was from travel outside of the county. And then another 18% was from the community of unknown origin. I think that you saw the photo that I sent about the Rose Garden. People were drinking alcohol, playing beer pong, and at least 5 different tables. No one was social distancing, and no one was wearing masks. That park, and maybe the rest of them, need to have alcohol prohibited. Regarding who is going to be enforcing, we cannot have land use enforced because they can't even shut down the 2 illegal short-term vacation rentals that we have one door away from our planning department, and that has been advertising for the last 3 years. If they can't shut that short-term vacation rental down, how in the world do we think that they're going to go out and ticket anyone? Because they give so much time to individuals to clean up their act when we are 5 months into a pandemic, that it'll be this time next year before anyone gets a ticket. Our police officers are the logical and the only people that can give a ticket. They can use their speakers from their vehicles in places like parks to clear people out. You can do more signage, and you can surely look at State Street and the disaster that it has become because the city administrator is not following the ordinance that you permitted 2 months ago that allows people.
Your time is up.
Only 7.
Thank you very much.
Oh, can I just finish this last?
Thank you. Did Lee Heller come back? Ms.
Yes. Yes, Madam Mayor. Lee Heller, please go ahead. Lee Heller, please go ahead. Ms. Heller? All right, Madam Mayor, we did correspond, but it sounds like she will not be speaking right now. But if she does have a message, I will pass that along. Thank you.
And there's no one else in the queue?
Correct.
Okay. So let's bring this discussion back to the council. Mr. Dayton, if you would come back, and you had made reference to a plan of action, and maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that, and we can collectively figure out where we stand. Go ahead.
So Madam Mayor and council members, to address the mask issue and then also the issue that came out about bicycling, the thought we had as staff is that working in tandem with the ambassadors and with PD, that PD would have a presence on the street in the 500 block, and we would coordinate that approach. And as Captain Stoney mentioned, that it would be an educational approach, by the authority of the badge and the uniform there, you get a certain amount of more compliance than you would an ambassador, which does have something official, but in terms of saying that, yes, we are serious about compliance and we would like you to wear a mask, and look, you can go over there and get a free one from the ambassadors. We think that approach would work. And then in tandem with the no bicycling signs on the 500 block, which would be walk your bike, or the 500 block, we would use the same presence and strategy with enforcing that, and eliminate the wheelie, the wheelies that are being done on the 500 block, as well as those who are not dismounting. This is really critical during times of when it is crowded, which is when we're going to want that enforcement of the masks as well. And we do think that with those strategies, if we're at 90% now, that if we can up our game this weekend even further, that we will see that compliance fulfilled.
So you're talking about this program without citations to continue, but with a police presence, but with an educational focus rather than criminalizing. Okay.
That's correct. And if we've gotten to 90% with just the ambassadors, we think that I think we can go the rest of the way with that presence. That's what the team thought, and then revisit it if it needs it more, but we think we can get there.
Okay, thank you. I'm feeling supportive of that, but let's hear from other people. Ms. Sneddon, if you would turn your there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first want to say that this is a great opportunity, I think, to appreciate Captain Stoney and his answers, such excellent answers to the questions before us. I have to say, I really love the description of the approach as our police as examples of being able to approach this with compassion, education, and the wish to not criminalize. And it also really shows taking to heart what we've been talking about, and not to confuse all the issues that we've had on our plates lately. But the defunding is a whole nother topic, and I think decriminalizing is something that we've been consistent about and consistent with in our discussions, and this is just one example showing that. So I really want to first say that I appreciate that forward thinking about that. We don't want to make this a throwdown criminal type of enforcement. Really clear. I just want to say for myself that I want our businesses to thrive. I want my kids to be able to go back to school. I want to go back to teaching in the classroom. I miss it terribly. I want the public back in our meetings, and for council members to be able to see each other again and to see staff again. I want to hug my mom. I want to get past this with COVID and the community spread. And we need people to be wearing their masks And I think this can be really simple. We can sit here and debate about the science or which public health entities recommend what, but I think this could be as simple as like you walk out the door, you wear pants when you're out in the world. And when you're home, you can do what you want with your pants. If you're out on State Street, you're wearing pants. And that's, you're not just doing that because you're worried you're going to get a ticket or you're worried you're going to be cited. You're doing that because it's the public norm. And we just need to make that the public norm. And then for the people who just really have forgotten their pants and aren't going to wear them, we need something that is available to us to have that compliance with that. And I don't think it would take much. I don't think we have to go full criminal. We don't need to do, you know, a complete crackdown on mask wearing. But I think a few citations here and there to show that we're serious, and then allowing the ambassadors to still perform the function of being the feel-good ambassadors of the city, to educate people about what the rules are when they're visiting, to offer masks. And then if people aren't complying, for the ambassadors to be able to say, well, you know, you can get fined for that. So there's the warning in place, that they know it's there. And then I'm not envisioning that our police are going to be going through communities and seeking people out to give citations to. I'm seeing it as when it's really egregious, when you're without your pants on in a place where there's just too much activity, that the police officer or whoever it is who has the authority to give that citation can give that citation, and that fine. I'm not attached that it has to be our police officers. I do think that's maybe the most efficient way. We have not yet had the full discussion about changes in authority or anything in the police department, and I think there are many appropriate places where I can speak for myself that I realize that we need our police, and I'm encouraged that the way that Captain Stoney just talked about what might occur is with education and compassion, and not trying to do a crackdown on that. I think also we could have a group of people who sign up who would like to help see mask enforcement in place, and would want to do that training and would want to be a part of that. I do want to share an idea. I thought it was such a good idea Nick Wells shared about having like the skaters from Solstice up and down the street with their long basket giving out masks to anyone. I mean, it does not have to be an unpleasant reminder to put that mask on and just get us closer to where we can get back to normal. We need to be all in this together, and those are my thoughts on that. It's time for us to have the ability to enforce.
Thank you. Other opinions from our city council members? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm definitely for protecting the health and well-being of our residents. I'm just worried that considering some of the things I've heard already, that this could be used as Santa Barbara's version of stop and frisk, especially when it comes to our youth. Ironically, the people that it's tending to affect the most are the people of color in our community. So I will support some sort of enforcement, but I just want the enforcers to note that this could be used as an excuse to just try to control certain portions of the population. So to be wary about how to go about addressing somebody who's not wearing a mask without making them feel oppressed.
So, Mr. Gutierrez, you're saying you would want the ability to write citations?
Yes, I feel like
as a last resort? Or?
Correct. we need to set an example to the residents that this is serious and we need to be more mindful of other people's health.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan and then Mr. Friedman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe parenthood does screw up one perspective, huh? But my anecdotal observation is it is not people of color who are the small percentage that aren't wearing a mask. It is definitely white males of a certain probably political persuasion. And I think that that small percentage is a very, very small percentage. And I think depending upon the situation, whether it's a busy Sunday afternoon where everybody is walking briskly by each other and there's not a lot to gain from a confrontation with one person, or if it's 11:30 at night and there's 35 people queued in line to get into a bar and only 5 of them have masks on. I think we just need some targeted persuasion of some manner. I'm not sold on the police doing it for several reasons. They've all been mentioned. Just the optics, I think, is bad. I still think there's despite Captain Stoney's assurances, I think there is a real worry that one policeman going down and they contact trace back through where he's been that day or who he was with before he came out in the field could lead to more police being taken out of commission for a quarantine. And I'm just not willing to chance that for what I perceive to be the low percentage gain in non-mask wearers. So I also don't think, just from what I've seen too, I don't think the people that get paid $13 or $14 an hour and wear a red shirt out there are going to be the people getting in the face of the angry white middle-aged male who refuses to wear his mask and is proud of it. So I would be in favor of just a focused effort that looks for congregate groups that obviously late at night that started with their masks and now they're in their pocket, and just cajoles them back into putting their mask on into the obviously hot spots we have where lots of people are, the 500 block, maybe below State Street, maybe somewhere else. I don't know. I don't get out to those places a lot. And then constructively to city staff, the signs that you showed tonight, those red, orange signs look remarkably sharper in tonight's slides than they do when standing 10 feet away from them in the sunlight. And so I would encourage, it's much, much easier to see the vertical bicycle sign that's, I don't know, a foot wide and 2 feet tall than it is to see these little pieces of paper in orange that have obviously bleached out in the sunshine telling you to mask up. I think we need much better signage, and I saw some of that tonight, but I hope some of that is coming down on State Street and on the blocks that obviously where people stop and visit and stay. I think we need more signage mid-block rather than just at the start of the blocks, because I'm pretty convinced that a lot of people start with a mask and then they take it off when they get somewhere, don't put it back on when they leave somewhere, and they're in the middle of the block still. So those would be my suggestions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, because my headphones have been going in and out. So first, I just want to say that, wearing a mask, I know that there are some who are for and opposed to it, but the statement came out by the CDC that if everybody wore a mask in this country, we could hopefully get this behind us in less than 2 months. And I look at it, for those who are debating on whether or not to wear a mask, is when you prior to COVID, if you sneeze, most of us would cover our faces. Why? Because when we sneeze, if we don't cover them, the droplets from our sneeze go into the air. Same thing with a mask. So it's pretty basic like that. But I do have some concerns that were expressed by some of the public comment in regards to police doing enforcement and also some of my colleagues. And I'd like to just first start by saying that I totally understand the fear and the trepidation that our community has, because I share it. As I've stated before on this issue, is my other job is in a grocery store. My wife works in one of our local ERs. She has immediate family, my in-laws that work in hospitals in the Bay Area that are, potentially exposed there, and then our nieces and nephews that they were to bring it home. So it's very real. And I also have, like many of you in the public out there, I have relatives that are in the demographics that have medical conditions, that are seniors, that are very at risk. And the longer this goes on, I'm worried that they're going to get COVID, or possibly that their medical conditions could deteriorate. And if this thing goes on, a year or so, that could be an issue without even COVID, that I might not get to see them again. So these are all things that weigh on me and my family, just as it does with all of you in the public. So any decision any decisions that we make up here, I think all 7 of us weigh all those types of considerations into there, even when we disagree on the strategies to try to address it. I think that ultimately one of our most primary responsibilities is, as council members, is to be a steady and calm force so that the public can have that confidence and that we are looking at all these issues and not being overreactive and the fear and the panic within ourselves up here in our deliberations and our actions. And I think part of that, it's a larger discussion, not for tonight, is what is our role in terms of the interactions and collaborations with the county and Goleta and Carpinteria in terms of trying to ensure we have a unified approach to what we do. Because the more that we're unified on the South Coast, the simpler it is for the public to understand the rules. So one side of the street has a separate rule than the other. I think that's something we need to continue to try to do. I do have concerns that with the police, that we've only had 1 case so far. It's part luck, but it's also partly because of the planning that we've done. And that if we start putting them into situations, we could have a rise in COVID cases within our police force. And I think that puts a burden on our community and our officers as well, because we would have fewer resources for other high priority needs in the community. I just want to take a minute to talk about just the data so we can understand the perspective, because I think it hasn't really been mentioned today. And I took this from today's numbers that the county released, and these are just a few of them. There's a total countywide to date of 5,566 cases. Santa Maria has 2,677 of them, and the Lompoc prison has 1,011. Those two combined are 62% of the cases that we've had in the county. City of Santa Barbara has had 734 cases. So we are approximately 13% of the cases countywide. But we've had 688 that are recovered, so we have 44 active cases. So I just want to put that into perspective so that we understand the numbers we're dealing with, because I think it's important when we're starting to say, oh, we need to do enforcement in certain areas, such as State Street, because we have, as we heard, a 90% compliance rate from the data that we've been given today. And the real spread, the spread where we're getting a lot of that is indoors in people's homes. That's where it's spreading to the greatest extent. So enforcement is a tricky issue, because we would be enforcing in areas that public health department and others are saying are not necessarily the places where it's spreading the most. And so that's a concern for me, is that we would be allocating resources to an area in excess of the need and taking away from other areas that we might need to go. So the other issue, I think it's a valid, and it was raised in public comment today and others, is we just went through a major, a really emotional and a really soul-searching budget process for us up here on the council and our community. And we made decisions that we're trying to take away some of these non-policing issues away from our police officers and being more humane and a more social responsible, and not abdicating the tough policy decisions and then asking the police to pick it up when we don't make those policy decisions collectively throughout our country. And I think that having a police come in and ticket it kind of conflicts with the budget discussion we just had. I've heard concerns expressed from people of color. I mean, today, my council member colleagues up here. I've also heard from a family member of mine who still practices the Jewish faith, who lives down south and is fully in support of wearing a mask. And she attends a synagogue that has very recently, in the last couple of years, been vandalized. And she says that forcing tickets on people who don't wear masks, for her, it just drums up images of 1930s Germany. And those are real concerns that I think we need to address, because ultimately the real enforcement would ultimately need to take place in people's homes, because that's where it's transmitting. And then I think that us as council need to understand the implications of some of our votes that we've been taking unanimously, if I recall, because it's hard to explain the nuances of some of these votes that have visual real world implications for the public. And what I'm talking about is we opened up State Street. LA Times runs an article showing how great State Street is, so it attracts people from LA here. What's the response there? We just today said we're going to increase the number of summer camps on the beach. Well, the public driving by doesn't get the nuances. They don't understand the precautions are there. All they see is more people at the beach. Last week, we had 1.3 million that we allocated for promoting our area, even though there's nuances that it's not all going to be used for that, but there's still targeted outreach for LA. And yet we vote to close the beaches. So we have to make better decisions, and we need to have those tough decisions if we feel that this is such an issue that maybe we do need to start closing things down. I'm not of the opinion that we need to be measured, but if we're going to say law enforcement ticketing people, then we need to be able to have a real tough policy decisions and not put it on our law enforcement. And I don't see us having done that yet. So what I'm prepared though is there is a need to have some teeth in the statewide and countywide ordinances. I think the most appropriate would be, it's similar to what Councilmember Jordan would say, and the best wording I could come up with is that we target our resources for high risk areas and behaviors, and that are not in excess of the need. So we don't just say go down to State Street for a few hours. If we see a need there, and targeting ticketing would be clearly in violation of the state and county ordinances. So if there was an incident where someone is going by the Rose Garden and sees what public comment said today, where there's beer pong tables, yeah, we should ticket that for sure. So I would be more of the general approach where we could go throughout town to high risk areas and have the ability to ticket, but I don't think we should just be putting cops in a certain area and having them walk, and we can do education through other means. But I just have a real, I want to make sure that we protect our police and we protect our community. We have the ability to ticket if needed. And that's kind of where I'm at on this.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon, your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have to start by saying, Councilmember Friedman, I respect you so much, and I know you didn't intend your comments to be read this way, but comparing mask enforcement to murderous fascism and Nazi Germany is just about the least reasonable thing that I can imagine. And I don't think that puts us on a good footing to have this conversation. That's not what we need to be projecting to people, that the conversation is a choice between fascism and mask enforcement. That's just not, that is so, to me, beyond the pale. I just had to say, I don't agree with that. So I needed to put that out there. I do think you brought up, and many of my colleagues have brought up many really important points, particularly in connection with our efforts of late to reduce civilian police interactions. I think that's a really, really important thing for us to try to reconcile. I personally am also trying to reconcile the reality that people of color are actually proportionally at greater risk for COVID. So that's a balancing factor too. So yes, we are trying to reduce civilian police interactions, but we also want to reduce the incidence of COVID COVID infections, which does have implications for the health and safety of our minority communities. And I think that's really an important piece that I haven't heard very many people articulating. So my perspective on this, it's a difficult issue. I think that I'm in the place where Councilmember Friedman actually ended up, which is to say that we should do targeted enforcement when there's situations of extreme risk and clear need for some type of ticketing. I mean, I believe that Captain Stoney was clear that he and his officers would be extremely judicious and would approach any enforcement with a light touch, but do so in a way that made it clear that high-risk behaviors are not welcome in our community. That seems very reasonable to me, while also respecting the freedom of those who are 6 feet apart from one another and don't feel that they are putting others at risk by not wearing a mask. So that is where I would like to see us go this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, or I'm happy to go and give my opinion that I like the idea very much of the ambassadors and our police officers in the 500 block, well, all over State Street, but the targeted enforcement in the 500 block of State Street, where there seems to be such a congestion of people. And everyone I've heard from Captain Stoney, from Mr. Dayton representing the Public Works Department and the ambassador force, that everyone is focusing on education and a friendly approach. But I'm also hearing from a majority of my council members that they would like to have the, as a last resort, the ability to issue a citation. So I would then ask Mr. Casey or Mr. Kalan, what would it take to put that in place? Is it already in the ordinance, or is it's an infraction that how would we, do we need some kind of ordinance or law that says that citations can be written for
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, my camera does not appear to want to work. At least I can't see myself.
We can hear you.
Thank you. We believe that the existing orders have sufficient enforcement authority. The code would allow those charges to be brought as infractions. So it would not involve lawyer time or otherwise. So we have the authority we need.
Okay, so what came down from the governor, what passed through the county, and which we've adopted would be enough for this type of enforcement that we're talking about. Okay. I think we need a motion to that effect. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
I would like to make the motion.
Okay.
Second.
And a second from Ms. Snedden. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Gorman, if you would take a roll call vote, please.
Yes, and may I ask for the motion to be restated into the record?
It's to,
Thank you.
it's to approve the educational enforcement as a via our ambassadors and our police department with the ability to write citations in extreme cases or as a last resort was how I was saying it.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, one moment, please.
Madam Mayor, I have a comment.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm just concerned, I don't, I'm sorry, but I heard at least two of us talk about prioritizing our resources in high focus areas that we feel would have a return on those resources invested. Is that just something that's a comment that we assume will take place, or I'm kind of at a loss why this needs a motion in the first place to do anything other than hear our comments and go out and go forth? But do we need to worry? Do I need to worry about making the case for that much of a nuts and bolts in the motion or not?
I had assumed that it was in targeted enforcement in high risk areas.
Okay, love to have that phrase in there then, if we could.
Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Sneddon, are you okay with that clarification in the motion?
I am, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Jordan, can you repeat that, please?
Actually, I didn't say it. Madam Mayor said it.
It's with the understanding that it would be targeted enforcement in high risk areas.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, I know it's getting late. Did you get everything?
Madam Mayor and Council, I think so. And this is a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, to improve the educational enforcement via ambassadors and the police department with the ability to write citations as a last resort with targeted enforcement in high-risk areas.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you very much. Mr. Casey, does anybody need anything else from us on that item? No, we're good with that. I'll close that item. That was our last one, except for the committee assignment reports. Does anyone want to report something? It's awfully late, but let's do it quickly. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
I'll be quick. HLC, really cool. If you go to santabarbaraca.gov/preservation, they've made maps of all the historic resources, and it has pop-outs of photographs and then also a link to the reports of any one of those buildings throughout the city. Really, really valuable. Parks and Recreation meeting, they really talked about the successful 4th of July. There was a lot of extra work on behalf of the Parks and Rec department to pull that off, and they gave additional COVID support in a variety of ways. We had the CCE subcommittee meeting. That kickoff is going to be pushed out to October 2021 for a variety of reasons that are outside of our control, but that's when the kickoff will be scheduled for. CCRB, we had a special meeting, issues of carryover water and state water board order. Met with you, Madam Mayor Murillo, and Assemblymember Limon, discussing a variety of issues. COMB meeting, again, another neat presentation, I think, on all the Kyoto Creek endangered species Myocus crossings that have been completed through COMB, and that's another place to go look at the COMB website to see those individual crossings and how the before and after Also attended last night with many of you the neighborhood meeting on Carrillo Castillo. Lot community input, and just looking forward to the community engagement on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, your report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was one of those many last night watching the Housing Authority project on West Carrillo. Pretty interesting coming forward. Last Friday, bi-weekly check-in meeting with the board of the, I'm sorry, last Friday was my bi-weekly check-in meeting with the executive director of the South Coast Santa Barbara Chamber. Thursday, the same with the executive committee of the Commercial Fishermen's of Santa Barbara. Thursday, attended the Planning Commission meeting where the big item, the only item was the starting review of the revisions to the stormwater management program. Soon to be coming our way. That will be a long, good meeting. Thursday also got a Paseo Nuevo update from the management of Paseo Nuevo and the construction project and their upcoming appearance before council. And then last Wednesday attended the Government Relations Committee also for the South Coast Santa Barbara Chamber. That's it.
Everybody's been busy. My goodness, I was also on the call, the Housing Authority's housing project at Castillo and Carrillo. I chaired the city's county affordable housing task group. We finally got together. A lot of these regional groups were interrupted by pandemic naturally, and we're all getting on virtual meetings now. I also attended the Community Choice Energy Committee meeting as Councilmember Sneddon referred to. So that is the end of our reporting. This is the end of our meeting. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.